And a very good morning to everybody that's joined us on the live stream. Good morning. That is the Pro ET pairing lanes. On track is Roy Walker. No, he's by the side. Actually, it's Michelle that's doing the run at the moment. This is Pro ET, a dial-in of 1090. Let's see how she gets on. It's 11:29. It's the right side. And a very good morning to my nanny and me, of course, the team down there. Morning, mate. So the Summer Nationals, a 3-day event. This would normally be a test day, but it's a qualifying day. 2 rounds of qualifying for all of our entries. And those of you that tuned into live stream didn't realise how many entries we've got for this event. 351. It's the biggest ever entry of cars and bikes in Santa Pod's history. Unbelievable. This is Adrian Portelli with the Altered States Polara going alongside Laura Bainton with the Mark 1 Capri. 10:04 is the dial-in for Adrian, and it is a 10:35 for Laura with the Capri. 10:08, 10:38. Well, obviously 1 and 2 early doors at the moment, but 2 very, very good opening runs there. Matthew Dowdy and Jess Bishop. Now Matt with a little Nova, 11:14 on the dial-in. Jess, 9:15. Just 2 rounds of qualifying today, but then that will allow all of our 350 plus riders and drivers to get a run in today. Yes, God, 9:15 with a 5 and a 9:15 dial. Oh, beautifully run and hits the number. Nicely done. Oh, very happy team already. This is going to be the format of the day, isn't it? It's just going to be knockout. Warren Watts and Mark Huxley. Mark last weekend was racing in Nostalgia Superstock with Spud's beautiful car. And the car is up for sale as well, so you want to go and see Mark, he can tell you all about it, but what a great car. And a nice little launch as well there for Mark. 04 Light, dial-in of 980. Warren should get there first, looking for an 890. 882 Breakout, 986 Mark is the right side. Stevie Gates down there. He's up next. A dial of 878 for Ziva. Can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET. Good looking run for Stevie, but will it run the number? 891. Slots in at number 6 for the time being. Mr. Qualifying himself, Dave Rudd. And for company, he's got Simon Ennis. Dave wants 963 on his timing slip to match his dial-in. Simon calls 1066 for his morning run this morning. Normally see Simon around about 1070, 1071, but morning air, little bit of a headwind, but not a huge amount. Lovely air though. That will help these cars make horsepower. Dave Rudd 984, 1075 for Simon. Very distinctive burnout underneath the tower from Lee Morris. Green with Envy, Jaguar E-Type. A dial of 979. And the one and only Dave Fulton. Dialing in 888 with the little Roadster. Well, both of them wide awake club off the line. $9.14 and $9.84. Not quite the numbers they were looking for. Next up then, Susie McClure with the Eye Candy Dragster. The first of the 4 McClures running in Pro ET this weekend. And Susie did ask that we didn't start racing until she did have all of her makeup on this morning, but she's managed to achieve that. And that's from Doug, of course. Doug had his book of insults ready to give to me this morning. It was the 6th edition, actually. I haven't even finished reading the first one, and he's given me 6 editions of insults to read out against the rest of the McClure family. Yeah, that's Doug McClure for you. All important dialings then. Susie wants 974 with the Eye Candy Dragster, 893 GF Cowley's number of choice. Come on, Suze, hit the number. 912, 1058. So Jeff goes number 9, Susie number 13 at the moment, as to see Don Scott down there with the Superbird going alongside Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing, what they call a junior comp dragster. Dial-ins are 976 and 1007 respectively. Don gets there first, look for 976. Gets at 976 with 8, goes to number 2. Oh, they've really got that car dialed at the moment. Tom Kay goes 1014, slots in at number 8. And it's Ronnie Mercer up next with Annie. Anthony Mitchell, though, was going to come forward, but didn't. I was looking forward to Anthony run, actually, because he's trying out Transbrake for the first time this weekend. A bit of a new combination to work out. So off Ronnie goes. 1018 is his dial-in. And 1026 is the run. Slots in at number 9. Molden and Johnny McClure. Well, I don't know about the first time out this year. This morning was the first time Johnny sat in the car this year. So he's been a bit late to the party this year, I think is the best way to describe that. Johnny dialing in 1180. Probably go quicker than that. Bob Molden, 930. Pretty good dialing, I reckon, there for Bob. Johnny McClure just broke out by 2 seconds. I thought he might go a bit quicker. I didn't think he'd go that quick. Runs 980 on 1180. Breakout of the day. Billy Everett and Colin Morris up next. Billy looking for 938. Colin 856. Just inching into pre-stage. There we go. Billy's got there, so into stage they go. 850. 6 for Colin. Billy 938. both away well. Oh, 006 light for Billy. Colin Morris went 03 and left second. 861, 952. Colin goes 6, Billy goes 14. Right, next up then, it's the third of the McClures. It's Jack with 100 equal. Goldilocks, 1148, Darlin. And Amy Watkins, Vanabird, 952, Darlin, for the Firebird. Right, Amy's going to get there first with the 961. And a breakout for Jack. Goes a little bit too quick there. 1140 on the 1148. My cruising buddy from Street Weekend, Bill Wilson, with a graffiti racing Ford F100, dialing in 1065. Purge of the nitrous you saw there. Going alongside Neil Watkins, another pickup. This one, the Dodge, dials 1141. Both away well. Bill going to get there first with 1075 breakout. Oh, by less than a hundredth from Neil Watkins. The last of the McClures, it's Doug. 1162 Darlin for the Slugcess, the 4-pop. And for company, got Marine Mills with the 23.4 Model T Roadster. 1037 is the Darlin there. .62, 1162. Doug McClure goes to number 2. 1162 with a 5 and 1162. I can only commiserate with the rest of the McClure family, as Doug is now going to be insufferable when he gets back into the pits. He's going to be beating his chest. He's going, hey, who's the daddy? You know it's going to happen. Oh dear. Dave Cherritt, Vic Parsons, now then, important for Vic actually, doing very well in the Pro ET Championship. He's currently number 2 in the points chase. 400 points behind the points leader. He hasn't run yet. So qualifying points can be very important as well. Going alongside Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, dials 975. Vic dialing in 978. Oh, 003 red for Dave Cherritt. Don't forget, we have the Perfect Awards from Rio Dragster in conjunction with Kath and Tig for the light, and of course Andy Hadfield in memory of Haley for ET, both reset to 50 quid. Dave Cherritt goes number 4, 977 on a 75, and Vic slots in at number 13. Well, we're talking about championship points. Here is your points leader, Nick Mugridge, dialing in 1013, going alongside Tom Watkins. Now, Tom Watkins is 3rd in the points. I know it's only the Summer Nationals. We've still got this event and 2 more to go in the National Championship, but always keeping an eye on the points chase. So 1013 for Nick, 905 for Tom. 922 1019. Next up, it's Charlie Seward, Camaro, alongside Reuben Dawson with the Copo. Good pairing, actually. Two Camaros, both running in the 8s. One naturally aspirated, that's Charlie Seward. 555 cubes under the hood there. Reuben. Actually, this car is naturally aspirated, well, it's his other one that's supercharged. 877 for him. 427 cubes. The GTM team. Good looking pairing, 887, 890. Charlie goes number 5. Reuben slots in number 18 at the moment. Still got a few more. No, actually about 2 more, I think, in Pro ET. And it's Brett Featherstone and John Bean down there. Haven't seen them come around the corner yet, though. Tractor's just taking a quick wander out there. I've got Super Pro lining up, but it's Junior Dragster up next. Once Brett and John have put their runs in. Here they come. So John Bean with the shotgun Mustang. Had a lot of work done on that car recently. Managed to do a lot of axle damage at the main event, but managed to get it fixed on the day, get it qualified, but was advised not to run nitrous to put too much power through it, so he just took it gently after that. So when they got back to base, found a bit more damage, so a lot of work done to get it back fit, healthy and ready. Going alongside Brett Featherstone with a very unusual 999 dial-in. So Brett obviously nursing the car at the moment. 879 from John Bean tells me that he's going for it. Oh, little nitrous purge from Brett. Are we sure at 999 is the right dial-in with the nitrous purge? Oh, that should be 899. I think this could be Brett's first run on nitrous, so we'll see how it goes. But when you got the Garretts on your side, in actual fact, Garretts are the go-to guys for both of these teams, actually. Brett Featherstone, 128 on the launch. That is definitely going to be near an 899. Oh, it was a 976. He coasted at the stripe. 955 for John Bean. 128, 60 foot there for Brett. I think that's possibly one of his quickest 60 footers ever. That left the line like it meant it. Zach Duncan. 1199 dialing with what he calls the financial mistake. So Zach just rolling in to the beams. Goes 1286 at 93. qualifies in the number 31 spot. So that's a wrap for Pro ET. So Jess Bishop, number 1. Doug McClure holds on to the number 2. Don Scott, number 3. And those are the 3 that did run their dial-ins. Dave Cherritt, number 4. Charlie Seaward, 5. Laura Baton, 6. Adrian Botelli, Lee Morris, Colin Morris, and Nick Mugridge round out the top 10. As we move on to Junior Dragster, and your first pair is Richard Wilcox and Ada Cassisi. 8th mile, not quarter mile, and it is on reaction times, not on speed or ET that we concentrate on here. Junior Dragster Championship is Kai Cooper, head of the championship points chase at the moment. And Luke Mugridge, number 2. Then it is Jake Cooper, who's number 3 in the points. Chev Checkett is number 4. Molly Openshaw is currently number 5. So Ada goes 1.1. Chloe Crondwell appears in the Kestrel lane. Eva Davis is down there in the Slick Tricks lane. Great weekend for the Davis family last weekend. I think we all know that the debut of the No Quarter will not take a little altered. Well, it's not altered, it's an Oscar. Phenomenal debut from Nick Davis, Bob Loring, and of course, Mr. Barnes. Very nice indeed. Eva goes 04, Chloe goes 09. So Jake Cooper then, number 3 in the points chase at the moment. Needs to qualify well, needs to go rounds just to keep that championship pressure up. Especially on the guy that's about to run in the next pair. But we'll get to that in a moment. So, Jake Cooper, Harry Peters. A little bit eager there for Jake. That's actually quite a big red at 0.18. But Harry gets one on the right side. But he'll want to improve on that. So Jake goes 5. Harry will place at number 4, but then we've only had 5 cars run so far. Fiddly Fag appears in the Kestrel lane. And it is Kai Cooper, number 1 in the points at the moment. This is the one they all want to be. Got a 90-point lead over Luke Mugridge as things stand coming into the event today. Qualifying points are important, as are going rounds. So want to cut a good light, get high up in the qualifying order. That'll help. 040. So let's see where Kai ends up. Ah, Kai Cooper goes to number 1 with that one. Very, very good indeed. Finley lines up number 5 as things stand at the moment. So this is Sam Hiscock, Tom Peters, but Sam Hiscock goes to number 1 with a 016. Very nicely done indeed there for Sam. Can I please have 850 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike. Can we have you into the pairing lanes? Let's look at our next pair. Emmy Crundwell with the Violet Hayes Junior Dragster, and it's Teddy Howe. Now these are both junior modifieds, no quicker than 890 when they do their actual runs. They can't dial quicker than 890, and they're not allowed to run quicker than 890 at any stage. That is until they reach the age where they can go to junior modified advance. Oh, Teddy right over to left, doesn't want to be on the actual racing line. Believe it or not, junior dragsters can actually get stuck to the start line, so the path of least resistance is off the racing line. Well, you can see Teddy was going for that. It was an 0-2 red, only just. 0.15 for Emmy. Emmy goes 6, Teddy goes 9. Ethan Cannon with the Cannonball Racing Junior alongside Kendra Redshaw. The Odyssey Battery Junior Dragster, Kendra has qualified number 1 before in this class. She knows how to do well, and she's off the line well again. An 0-2 light puts her number 2. Ethan Cannon, what a great opener from him. Goes to number 5 with that one. Great pairing. So Kendra goes to number 2, Ethan number 5. Next pair already there. Molly Openshaw doing well in the points. Going alongside Lola Bell Kent. Lola Bell has had a perfect light this season. Did that, I think it was Festival of Power. It was a while ago now. And we've got to say a huge thanks once again, as we always do, because anybody that decides to support the classes of drag racing, we always thank them. And in Junior Dragster, we like to thank the Green family. They sponsor an additional perfect light just for the juniors. As Molly goes 0.8 and Lola Bell goes 0.12, the Green family sponsor an additional perfect light just for the juniors. And what they do is they put some money into the pot, and there is a £500 prize for the championship win at the end of the season, and there is a £300 pot for the championship runner-up. The only thing is, the first racer to pull a perfect light at any event will take £50 out of that pot for the championship runner-up. So Lola Bell has already taken £50 out of that, so the championship runner-up at the moment is 250 quid. Basically, the Green family have put £800 into the Junior Dragsters, and we thank them so much indeed. Right, Daniel Todd, Neve Deavy is your next pair. So it's a Dragon Slayer. Can he slay that light? He had a good go at it, and he has taken the number 1 spot. Neve Deavy, nice one as well. Neve goes to number 10, but Daniel Todd into number 1 position. Frankie Kent, Amelia Innes, next pair. Oh, 004 red, Frankie. That was close. That was so, so close. 06 red for Amelia Innes. But goodness me, Frankie Kent, 004 red. That was super, super close. Championship points leader, Luke Mugridge. Going alongside Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Jr. All right, let's see how these two get on. Luke Mugridge, number 2 in the points chase, champion last year. Okay, 08 light for Grace, 026. That's going to put Luke Mugridge number 4 at the moment, Grace Smith in at number 8. So that's a wrap for Junior Dragster. So Daniel Todd is number 1, Sam Hiscock 2, Kendra Redshaw 3, Luke Mugridge 4, Kai Cooper 5, keeping those two close together. Eva Davis, Ethan Cannon, Grace Smith, Molly Openshaw and Chloe Crunwell round out the top 10. We move on to Super Pro ET. Nice burnout there from Tom Atkinson with the Time is Money Cortina estate. Tom is number 4 in the points chase. Well, the team is. Team Time is Money, because sometimes it's John Atkinson who drives the car. But who's top of the pile? I'll tell you who's top. It's Team Didwell Racing. Alan Didwell and Bradley Didwell share the driving duties of this car, hence it's a team entry. And it's Bradley behind the wheel this weekend. And the dial-in for the Dragster is 765. Tom is 845. So both in pre-stage, just rolling forward. Lights drop. Oh, 001 red for Tom. Anyway, it's all about ETs at this point. Bradley's going to get there first with a 772, 855 for Tom. So that's your first pair in the Super Pro. So Callum Swinchat, number 5 in the points chase. Tell you what, we're getting all the points players out early, as in Super Pro. Number 2 in the points chase is Lee Huxley, and he's only 110 points behind the Didwell team. When you consider it's 100 points for a round win, and it's 10 points difference between each qualifying spot, you can see things can change up very, very quickly indeed. 890 is the dial-in for Callum, 862 is the dial-in for Lee. Just set the wheelie bar on the little Topolino. Callum, good to go. Parachute armed. about the numbers at the stripe. Lee Huxley's going to get there first with an 866. It's an 897 Cullen. They go 1 and 2 respectively. So Lee goes to number 1, Cullen number 2, but it's early days. The very distinctive burnout for Man with No Name. We know the driver though, that's Dave Russell, going alongside Paul Marston. Good to see Grumpy's Dodge back out again. 877 the dial in for Dave, 897 the dial in for Paul. Paul Marston coming off the gas just before half track, 880 for Dave Russell though on an 877 dial-in. That's going to move him to number 1. Mr. Duncan, sir, nice burnout. Ever since Josh got hold of this Rover, his racing has changed immensely. The car works really, really well. The car has been around a few years, but it was into the chassis shop, had a new chassis on the car not that long ago actually. Pretty much the only thing that remained was the body. Everything else underneath has changed, and it is a phenomenal bit of kit. Works well for him. Going alongside Ben Kennedy. We normally see Ben running in Outlaw Anglia. He was here last weekend at Dragster. And congratulations to the team, actually, as they won one of our showmanship awards. It was even better that it was nothing to do with Ben either. Anyway, let's look at the dial-ins. 842 for Josh, 860 for Ben. Ben can go quicker than that, but it's all about dialing in. It's not heads up. Ben normally runs heads up racing, doesn't have to dial in. So he has to put his thinking cap on here and decide, oh, what am I going to run? $847, $867. Josh goes 3, Ben goes 5. So the Bath bloke, it is Bob Doyle down there with the Z case. Going alongside Mark Bailey. Mark Bailey, number 3 in the points chase. So Mike there, just bringing Bob up to, sorry, Mark up to the line. Owen, who did street weekend in his car. Good to see Owen out there running. And had plenty of conversations with actually pitting next to him up in York. Both of them with 01 lights, but the only difference is Bob's was a red one. But it's the ETs that are important. 886, Mark Bailey goes number 8. Bob goes 880 on that. 72 goes to number 6. And the hits just keep on coming. This is Super Pro ET qualifying round number 1. Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster. Going alongside Bill Toppin. Phil's not, oh, he is coming back now. So a dial of 781 for Alan Schofield. Don't know what Bob's is yet. Well, we still don't know. Ah, 890. Is it? Yeah, we've got it now. Good looking run for Al Schofield. Goes 768. Where on earth did that one come from? It's a big old breakout in Super Pro. 768. I don't think you mind that. 7031 coach in there before topic. Ian Brown down there. Comes out of the burnout box, but car stops, but the team don't seem unconcerned. I'm just probably waiting for Leah to come back and start it up again. Or have they found something they're not happy with? I think no, they're pushing back actually, unfortunately for Ian. Wasn't part of the plan. So it's going to be a solo for Leah Kellett. And Leah's already posted on her socials a massive, massive roster of thank yous. Getting this car back to the track. You'll find Leah double classing well. She'll be in Super Comp, but this time she can just go for it. And look at the dial-in, 730. Oh, 750, 176 miles an hour there for Leah. A little bit of a wander on the track, but Leah had that fully under control. Slots in at number 9. So Mark Corsell with a ball breaker, slingshot dragster going alongside Barry Giles this weekend. Well, not sure actually. 740 is the dial-in for the Giles and Hartley Racing Dragster, and it's 825 for the Limited Funds team. Barry using all the lanes, and actually they both are. So 743 on a 40, Barry goes number 2. Mark Corsell goes 848 on that 25. Goes number 11, but Mark was off the gas at the stripe. So both of them take a little bit of a wander as they got towards the top end. So Mark Bailey leads the way at the moment for Leah Kellett and Mark Corsell. Sorry. Dave Russell leads the way from Barry Giles. Lee Huxley is in third at the moment. Josh Bunker 4. Callum Sprinchak running number 5. Two very, very good burnouts indeed. Jack Brewster with the Firebird for a 760. Fortunately, Jack's car's either cut out or Jack has switched it off. Normal reason for that would be oil pressure. Or sometimes he just doesn't feel right and he'll shut it off. So Harry Gibson in the Dragster. 6 flat is the dial-in for Harry. So, Sid, as we all affectionately call him, of course, is Martin Jones's car. Another small fortune, the Dragster. Leaves the line super hard. So, Harry Gibson at the wheel this weekend. What can he do? Not what we were expecting. So I went for the launch. It's literally just going up the track on idle at the moment. So should make the scrutineering exit. Indeed, swinging out right, and then we'll turn left and go through the first hole in the wall, just past the scrutineering shed. Still got Super Pro ET cars to come through. You can see Scott Hauser's down there, Nick Good, Jack Brewster. Oh, I might actually get a chance to refire. And still a few more around there. Obviously, I've got bikes in the lanes as well. A very, very busy day. Just 2 rounds qualifying for all of our classes today. And trust me, just with 2 rounds, that's going to take us a long way through the day. Yeah, got... just looking at in the lanes there, you can see Pete Walters is down there, Andy Thetford, and just firing up, I think, is it AC Bell? I think the Dragster, I think it is. And Stevie Saunders. Oh, I'm so chuffed that Stevie's racing at Summer Nationals again. Pulled the car back out at the main event. So the pork and beans. Dragster then, 866 dial in for AC. And Stevie Saunders with the Rusty Dog altered, 899, the number of choice there. Oh, AC wide awake club off the line. Straight and true, 880. And Stevie Saunders goes 1002. AC goes number 10, Stevie number 13. Very distinctive sound of Nick Good Super Pro Dragster. Darling Summer in 8. So 687. Scott Hauser, last year's champion, looking for a 735. Both away very well, as you'd expect from two seasoned campaigners. Nick Good goes 726, 739 for Scott Hauser. Scott goes in at number 4 with that run. Nick just a little bit off where he normally runs there, 726, but goes number 14. Pete Walters brings the Dragster around underneath the tower. Problems instantly from Pete. Just, well, he does the burnout and pulls it over to the right-hand side. So the SPRC team and everybody there just running to push the car back, not wanting to hold up Matt Peters' run. So it is going to be a solo then for Matt Peters. Oh, what a shame for Pete. So dial in for Matt then is 765. Straight and true, good looking run for Matt Peters, but is it going to be the number he wants? It's not bad. It's 768 on a 65. What's more important for him though, it is into the number 1 spot. So well done, Matt Peters. Takes number 1 in Super Pro. Dave Russell now down to number 2. The Giles and Hartley team with Barry number 3, Lee Huxley 4, Scott Hauser 5. But we've still got Andy Thetford underneath the tower with the Black Pearl Dragster. So dialing in 8:41 for the Camaro is Andy. Car can run well into the 7s, but has had a few issues to sort out, predominantly engine related for Andy. I love the question mark at the end of the 8:41. Thing is, if it builds up boost and it launches hard, has a good run, it'll be in the 7s. But I know Andy, and all he wants to do is go fast. That's his mantra in drag racing. Oh, fair dues, mate, fair dues. Bumping in, building up the boost. Launched very nicely indeed. Actually lifts off and goes 913, 102. But 117, 60 foot, very encouraging. The car was doing what it was supposed to do. So well done to the Black Pearl team. As we move on to ET Bike. First up, Nick Playden, and Nick has been sending me messages left, right and centre. Cheers, Nick, really appreciate that. Nick got married last weekend and then rushing around to get the bike ready for this weekend. Anything quicker than a 10:48 would be a new PB, but then he messaged me this morning, a little bit of an unfortunate pit incident where the bike blew over in the wind. Done a little bit of damage, but they'll get that fixed later on. But best luck to Nick. Going alongside Justin Moulton for this one. Now then, dial-ins 10:20 for Justin, 10:40 for Nick. And that's a 10:25 for Justin. Nice run. Nick goes 10:82. Riders contending with a bit of a headwind out there today. Kyle Rushby and Alan Davis. The Rents Go Racing. Represented here by Kyle. Alan Davis way well. So 11.75 and 11 flat. It's 11.96 for Alan. And 11.36 for Kyle. Points leader. Down second in the points. It can't get any better than that. It's Phil Pratt and Scott Collier. Phil has a very healthy lead in the points chase this year, though. So basically, it's Phil's championship lead to lose more than Scott gaining, to be honest. Phil's had an awesome year this year. So 8.97 to 9.55, it's 9.08 and 9.58. Well, Scott Collier, that's the better run out of the two. So he goes number 1 for the time being. Phil goes to number 3. Fiona Moore and Dave Grundy, your next pair. And can I please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the lanes, please? So Fiona Moore and Dave Grundy. Fiona dialing 11.85, Dave 10.46. 1080 there for Dave. 1267 for Fiona. That's Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin. 994 dial in for him in the Slick Tricks lane. Jake Bowden for company. 11 flat in the Kestrel lane. Oh, has Jake got an issue? No, he's good. He's good. See Jake just crashing over his bike there. Takes Robbie about 300 foot before he gets his feet on the pegs. Oh, issues off the line there for Jake. In actual fact, Robbie got his feet on quicker this time, just as I said that. So 994, the target for Robbie. Goes 1017, but Jake, unfortunately, pulling the mic over to the left-hand side. So it won't take us long just to bring him back. So I don't know what the issue, but it didn't look like it was going to go into stage that well, but a slight issue there. And he's going to have to push back. So we are into ET Bike here. Day 1 of 3 for the Summer Nationals. First time we've had this as a 3-day event, and just as well that was predetermined. 350 odd entries this weekend. Absolutely staggering amount. And that's necessitated, well, a 3-day event, but not only that, just 2 rounds of qualifying on Saturday, 2 rounds on Sunday. On Saturday, 2 rounds today, and then eliminations on Sunday. As the burnout taking place underneath the tower, as qualifying continues here. We're going to be running till around about, what, 7 o'clock tonight, just to get 2 rounds of qualifying in. This is the one and only TCA, as we call him, Thomas Cook Abbott. Running in 950 bike and ET bike, I believe. So he dials 954 here. $965 there for Thomas. Well, I did mention him earlier, and yes, he has gone back into the Pro ET. And he's gone in all guns blazing. The one and only Doug McClure. And he's insulting them in the pits. And he's also having to go at them on social media as well. Just knew that would happen. Doug, you legend. Those of you that know Doug McClure will just appreciate what I'm saying. Those of you that are tuned in and just watching the coverage won't have a Scooby-Doo what I'm on about. But if you know Doug McClure on social media, just have a look at his page. Okay, it's Holly King. This is ET Bike, and we normally see Holly in Junior Drag Bike, but this is a step up for Holly, and I do believe this is her first run in ET Bike. Now that it's a full quarter mile this time, Holly is used to running on the 8th. Dials 1055. Just out of interest, to the 8th she went 6:62. That's where she normally goes. 10:17. Oh dear. That's going to have to be a 9 the next time round. Well done, Holly. Absolutely fantastic. And she got a little bit out of shape. Holly just rode the wheels off that machine. That was phenomenal. All right, we move on. A little bit of a timing system reboot. Our timing system comes back online. It'll be good to bring them forward very shortly indeed. So this is Kevin Wright and Peter Wise. So your first pair at 850 bike, well, Peter Wise breaks out. Kevin Wright gets one the right side and goes 879. Next up, Stacey Reed and Joe Elliott. Right then, will Stacey try and run 850? I've got a feeling she might not. 835, 145. Well, she did lift off the gas a bit, but still way too quick. 884. As we look at Carl Thomas, the points leader in 850. And he's got Gary Malone for company out there, the time chasers. So 850 bike is Carl Thomas in the points chase lead, only 30 ahead of Pete Slater. And Paul Morris is number 3 in the points. So Carl crouches low on the Colonel. .846 breakout for Gary, a little bit too quick. Carl, 866, what, the right side. As it's J. Rowe and Steve Jackson up next. J-Row, another breakout, 837, 974 for Steve Jackson. It's early days. Paul Morris and Anna Sasiak, your next pair. Paul Morris, number 3 in the points for 850. Got a bit of work to do to catch numbers 1 and 2 in the points, but anything can happen, as we always know. Oh, Paul's gone before the tree ran, doesn't get a time. So unfortunately that run was for naught. Anna Sasiak breaks out, goes too quick, 842. All right, Pete Slater. Number 2 in the points. Just 30 points difference between Pete and number 1 in the points. Carl Thomas coming into the event. Qualifying points are important. Going rounds is important. Well, nobody's run an 8.5 yet. Will this be the first? No, it's a 9.30 at 161. Pete goes number 4. As we switch our attention to 950 bike. Dave Hall and Hayden Michelle, your first pair. After this, it's Comp Eliminator, to be followed by Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike and Super Street Bike. So Dave Hall, the artist, and the JKE Raceworks machine of Hayden Michelle. 950 is the target. Both can do it. Can they do it now? .962 for Hayden. He was well and truly off the gas at the stripe. Only 106 miles an hour. .973 for Dave Hall. So Josh McLean with Big Mac, the Booser, going alongside Thomas Cook Abbott. And I've spotted Kathy Taylor down there. And happy birthday, Kathy. Many happy returns. And what better place to spend it than at Santa Pod Raceway, our second home. So, can Josh run 950? Oh, goodness me. You can't see all the digits. It's a 949 with a 9 and a 9. 1/10,000th of a second under. 1/10,000. Oh, my goodness me. Great effort. That's as close as you can get without doing it. Wow. But it is a breakout. Can't believe he went 9:49.99. Oh. Right, okay, little pause in proceedings. Not much of one, because I do believe it's Comp Eliminator up next. But before that, just a little bit of track prep. So gives me a chance to rest the vocal cords on Billy No Mates this weekend. Also, just to let everybody know, there's no live reporting from Dragster today. Well, until much, much later on this afternoon. Graham's work schedule prevented him from being here throughout the day. That's why you're getting no live updates from Dragster. But obviously they will be here on full song Saturday, Sunday, and Graham will be here later on this afternoon. So don't worry why you're not seeing anything. That's the reason is Graham couldn't get his work schedule to work. Okay, just a pause at the moment. Going to give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when Comp Eliminator come round for qualifying here at the Summer Nationals. Here we go then. It is Comp Eliminator. Got to say thanks for additional sponsorship from various companies. Williams Brothers Racing have put 150 quid to the winner here, and an extra 50 quid to the number one qualifier. Enter data analysis. £80 for the winner, 40 quid for runner-up. BSI Transport, 150 quid to the winner, and 50 quid to runner-up. And Marshall Body on repair and restoration, 50 quid to the winner, and 25 quid to runner-up. Additional sport for Comp Eliminator. This is Dan Williams, number 2 in the points chase with the Williams Brothers Chevelle. His index is 1085. Going alongside Spencer Tram with a Quantum Leap Camaro 1168. Where his number is set, but obviously he can go quicker and faster than the numbers say on the board. The idea being is you're given an index for your engine size and power, adder and weight, and you go as hard as fast as you like. 10.17 for Dan Williams and 11.26 for Spencer Tram. So Dan goes number 1, Spencer number 2, and the hits just keep on coming. How good is it to see Phil Norman back out with the Beetle? One of the best looking race cars. 11.30 index for Phil. Going alongside your championship points leader. It is Reuven Dawson with the Honey Wasp. Copo Camaro. 8.80 on the index. Can almost go a second under, but let's see. Beautifully away from Reuven. Now, is he going to go in the 7s? He is. 7.98, 171 mile an hour past there for Reuven. And 11.99 for Phil Norman. So Reuven goes to number 1. Next up, Emma Goddard. I'm not sure if anyone's next to... I think no, Emma's got... Oh, no, shut off there. So is there a problem there for Phil? Well, there is a track inspection in the Slick Tricks lane. So let's just give you an update on the Comp Eliminator points chase. It's Reuven Dawson leading the way at the moment from Dan Williams, number 2. Nick Williams is number 3. Gary Carr, number 4. David Barton, actually not here this weekend, he's number 5. And Terry Newton, he's number 6 in the points chase, but he is 1 meeting down. So it's Emma Goddard and Darren Dewhurst lining up. A pair of front-wheel drive cars down there. But the tractor just going out to have a look. Tell you what, we'll give the airways back to Nitro FM. We'll take it back in a moment when we continue the qualifying here in Comp Eliminator here at the Summer Nationals.
was a hot summer's night. Lord, we couldn't close our eyes. It was a hot summer night. Lord, we couldn't close our eyes. An old woman's shout gave us a fright. She said Willie didn't come back home last night. No. No. Willie used to hang out in the hood, and some of them were up to no good. They told him if he did this job tonight, he'd be a man, he'd be all right. His only sin was trying to belong. But oh, that night it all went wrong. Yeah, let me tell you, Willie was a good boy. He was a constant source of joy. Yes, he was. People used to say the trouble with the man was gambling his life away on a whim. Yes, he did. But I thought he was just all right. But I'm sad to tell you, so sad, Willie didn't come back home last night. No. A good boy. It was a constant source of joy. Yes, he was. People used to say the trouble with the man was gambling his life away on a whim. Yes, he did.
Once again, the incredible SBRC track crew here at Santa Pod. Oh, it's back up and running once again. Just a little bit of a clean up at the very top end of the racetrack, but all dealt with now. So it's Darren Dewhurst with the shed, the Vauxhall Corsa, and it's Emma Goddard with the glitch. This is continuation of Comp Eliminator. So both of these cars run to an index of 950. So can Emma get one into the low nines, possibly even to the 8s here? What, 922 and 992. Amir Akram Ashad then with the anomaly. 9.16 is the index for this front-wheel drive Honda. Gordon Darby having a good look round, just making sure everything is good. So Gordon, obviously street racers, looks after a lot of these front-wheel drive cars, bit of a guru, fair to say. Certainly knows his way around these cars. Can I have Super Street Bike into pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike. Can we have you into the lanes, please? Quite what the Mir was expecting on the launch, but not what he's expecting on the run either. Just trickling up the track. He is moving, but very, very slowly. Just gets over the 1,000-foot mark. Will he get all the way up the quarter? He should do, indeed he does. She got timed out, so doesn't get a number on the board. So Ben Mace with Audios, the Austin Bantam, but what a combination this car is. Ahmed Jamshed with the Silver Surfer, he's next to him. So Ben Mace, I had a chat with Ben on the way down this morning actually. Ben is actually concentrating on 8th mile numbers this weekend. Now if he can get the car to run 4.5 to the 8th, be very, very happy man indeed. So don't be surprised if Ben lifts off the gas at the 8th or after the 8th. .110 to 60 foot all over the place. And actually sort of coasting at the top end there. 858, 114 miles an hour. 505 to the 8th mile, but that was due to a major wander before he got there. But yes, as I say, Ben concentrating on 8th mile today. Lloyd Perkins with the Oldsmobile up next. So again, just letting Lloyd take the reins this weekend. Index of 7.99, that's a super modified index. Car capable of running in the mid-sevens. Can we please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator up next. After Comp Eliminator is Motorsports UK Pro Modified, so don't go anywhere, as it'll be the Pro Mods after Comp Eliminator. Let's see how Lloyd gets on. Clicks it just before 1,000 foot. Goes 841 at 124. Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55. And I do believe this is the last car in Comp Eliminator for this session anyway. We've certainly got more cars than we've had run. Obviously, Ahmed Jamshed is just towed back to the pits, so he hasn't got a run on the board for this session. Nick Williams hasn't got a run on the board. I know he's booked in as well. We haven't seen Terry Newton, although I've seen Terry in the pits. I haven't seen Petros either. Phil Jewett is in the pits, but haven't seen him yet. Kev Jenkins yet to put a run in as well. So yeah, there's a few of them, but they'll be down for Q2 later on. This is Rob Smallworth then. Again, another one from the Sumo Index of 799. What can he do? Nicely away. 111 to 60 foot. But still down hard. A little bit of water at the top end, but a 779 to 173. Rob goes to number 5. So that's Comp Eliminator is now Motorsports UK Pro Modified, and it's great to see some of our European teams here this weekend. The FIA Championship a little bit shortened. Dick, I did get your message, mate. I just haven't had a chance to reply. But yeah, great to see some of our European teams here this weekend. I've got 4 of them in the lanes. I don't think all of them will be coming down for this session. But we do have Andre Arnever, John Webster, Andy Robinson and Dave Vector to come and join us. First up, it is John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang going alongside Dave Vector with the Camaro. Well, John Webster's built both of these cars. There's a few years between them in the builds, to be fair. A big hello to everybody tuned in around Europe looking at Pro Modified here today. Oh, I just love Pro Modifieds. 2 big burnouts from 2 highly respected and experienced teams, and 2 drivers that really want to go for it. Messages coming through. Perry's tuned in. Perry, a very good morning to you, mate. So I didn't see you last weekend. I know you were here. I'm going to put a shout out to my good buddy as well, Daryl Bradford. Daryl, I'm assuming will be tuned in at some point, but he is away this weekend. But hope you have a good one, mate. So adjustments on the wheelie bar then for David Vector. So the turbocharged combination for John Webster. And of course the great news last weekend was announced that John Webster has been inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, and rightfully so. what John has done for this sport and for a lot of people involved in it is to the point of being legendary. It really is. So your first pair Pro Mod. Let's see what they got for us then. David's in. John just building up the boost. Will bump in. Here we go. Oh, a bit of a pedal there for David, but he's got his foot back in it. Goes 640 at 182. John goes 729 at 199. The most important thing at this point is they've got numbers on the board. It was a .97, 60 foot for David. 406 at the 8th at 182, but they say there was a very, very big pedal in there as well. So Dave Vector, top of the pile at the moment, but plenty more to come. So only got 2 more Pro Mods in this session. There's Andre Arnever with the Mustang, another turbocharged combination, and he got the supercharged Camaro of Andy Robinson. So both cars firing up round the corner. So Europe's quickest Pro Mod then. Andre Arnever coming around the corner, the first into the 5.6s. And oh boy, a new look for Andy Robinson. My goodness me, that looks absolutely phenomenal. When you see the anger management Camaro come around, have a good look at this new colour scheme. It's still the same car and it is still the same colours, but the striping and everything just looks fantastic. So yeah, slight twist on the graphics there for the anger management Camaro. It looks killer. It really does look good. Oh, I like it. I don't know if Andy's liking the way the car's working at the moment, though. It's a very unusual burnout, and he's just tried to get some more heat into the tyres, but it hasn't quite worked. So anyway, we'll see what happens. So the fast forward racing Mustang, Andre Arnever from Estonia. Is he going to open his account with a 5-second pass here off the trailer? Fair to say that Andre does get a lot of runs in the car throughout the season. Every available opportunity there is a run or time for a run available to him, he'll take it. That's allowed him to be the quickest Pro Mod. His record is 5.695, 262 miles an hour. .262 actually did it at the door slammer, so it's not an actual I say he's running out of class, shall we say, but it was still phenomenal to see. So, supercharged car against turbo once again. Camaro versus Mustang once again. Andy Robinson representing the UK. Andre Arnever representing Estonia. This your second pair in Pro Mod here at the Summer Nationals. Well, who needs a burnout, Mr. Robinson? 625, 216 was a little bit slower than we expected at the stripe, but it's good enough for number one at the moment. Both of them 106, well 106 for Andy, 102 to Andre at the 60 foot. 819 was the end result for Andre Arnever, but number one at the moment. 625 at 216 for Andy Robinson. So nobody with what I would call really stout numbers in Pro Mod, but this is their first runs of the weekend. They've still got more qualifiers to come. And of course, we still have more cars to come as well. Next up is Top Fuel Bike. And we've got a few of them here this weekend. Really good to see. You can see Street Eliminator in the lanes as well. So we've got so much to get done today, which we absolutely love. But it's Top Fuel Bike to be followed by Super Street Bike. And then it will be Street Eliminator. It's good to see Graham Smith more this morning. He'll be coming up for colour commentary on Street Eliminator. Just a little bit of work out there. Can I please have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Can I have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Just a little bit of track prep going on out there at the moment. Whilst they're doing that, just give the airwaves Nitro FM. We'll take it back very shortly. And of course, it will be Top Fuel Bike when we come back. FIA Championship, a little bit shortened. Dick, I did get your message, mate. I just haven't had a chance to reply. But yeah, great to see some of our European teams here this weekend. I've got 4 of them in the lanes. I don't think all of them will be coming down for this session. But we do have Andre Arnever, John Webster, Andy Robinson and Dave Vector to come and join us. First up, it is John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang going alongside Dave Vector with the Camaro. Well, John Webster's built both of these cars. There's a few years between them in the builds, to be fair. A big hello to everybody tuned in around Europe looking at Pro Modified here today. Oh, I just love Pro Modifieds. 2 big burnouts from 2 highly respected and experienced teams, and 2 drivers that really want to go for it. Messages coming through. Perry's tuned in. Perry, a very good morning to you, mate. Sorry I didn't see you last weekend. I know you were here. I'm going to put a shout out to my good buddy as well, Daryl Bradford. Daryl, I'm assuming he'll be tuned in at some point, but he is away this weekend. But hope you have a good one, mate. So adjustments on the wheelie bar then for David Vector. So the turbocharged combination for John Webster. And of course the great news last weekend was announced that John Webster has been inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, and rightfully so. What John has done for this sport and for a lot of people involved in it is to the point of being legendary. It really is. So your first man Pro Mod. Let's see what they got for us then. David's in. John just building up the boost. We'll bump in. Here we go. Oh, a bit of a pedal there for David, but he's got his foot back in it. Goes 640 at 182. John goes 729 at 199. The most important thing at this point is they've got numbers on the board. It was a .97, 60 foot for David. 406 at the 8th at 182, but they say there was a very, very big pedal in there as well. So Dave Vector, top of the pile at the moment, but plenty more to come. So only got 2 more Pro Mods in this session. There's Andre Arnever with the Mustang, another turbocharged combination, and he got the supercharged Camaro of Andy Robinson. So both cars firing up round the corner. So Europe's quickest Pro Mod then. Andre Arnever coming around the corner, the first into the 5.6s. And oh boy, a new look for Andy Robinson. My goodness me, that looks absolutely phenomenal. When you see the anger management Camaro come around, have a good look at this new colour scheme. It's still the same car and it is still the same colours, but the striping and everything just looks fantastic. So yeah, slight twist on the graphics there for the anger management Camaro. It looks killer. It really does look good. Oh, I like it. I don't know if Andy's liking the way the car's working at the moment, though. It's a very unusual burnout, and he's just tried to get some more heat into the tyres, but it hasn't quite worked. So anyway, we'll see what happens. So the Fast Forward Racing Mustang, Andre Arnever from Estonia. Is he going to open his account with a 5-second pass here off the trailer? Fair to say that Andre does get a lot of runs in the car throughout the season. The available opportunity, there is a run or time for a run available to him, he'll take it. And that's allowed him to be the quickest Pro Mod. His record is 5.695, 262 miles an hour. .262 actually did it at the door slammer, so it's not an actual I say he's running out of class, shall we say, but it was still phenomenal to see. So, supercharged car against Turbo once again. Camaro versus Mustang once again. Andy Robinson representing the UK. Andre Oliver representing Estonia. This is your second pair in Pro Mod here at the Summer Nationals. Well, who needs a burnout, Mr. Robinson? 625, 216 was a little bit slower than we expected at the strike, but it's good enough for number one at the moment. Both of them 106, well 106 for Andy, 102 to Andre at the 60 foot. 819.
Transmission goes off to air. It was just all happening so quick.
It did.
And then I arrived in Ohio just for a couple of days of rest, if you like, after the work weekend, thinking I just need to turn off my brain for a moment. And there's a parcel waiting at the door, and it's a full Simpson race suit.
Incredible.
Absolutely
incredible.
And at that point, my compass was spinning just out of control.
And it hasn't really stopped spinning since.
No.
Despite you trying to calm it down a little bit.
Victoria Smith and Leah Kellett set up a Just Giving, and it's not that, I'm not a fan of that kind of thing, but we've always just pursued to get the car to where we can get it to with what we've got and what we have and what we're trying to get to. So it was very kind of them to do it. And Stuart, colleague at work, or crew, Stuart, and he called me and says, you need to check this page. I'm like, I can't look at that right now, Stuart. I really can't look at that right now. But and it just kept just so many things, and then obviously we've been Brian Whitfield came to see the car and assessed it, and we've just had to keep the foot down in terms of the biggest thing was getting the car stripped. It was an absolute mess. Like I say, Rob, Trudy and Rachel and Chris there, they had the awful job of all that everything, just a total mess of getting all that off the car. And Tom, Bagley, he was helping me as well, just get the tin work out, and Pete and Paul Grace Smith was in the back holding on to the little nuts so we could get the back window out, and she turned out looking like Al Jolson, like she'd come out of the coal mine. So everybody was getting stuck in, and it was just a tremendous pull to get this car just as stripped as we could get it off to the sandblasters, and then that's where it was done yesterday. I've had a few images, I've posted them on the page, and it just starts to feel like we're turning a bit of a corner now. And obviously the biggest question is what we're going to do next. And I am delighted. We were going to do one of these big secret things, but we're going to go twin turbo. We've had lots of fun with nitrous, and we're not saying it was an issue that we still don't know what caused it. But we're going to go down this route. We've been doing this for a long, long time, and we've had lots of fun using the nitrous. Amazing photographs, amazing PBs, all through that. But it's a time and place where we can make that decision now. And even though it's still a little bit of a whirlwind, we can pursue that.
A man who famously posted a video said, "I hate turbos."
I'm never going to live that down. And it was taken totally out of context, by the way. But I've got Chris Slater to thank for that. But
that was good fun.
We've had lots of fun. In fact, that's the whole point. It's just been tremendous fun, and the actual incident itself does still live with me quite strongly. But I've got to just say that the crew and the medical crew and the fire crew, we just astound. We've actually been to see everybody this morning, as I said before, with gifts and cuddles, but and just to say huge thanks, because their actions on the day were just flawless. You know, we got on with getting that everybody safe, and that was the key thing. So we're extremely happy.
No, you're absolutely spot on. Don't go anywhere, Gray. You're here for Street Eliminator.
Yep.
Enjoy a bit of Top Fuel Bike and Super Street Bike.
We'll
Put this in the tab.
Rachel said, "Don't waffle."
No problem at all, mate. Okay, so Top Fuel Bike. This is Chris Van Nimmen on the Overkill Harley. Good contingent of bikes here this weekend. Thunderous machines, they really are.
I was going to say, you can feel that through
You
your
can.
seat.
Absolutely bonkers. But the only thing that this would have in common with your car would be probably the piston size, because that's 1.2 litre per pot in there.
And when we're pitted down there, so when they come past, it's just absolutely ground shaking.
Oh, unfortunately, there is a very, very small fluid drop underneath the bike, and Chris just telling the other Chris actually to just switch the machine off. You cannot risk these bikes if there is any fluid whatsoever coming from them.
I can vouch for that.
But we'll get at least, we'll get 3 more cracks at it over the course of the weekend. So let's have a look on the other side. Great to see Ryan Davison down there with the Meteor Missile, a bike that he acquired summer last year. Took it to Silverstone Festival.
Oh, brilliant.
And that was the first time he actually got on the bike and fired it up.
Wow, how about that?
So that was his first experience. Yeah. Obviously, Phil Crossley was there, who's very experienced on Top Fuel bike. And Ryan flipped the throttle. And he flipped it like a funny bike. He didn't expect it to do what it did. And he was like, whoa!
Yeah.
But, so actually, Ryan will be licensing today. So a fair bit different from the funny bike that he used to ride. Now Ryan, a very good rider, rode the funny bike, it won it to the 7s, but this is an all new ball game, it really is. So the Meteor Missile, it's a Puma. Bike's been around a few years. But Ryan in the licensing process. Best of luck, mate. Very nice throttle whack, if you like, off the launch there, 114 to 60 foot. But Ryan has basically said, you know, I did some licensing runs last year, but I'm going to go back to basics to start the process again.
Yeah, good thing.
The only run he had actually was the national finals last year.
Wow.
But that bike is going to be a phenomenal combination when he gets it sorted. Can I have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch. We have you into the pairing lanes. Well, not only has Ryan got hold of a bike, he's become a dad as well, so congratulations on that. It's all happening in Ryan's life at the moment.
He's going to be a busy chap.
Right, so it's Dewey Luke's down there on the triple. That is the Rocket, and going alongside, I believe they will be side by side. Neil Midgley down there. Neil's getting quite a few runs in this season, actually. If it's not a full-blown class event, he will come along, and
Yeah.
it's not like a run beat run for him, but it is good to get some testing in. And actually, I do think it's going to be Jerry on his own, and then it'll be Steve Willett and Neil Midgley.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the triple.
Yeah. Wow.
It is an amazing machine. Phil Bainbridge's bike that Jerry, this bike has been into the fives, not with Jerry on board. Jerry, a very, very accomplished rider. Again, stepping up to top fuel bike. I believe it's his second season on the machine. Well, took it all the way to the 8th there. 103 to 60 foot, 430 at 144 to the 8th. And just coasts across the line, 772 at 121.
That was phenomenal. He was counterbalancing that.
Yeah, well, you can't steer them. You have to shift.
You see it, I think from this angle, it's really apparent.
Yeah.
You know, from the sides, you don't see it probably as much, but wow.
And if a bike is fully on song, the front wheel will not touch the ground until after the finish line.
It just all the way through.
It's just bonkers, and that's when you realise that fast bike riders are seriously unhinged. You would not get me doing it.
No.
Bizarrely, yesterday, bikes scare me. I'll be totally honest with you. I've never fallen off one. That's because I hardly ever ride one, but.
I did.
I was invited to have just to try out the Storm.
Right.
Funny bike.
Right.
Just to sit on it, and my goodness me, what a machine!
Yeah.
You know, you are literally stretched out on it. Not quite sure what happened there. Neil started, but taking his gloves off. Seeing how quickly they pounce on the machine. Very well organised, but
looks like a handy box.
it depends if
You
the bike had
remembered
gone over
everything.
to nitro or not.
Right.
Because if they do, then they've got to take the plugs out and crank the bike over and get any nitro
Yeah, of course.
out of the bike before they can start again. Because if they did try to start with any nitro in the chambers whatsoever, then
Not quite
it ain't
the
going
same,
to work.
Not quite the same, but years ago, Stuart and I were here at Bug Jam with Snow White, and I turned the wheel to get in, and it was at 180, and I reach in to purge the nitrous. Right?
Yeah.
Except I'm like, I can hear it, but it's not purging. And then I looked, and the wheel's opposites.
Yeah.
We filled the engine up with nitrous, took the plugs out, spun it over, blew it all out.
Yeah.
Thinking, that's done its do, 20 minutes, sure, that's fine. Charged the batteries up and everything. Started it up. Bang! It was all in the exhaust.
Yeah.
Stuart and I were deaf for about 40 minutes.
Yeah. So then what they do now, that all the plugs are out, they'll turn it over
Yeah.
just to clear all those chambers, and then plugs back in. But just how quickly they got themselves organised to do that. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, I need to mention something as well. So
Yes.
Phil Kenyon is very, very, he's in scrutineering, of course. He's very, and this has been a subject, obviously, for us, concerning subjects. So and we've had lots of people reaching out to us about this, that and safety suits and all the rest of it. So he's more than happy to check anyone that goes down there, their fire suppression system, just to make sure that they're happy, he's happy, because obviously, as you know, we were pulling on ours and it didn't go off.
Yeah.
And we that was a pretty big one for us. So I've got lots of notes I'm writing up, and we want to get out there to just some awareness, really, because we all take for granted we've got fire suppression and so on, but there isn't really a way you can test it.
Yeah.
and Phil is just putting it out there for anyone that has got questions or even just want to get their car looked at. He's more than happy to do it.
Yeah.
So yes, anyone that wants to do that, please reach out to Phil Kenyon and he'll happily oblige. So because Martin Hill of Fire Force, Martin Hill, he's reached out to us and very kindly providing us with a Spa 70.1 fire suppression.
Yeah.
So we're so grateful for all this. It's just incredible the amount of people reaching out to us at the moment, and it's very hard to keep up with, to be honest. And it's like I say, it's continuing to keep us we're just so busy with everything else. But we want to make sure we keep thanking these wonderful companies that are reaching out to us.
Well, Neil Midgley's ready to fire once again. That's how well drilled they are.
That was in quick time, wasn't it?
That was pretty impressive, I must admit. And he will be going alongside Steve Willett. Steve just waiting patiently down there.
Wow, that smell.
It's an incredible machine running on course on nitro. So you've got pair of nitro top fuel bikes here. Neil Midgley on the Callum Motorsport Puma and Steve Willett on the dealer. Steve concentrates on ACU top fuel bike. Doesn't run on the European Tour. But then Steve Willett has more me championships that a lot of people can only dream of holding.
Wow, they look so heavy to push down.
So top fuel bike qualifying round number 1. What have they got for us? Wow, this one's all Neil Midgley. Oh, just clicks it after half track.
That was phenomenal.
Still goes 690 at 124, 0.98 to 60 foot, 390 at 176 at the 8th, but was already off the throttle. He was feathering it by then. Steve Willett. Don't think he's going to get a number on the board. He's just about reached the 1,000 foot out there at the moment. But as I say, we do have more opportunities. So Steve Willett will need the quad, I think, just to get him towed through the first exit. Steve actually had a 60 foot or 169, but as I say, I think the engine had actually died by the time he actually reached the 60 foot. But a good run in the end there for Neil Midgley, despite coming off the gas just after the 8th, coasting to a 690 at 124. It is Super Street Bike up next. And the numbers that these bikes are running these days are absolutely insane. Insane.
Yeah,
considering
I was watching them sort of another event, but I was sat up in the grandstands and it is incredible watching those go.
I'm in 6.6s now, 220 mile an hour plus.
I know, it's crazy.
No wheelie bars, and it's a street-based tyre, so the contact patch is about the size of your palm of your hand.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no slick.
Phenomenal engineering to keep the bikes down.
Yeah. I mean, if you're seeing 60 foot times now, 116, 115, something like that. It is just absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. So just getting Steve moved from the top of the track. As a top fuel bike will continue.
See Rachel down there.
Yeah, so the quad just moving around the corner.
So a few weeks ago, Colin, I was at the National Peak Dragway in Ohio, sat in the tower. There's nobody in it, but it was a cool view. Yeah, Tom and Julie Wilhelm over there, they took me down there for a chill out, and it was a casual small event, and there was about 350 cars just queuing up to go.
So your first pair then, Chris Reed taking on Jack Shook. Boyce's back tyre protested and said, no, I'm not going to give you the grip that you want. Jack Shook looking on a decent run here, 750, 177. Has been quicker, but he'll take that to open up. Josh Stubbins taking on Brad Head. So Brad representing JKE Raceworks.
Oh.
Well, Josh goes 754, 179. Not what Brad was looking for, though.
Yeah, he hung on to that.
Yeah, he held on to that very well indeed. I'm not quite sure. Well, actually, let's have a look at that run again for Brad. So we're looking at, on the replay, the bike on the right-hand side in the Slick Tricks lane. Yeah, that was very odd. So Brad's actually stopped at half track.
He stopped quite quick too, didn't he?
I think he's trying to get the bike into neutral at the moment, but it's not moving. Just checking out the track as well. So obviously we need to get. Very odd one, that. Very, very odd indeed. Can we have Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, Quad, I think he's just make an appearance from the top end, but I would have said that the back end is locked up for some reason.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Brad would have moved the bike by now. Very strange.
It's difficult to see, but
Yeah.
I was wondering if that had happened, but there's no big black line.
No, there's
Not
nothing.
that I can see.
Nothing at all.
Do you remember when Andy Bond had a lock-up? His caliper.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And he did a signature all the way down, didn't he?
front wheel was locked the whole
It
run,
was,
wasn't
yeah.
it?
It ate through his tyre and his wheel.
It wasn't noticed because obviously when the car's on the run, it's not under load. It's just when he come off the power and then the weight then drops back down to the front. They go, that's when it gave up, wasn't it? Oh no, he has actually made it off the track under his own power, but there is a bit of a head scratching going on there for Brad, so he'll be back out later on. But as I say, one of the more weird ones, that. So as a quick look into the lanes, obviously we got the rest of a Super Street bike. Jake Michelle, what's he going to run for us today? Margot Schmidt has made the trip back over again. Welcome back to the UK, of course. Steve Venables, Mark Dainty, stepping up Super Street bike this year from Combike. And yeah, it is one hell of a class these days. Then it will be Street Eliminator. After that, it's obviously what Graham is here for this weekend. But yeah, just a little bit of a groom there where literally Brad came to stop. So Graham, obviously here all weekend long. Not a day visitor, are you?
No.
So will you still, obviously, because you're here with Street Eliminator, and they are your closer family of the bigger family of the drag
very
racing
close
world.
family.
So you'll still go out on the cruise with them, and
yeah, we're going to do all that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is we planned to do this because we wanted to just obviously come and say a lot of thank yous to everybody, but at the same time, I've got to get my head around this turbo arc, if you like.
Yeah,
So I'll pay a little more closer attention to that. Plus, we wanted to enjoy the weekend and just have a relaxing some time off. As it's been a bit crazy, but we'll be back for the Bug Jam because my dad's coming over. And
he is.
He wants to come
fantastic.
back. He enjoyed it so much last year. He's coming back.
Yeah.
So he'll fly,
well, we talked about the teapot earlier. They will probably end up back there again then.
Yeah. He's a bit more prepared this time. Last year it was play that.
Yeah.
So so we're looking forward to that. And I think after that, I mean, the Euros is always a favourite of mine, whether I'm racing or not. But we've got to get on. There's a lot to do, and we don't want it to become a 2-3 year project. We really want to get on with it. So
yeah, you have to, obviously, because everybody's just cracking on immensely well. The emotional part of getting it all stripped is done.
It's done, but it's not over with. Yeah, it's,
now the Phoenix project really kicks in.
That's it. We're kicking into gear now.
Right, here we go then. Alan Morrison Jr. and Steve Venables. Well, Steve, one of the most experienced Super Street bike riders ever. But Alan Morrison, fair to say he's one of the new breed that's come through. Super quick rider. And this is a phenomenal pairing. Steve, he could be joining Street Eliminator soon. His car is almost there. He's started to do the runs now.
I had a rear end gearing change in the rear of the Grimhilda, so I saw it on the ramp, and
118 60 foot for Alan Morrison. That is going to be a 6, but what flavour? Oh, no, he was way off the gas at the strike. I think that's what happened when you look at the screen more than you look at the run. 765, 141 to a 762, 156. But 118 for 60 foot, that is super quick.
But yeah, that Mustang, wow. I mean, just wow. John Webster's done a phenomenal job on that. Yeah. And it looks like an absolute
The thing is for
ship.
Steve, obviously he's here racing in Super Street bike this weekend, and that's what he knows. And it's like a whole new world.
Oh, it's a total
going
culture
into,
shock.
and he's like, I've got this cage around me now, and I've got to get SFI this and SFI that. He said, that's like he's getting on a bike and just riding it. It was really bizarre. But anyway, next pair, Kostas Giannopoulos. Oh, another one of the JKE Racework bikes going alongside Mark Dainty with the Booser. Now the former comp bike rider back up to Super Street bike. Kostas bizarrely had to start racing in the lesser classes to get enough track time before he could go Super Street bike. Well, Mark Dainty's back end was stepping out all over the place there. Still goes 757, slots it number 3, and then Kostas goes number 6. Not with the runs that they really want this weekend. But as I say, it is first time out. One thing I have noticed is the wind speed's picked up, and it's a proper headwind for them as well.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas the flags were a little bit limp earlier, they've certainly turned into a stronger breeze now, and the wind turbine's really going well.
We always used to turn right down for their first, always. Even when we were using nitrous, decided to use nitrous on the first pass, we always turned it down to like a 3,000 RPM launch, even that, and phase it in slow.
Rodolfo Maduro then with the GSX, and of course the one and only Jake Michelle. Now then, I've never seen Jake really sort of take it easy these days. He's out there and he wants every single run. He wants the data on every single run. He uses every single pass as a competition pass, and yet as a test pass at the same time. But a little bit of concern in the Kestrel lane. All the spotters are out at the top end. So they now have a look at the racetrack itself just to make sure.
Good eyes, because it looked like a good run.
No, I think there may be
Bit of fluid,
something where
maybe.
Dougie is. Well, first round a little bit challenging out there. It's, yeah, fingers crossed. Nothing untoward up there. But they do have, as we know, the team right at the far end of the racetrack, and if anything is untoward with any car, any bike, then they radio down to the start line and the spotters just to go and check the track as well. So that's what's just happened at the moment. Ian is in the tractor. I think he's about to make a move. Indeed he is. So I'll tell you what, we'll just take a break just for a moment. Nitro FM, if you could take the airwaves, back with you shortly with more fun and games here at the Summer Nationals. Okay, as we are back, and it is still Super Street Bike, Street Eliminator up next. This is Margot Schmidt. Now, Margot has got everything in the locker now to go super quick. As I say, that headwind has made it a little bit of a concern for the riders out there. But the sun's come out, it is warming up out there. And Margot has, as I say, the capability to go number one here. Let's see. Well, she does take the number one, 7:48, 1:75. Not the cleanest of runs that she's ever had, but she'll take that one for the time being. And we've still got plenty more time. Okay, next up then, Jake Michelle and Rodolfo Maduro. These two were lined up underneath the tower, getting ready to put their runs in when we just had that pause. So the last pair in Super Street Bike. Brad's already made it back down to the start line, goodness me. Done his run and then he's come down to support his governor. Right, will Jake go straight into the sixes? Let's see. Mind you, Rodolfo, not one here to hang about either. Jake, 122 to 60 foot. He's in the middle of his lane. Drifting over towards the centre line. Goes 7:18 at 184. Rodolfo goes 8:45, 156. And Jake Michelle does in fact lead the pack going into Q2 later on. So 7:18 is your number one qualifier at the moment. But there is still plenty more to come from them. Okay. The Bluebird goes out. And it is Street Eliminator up next. So, Street Eliminator cars, they get the extra traction as such. Does this really help them? Do they need the glue to get down?
Oh, sorry. Yes, yes. There's so much torque that these guys produce. I mean, in the Nitrous car, you've got to get on with it. 300 feet, you've got to be all in and done and on your way.
Yeah.
The turbo cars, they're piling it in all the way down the track, so it's a consistent torque build all the way.
Yeah.
And you've seen the capability of some of the numbers. So it's and there's been quite. I mean, this Rob Slater in the Chevy there. He's this is his first run in the car this year because he was out in the 34 before that, and now we've got the engine back together and all ready to go. So
yeah.
Since they PB'd in the sevens, and we were all absolutely thrilled.
Oh,
yeah,
that was a very happy moment.
Mr. Higgs he's been hobbling around for the last 4 or 5 weeks with he pulled his back.
Yeah, caught up with Tony, and he said he's lifting a roll of fiberglass or something like that.
For me,
his back went, didn't it?
He was doing it for me to build the front end of the car.
I can't believe it.
So he's been totally incapacitated. And his son Andrew is a friend of him putting the engine together, and they've gone right down in cubic inch size. It's 509, I believe now. So.
Yeah. But it means that the internals can rotate faster.
Yes, and I think his gearing's there. So I don't think much else has changed in terms of his gearing setup. But I think this is going to be a good test pass for him, and he's really looking forward to seeing what this will do. To pull this. And Tony just, moments happen to Tony, and whack, he's back on track before you know it.
Well, I mean, how Tony can get an engine rebuilt and put together in a short space of time.
Without
everybody else
himself.
everybody else is struggling like that, and Tony pulls it off. But no, he's done it. And fair dues, because obviously putting your back out, the last thing you want to be doing is climbing in a kids' activity centre through all of the bars.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I jokingly say that. Obviously, a race car is just full of bars. And you have to be a bit of a contortionist to get yourself in and out of these things.
I'm so happy that he's on his feet and he's got some mobility and he's getting on with it. But that's Tony. He doesn't stop, does he?
Well, not only that, he did get Katie to the prom.
Yes, he did. Yes,
which was another battle for him. So he managed to achieve that. So well done.
Yep.
And that's it. I mean, put it this way: if your dad's in Street Eliminator, you have to go in that car to the prom. There is no other option, is there? So, yeah, well done to Katie Higgs. Looked absolutely fabulous, as do everybody when they go to their proms. But rock up in a Street Eliminator Ford Capri.
You can't beat it.
Nah, it's just the best. It's just the best. And I know she was very proud of that. So
yeah, my eldest
Katie.
Granddaughter Elsie's like, "You better be taking me out in that, Grandad, when it comes back."
Yeah.
So, promises made.
So, Street Eliminator at the moment, the championship points chase sees Victoria Smith in the lead at the moment with the Boost Monkey Buick. Rob Carter currently in second place. Joe, number 3. That car has just, my goodness me.
It's just, you just fall for it as soon as you see it. That stopped me in my tracks in Derby on the street weekend last year. I was, what on earth? And where did this come from?
Yeah.
And it's such a killer looking car.
Yeah.
It's so.
I think the word
so
is sick, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think the word is sick.
But yeah, that one definitely stops me in my tracks. But and yeah, I think we're still in 4th.
Yeah, you are. I think you might tumble this weekend, mate.
Yeah,
but,
I think we're going to. Yeah.
But no, it's great. And also you got the likes of Michael D'Souza.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, street weekend, runs his first ever 9.
I know.
And then...
Cam Gear.
Oh, I was gutted for it.
We were trying to get him going big time.
I've been chatting a lot to Michael at some of the events. He was here at Dragster on the Friday. Had a little catch-up with him in the pits. And he's just always happy.
He was like an excitable child all weekend that weekend. He was just
top bloke.
Elated, bless him.
Absolute top bloke. And,
in fact, Tom is bringing my radials down off the car. Off the header, and we're going to put them on the Zephyr.
Oh, wow.
Zodiac. We're going to find out, just like Snow White, what difference it makes and if you can get some gains from it instantly. And
that'd be good.
It's worth the trial. But here comes Joe.
So, Joe Baxter coming around the corner then. What a killer car. And it's in a funny sort of way, it looks undramatic.
No, it doesn't have to say anything, does it?
But it doesn't. You're dead right. It doesn't.
And then Rob's is, wow, you know. The designers of those cars back then must have just freehand to just do whatever they want, but...
Yeah, no computers, no CAD-CAM.
Yeah, just...
Well, computers weren't really invented back then, were they? We didn't even have a ZX Spectrum back then. Unbelievable.
Joe likes to get on with it too. He gets on with his burnout. He's straight up to the line. He's just a... if you notice, Joe, he's always up there.
He's there.
He gets
He's
straight
on it.
Rob's 57 is absolutely stunning.
It's been through a few incarnations over the years,
it has,
isn't it?
And that's the evolution, isn't it? You keep changing things to make it better. Oh, nice launch there.
Tiny chirp of the tires, but not much. That should be a low 8.
He's on it.
834, 169.
Yeah. Joe will get that sorted. He will get that combination set up. And then it'll just be...
Still good turn of speed though, 164 strike.
That's what I mean. They get on with it up there.
Right, everything crossed then for Tony Higgs with the Triggers Broom Capri. Going alongside James Murray. Now James, a consistent mid 9 second runner now. It's not a flash in the pan.
Yeah, he's getting his consistency there. He's such a lovely guy, Jim. He's at a Black Sabbath concert tomorrow, so he's got to make sure he qualifies today.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, wow.
Tony off the line like a ballistic missile.
He said he was going to take it easy.
This is Tony Higgs, by the way. 770, 185. Very nice to see.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Seriously impressed with that. But it's the way it left the line. It just went.
Sat up.
Wow.
Got on with it.
And hello, where did the O2 reaction time come from?
That was his anxiousness, waiting to get on with it.
So 951.
What a run from Tony. That's blown my brain a bit.
But there we go, James Murray, mid-9s again.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right, Michael D'Souza with the Zephyr going alongside Nigel Hell with the Chevy.
Looking around Nigel's truck this morning, you know, that is a colossal thing. You don't really get appreciation for the weight.
Yeah.
He's towing a housing estate. I think Michael's Nitro's kicked in hard there.
It did.
Lit them up immediately, and he just kept in it. Good boy.
1066
Yeah.
plays 1094.
That truck in the 10 is still crazy to think about.
Yeah. Okay, two cars that are capable of seriously fast numbers.
Yeah.
200 mile an hour plus for Mark Sheridan, been in the sevens.
Just had his gearbox repaired and back in the car.
And the points leader, Victoria Smith.
Yeah, her consistency is what's really making this happen. She's just slightly pointing left there.
Oh, Mark's
no.
bumped through stage. So Vix will just build up the boost. Oh, she nearly went through as well.
Yeah. I might have put her off there, but she was slightly pointing left. You see the lines?
It's a good looking run.
Yeah.
796,
Yeah,
189.
yeah. It's in the back for the first one. Pete was quite conservative on his tune this morning. We sat there and he was showing me the ins and outs of it.
Yeah.
So I hope Mark gets a clean one here. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, back end stepped out there. Mark was very quick to gather that up. And he's booted it again.
Yeah.
974, 140. Yeah, that was very twitchy.
Yeah. When you look at the quality of Mark's car, everything has a place where it lives.
Yeah.
It's the design on it is incredible. And one of my hot favourites for the weekend is the Bentley. To
It's
see
so
that Bentley
good to
back,
see it back.
oh,
So good.
I was talking to Bill last night, and the work he's had to do on that to get it back.
He's become super chatty as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a real good chat with him last
And
night.
of course, Rob has got to get this done today and get on the ferry. He's at
He's over Sweden.
He's doing the street week in Sweden.
Oh, good lad.
There's only one crew guy with him, and they've got to hot tail it out of
Well, the
here
rest
as soon
have
as he
already
gets
set
to
off, have
quali.
they? Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Most of them are there. But yeah, the Bentley, wow, it's so good to see that back.
Well, Bill's owned the car unbelievably for 3 years.
Yeah.
That's how long it's taken
Yeah.
him to get it back.
Oh yeah, I know. He was telling me about the workload on it,
Yeah.
and it's staggering what he's had to go to get there to do it. And but good for him. Nice launch.
Oh, and this is all about Bill, this one.
Wow.
694
That's
mile an hour
incredible.
past. Oh, wow.
He will be so happy with that.
I've got goosebumps
He
from
will
that
be
one.
so happy with that.
Oh, boy, that was worth
Because his
it.
last outing was Street Weekend.
Yeah.
He went 8-0.
Yeah. 764, 194 for
Wow.
Bill Madone with the Bentley. 788, 185
That's
for Rob
incredible.
Carter.
Yeah. And well done, Rob, of course, yes.
And he struck the tyres a bit on the run. I mean, look at the 60-foot difference. Rob was 121, 128 for Bill.
Yeah. 509.
Yeah, that was cracking. Right, great.
Thank you so much. Wow,
Thanks,
look at
mate.
John Dalrymple's
I
paint
know.
job.
Yeah, that proper
incredible.
glistens, doesn't it? Please come up for the second session if you can.
Yes, I will. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Okay, mate.
Thank you very much, Colin.
No. Pleasure, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, next up then, it is the wonderful world of Supergas. And, well, Tony Morris was up here a minute ago. He's popped out for a while, but your first pair just went through there. John Dalrymple goes 10.76. And Sarah Unsworth. There's the other car that has went there as well. Right, next up, Stu Doyney and Vic Parsons. Stu is number one in the points chase at the moment in Supergas. Vic Parsons is there as well. Let's have a look at these two then. The aim of the game is 990. Big throttle stop for Stu. Vic does it on feel. So Vic will coast at the stripe. Stu will go charging past. It'll be pretty close between them. Yeah, 984, 996. Vic Parsons goes to number 1. Stu just a little bit quick. Conrad Stanley with the Ventura alongside Dave Cherrett. Both away well. It's all about the top end, as we know. .10.29 plays 10.75. All right, Dave Fulton and Andy Harrison, your next pair. So 996, Vic Parsons leads the way as things stand at the moment. Tree drops, away they go. Oh, good light there for Dave Fulton. Oh, 989 breakout for Dave Fulton. 988 breakout for Andy Harrison. Oh, so close. But a breakout, unfortunately, is a breakout. You've got to make it count. Next up, it's the Morris boys and Lee Morris. .980 breakout for Stuart, way too quick there. Another breakout also on the other side of the track. Lee Morris goes 987. Wayne Hiscock, Richard Tunstall next pair. We have Junior Drag Bike into the pairing lanes, please. Junior Drag Bike, let's have you into the lanes. So Wayne Hiscock goes 995 to go to number 2, but it's Richard Tunstall that takes the number 1 with a 994. So that is a wrap for Super Gas for this session. Got the Wild Bunch, and I know that they are a little bit down on numbers. Bob Hawkins unfortunately hurt the engine last weekend at Dragster, so we're not even sure if he's actually going to make it this weekend. I know he's not here at the moment, and we know Philippa Turton is here, but I know Phil James had issues last weekend, so it is just Rob Brown at the moment. So 8:43 where I'd like to be. And 861 was the result at 153 miles an hour. Right, moving on to Funny Bike. Okay, Martin Zylstra. I think he's just been told to shut it off by. Yeah, there is a little bit of a leak. I think it's just coming from the front of the engine there, so shut it off. So Roger Moore, phenomenal rebuild to get the bike back to the track this weekend. And a planned half past by the looks of it. Did what he was told to do for a change. 110, 60 foot. That was working well. And coasting to an 858, 105. It's actually a number on the board as well. It counts as a qualifier. But Rog, with that first run, having rebuilt the bike and literally split everything the last time, he was in the burnout box. And yeah, seeing the internals of the engine literally on the start line was what we wanted to see, and we thought, oh goodness me, they're going to be out for a while, but no, they weren't. They're back already. Can I have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Right, next up then, it's Lionel and Lorcan. So Lionel from France with the Busa. Made the final last time out, actually, but I wasn't here for the trophy presentation. It was a little bit odd. So apologies for pronouncing if I get this wrong on the surname, but La Ligue I'm going to go with. So you're going to be on solo, actually, Lionel. Lorcan, slight issue. So they're just going to push back, and got to say thanks to Lorcan and the team. I actually tried that bike out for size yesterday. Phenomenal machine, that. Goes 740 at 186. Cracking pass there for Lionel. Thomas Joswig and Sean Branch, your next pair in Funny Bike. Oh, Sean, when he went on the chip, he just lurched forward, took him out of stage. So Thomas goes 770 at 157. And Sean just been pushed back at the moment. So, get another crack at it later on. So next up then, Eric Richard from France, the Team Brothers racing bike. So Eric has the track to himself. Lovely launch, straight as a die. A little bit to the left at the stripe, but still goes 6:45 at 211 miles an hour. That is a cracking pass. Actually, that's the quickest two-wheeled pass of all the classes so far this weekend. And it was in the last pairing of funny bike. Right, move on with Combike. This is Pete Slater and Jasmine Cordell. So again, no breakouts, no dial-ins. It's just flat out. Whoever goes the quickest becomes the highest qualifier. Jazz, if you can keep it off the centre line, she'll keep the taps open. But unfortunately, it's for now. There is no time on the board. What a shame, because that looked pretty good. Next up then, Chris Neary and Michael Piggott. Michael Piggott on one here. What's he got? 7:31 at 199. That gives him the top spot for the time being. Chris Neary goes 10:99 at 94. Shernan Martis and Patrick Rawnsley, your next pair. Oh, Shernan's keen. Off they go. Oh, front wheel comes up there for Shernan. And again, and again. So Patrick goes 8:01. Shernan 8:55. Dan Diaz and 30 Martina, your next pair. Well, can't see 30 down there. Was there a second ago. So, Dan, what can he do? Has the track to himself. Somewhere in the low sevens would be good. Oh, front wheel comes up just after 330 foot. 802 at 185. Paul Hambidge and Graham Dance. Love the way Paul does his burnout. He comes out the burnout box like an absolute rocket ship, rolls up to the line. And to say, the silence hasn't. He's one of the quieter bikes. And I'm not saying he's a shouty guy either, but rides the wheels off this machine. Graham Dance, very experienced rider as well. Good pairing this one. Very good. 763 for Paul, 759 for Graham. Okay, we move on to a junior drag bike. First up, Sophie Taylor and Kian Lester. So this is to the 8th mile. It is actually on a dial-in as well. 1320 the dial-in for Sophie, 1370 for Kian. Well, Sophie goes 15:38 and a 19:21 for Kian. Next pair, Jackson King, George McLean. So Jackson wants 1357, George 1490. Can I have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Jackson goes 1393 on that 1357 dial. And George, with a little monkey business, Gilera goes 1739. Declan Butt and Aisha Harris. So Declan's there in pre-stage. Declan goes into... Ooh, Declan, he went deep there. He has gone deep, but got away with that one. So 8:55 and 11 flat are the dial-ins. Declan's going to get there first with an 8:66. Good enough for number one at the moment. Breakout too quick for Aisha Harris. There's 10:72. All right, John McLean with a Spud Missile. 11:45 dial in for him, going alongside Rico Patterson. Rico looking for 13.95. Spud's going to get there first with an 1180. That'll do nicely. Rico goes 1403, even better. So Rico goes to number 1. Spud goes to number 3. All right, Richard Wilcox down there in the Slick Tricks lane. Dials 960. Charlie London 1270. So Richard goes 1015. Charlie for that 1270 gets a 1355. Lyra Humber 1340 dial in for her. Maggie Smallman is 840. 5 seconds difference on the dial-ins. Comes there for Lyra. Bike rolled forward, actually broke the beams. That's cut. Maggie Smallman goes 848 on an 840 dial-in. Yeah, unfortunately for Lyra, just moving the bike back now. So Maggie goes to number 2. Right, next up, George Parfitt and Samuel Hope and James. George's dad got in touch. It says, can we give a shout out to Lisa, which is James's wife, and Henry, my son, and Olivia, the daughter, who couldn't make it this weekend. Consider that done, James. Consider it done. So Sam Hope looking for a 1090. Issues there for George. Lots of smoke and lots of emotion. 905 for Samuel Hope. That is a monstrous breakout. That's nearly 2 seconds too quick. And the other way round, nearly 2 seconds off is George. The 1251. Funny old game, this drag racing malarkey, isn't it? We're just waiting for the dial-ins to come up. We've got them now. Alia Lester, 950. And Sophie Pollen, 918. .903, and that's the double breakout. 903 on 918 dial and 946 and 950 dial. So Sophie goes 13, Alia 12, and that's purely because of the breakouts. Both too quick. Harry Isaacs, dials 970. Leah Morrison, 8 flat. That's quick. So 814, 987. So that goes to number 4 and number 5. All right, next up, Darcy Cordell. Nicely away from Darcy. Now it's all about the number 1520. Right, approaches the stripe now, goes 15, 16. Oh, less than 400s. Brett, mate, that was close. She's doing great out there, though. She really is. Just 400ths of a second breakout. Okay, on to Super Comp. Well, we're getting towards the end of our first cycle of qualifying. We've got Super Comp, VW Pro, VW Sportsman, and Sportsman ET here at the Summer Nationals. This is Charlie Seaward with the bracketeer. And going along the Mystic Dragster, Ellie Mae Brown. Well, we've already seen Charlie Seaward in Pro ET, but now we get to see him again in a Super Comp. And Ellie Mae Brown with the Dragster. Very comfortable behind the wheel of this machine now. Both capable of going quicker than 890, so you have to do a few things just to get the cars to run the numbers. Both away very well indeed, almost identical reaction times, but it's the numbers at the stripe that count. 894, Charlie Seaward goes to number one. 883, a little bit quick there for Ellie Mae Brown. Very good opener for Charlie though, number one qualifier. Warren Watts and Nathan Holtz up next, and can I please have VW Sportsman into the lanes? So the bricktop Mustang of Nathan Holtz in the Slick Tricks lane, and Warren Watts with the Camaro. Again, both away well. $887 breakout for Warren. $897 the right side for Nathan. So Nathan goes to number two. So it's going to be Leah Kellett and Stevie Gates up next. Again, we've seen both of these two already. One in Pro ET, one in Super Pro. But here they meet in Super Comp. So Stevie Gates with the Zebra, the Camaro. It's the Hailing Island Garage Squad. That's a place I've got to visit actually, the Hailing Island Garage. It's just not the normal motor cars down there. It's a proper custom car and hot rod shop. It really is some beautiful machinery down there. Definitely worth checking out. Well, both of them have to slow down to run 890. Yeah, in Super Dial 7.3 goes to show you big throttle stop on the Dragster. Stevie Gates normally runs 8.5. And it's an 898. Yeah, get it, but Stevie Gates. 893 takes the number 1 spot for the time being. Well done, Stevie. He is currently number 1. Right, Jeff Cowley and Richard Tunstall. That's right, both shut off. Wonder what the concern is. Well, obviously something I missed. As both cars cleared the track, but our spotters are out just past the finish line. Having a little bit of a look. Ah, a bit of bodywork's come off. Obviously just making sure there's no shards of fiberglass or carbon fibre down there. But that's come off in Leah's lane. But yeah, they're just going to make sure. I don't think that'll be much of a hold-up. So let's just let you know where we are at the moment. This is Super Comp. And got 1 or 2 more cars to run through Super Comp. And then it is into our VW classes with VW Pro and VW Sportsman. Just want to put a quick shout, actually. Rob Carter did his qualifier in Street Eliminator. And as Graham said, he's like shooting off to Sweden now to take part in Street Week over there. What I didn't realise at the time was that the team had already set off. Right, Leah Kellett's crew, could you go to the top end to bring her back to the pits, please? Leah Kellett's crew, can you please go to the top end to bring Leah back down to the pits? She can't get back under her own accord. Yes, as I was saying about Rob Carter, he's not actually running in VW Pro this weekend. He literally put a qualifier in his Street Eliminator for points, and well, put it this way, he's got a bit of scrutineering in Sweden tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock for Street Week over there. So the best of luck to Rob Carter. As I say, the team have already set off. Rob is basically just going to catch them up. And also thanks ever so much indeed for the team message that came through. Claire Morris, sorry I missed it at the time. They were watching the live stream from Sweden. And also, Claire actually did say, thanks to Adi for helping Rob with Percy and Patricia, and Claire Mutcar for helping Olivia with Patricia. So there's lots of stuff going on over there. So just a little bit of a tidy up at the top end there. Now, fingers crossed, Leah's car's not wounded because it did lose. Looks like some bodywork or something in the early part of the shutdown area. Now Leah needs recovering from the top end. Fingers crossed. They've had enough issues this weekend. They don't need any more. So just a pause at the moment as we, as I say, we've got a few more cars to go through in Super Comp. I've got Jeff Cowley underneath me in the tower, and also Richard Tunstall directly below me in the Slick Tricks lane. You've got Dave Fulton round the corner as well. Once they've run, it'll be turned for the VW classes. Right, just an advert or two from Nitro FM. I don't think it'll be much more than that. So if I can hand over the airwaves to them, we'll take it back very, very shortly indeed.
summer's night. Lord, we couldn't close our eyes. It was a hard summer night. Lord, we couldn't close our eyes. An old woman's shout gave us a fright. She said, Willie didn't come back home last night. No. No. Willie used to hang out in the hood, and some of them were up to no good. They told him if he did this job tonight, he'd be a man, he'd be all right. His only sin was trying to belong. But oh, that night it all went wrong. Yeah, let me tell you, Willie was a good boy. He was a constant source of joy. Yes, he was. People used to say the trouble with the man was gambling his life away on a whim. Yes, he did. But I thought he was just all right.
Here we go then. It is the continuation of qualifying. It's Supercom. And it's Jeff Cowley and Richard Tunstall. Well, these two have had a chance to think about their runs. Not that they hadn't been thinking about it all morning long. Plenty of banter between Richard Tunstall and Warren Watts in the pits, as you would expect from races. That's a deep stage foul, actually. 9:05 for Jeff and a 13:59 for Richard. Yeah, his 60 foot of 5.88. Dave Fulton. Got the track to himself. I believe he's the last car in the class. Indeed he is, as VW's coming round the corner. Oh, a little bit wayward on the launch, is our Dave. Still goes 8.98 despite wandering around off the start line. That's actually turned into a pretty decent run. Well done. Okay, we move on. This is VW Pro. Dave Henderson with the Audi. Phenomenal bit of kit, this. just a little bit over keen with the Golf Cabriolet. Going to pull back a bit. We're not ready for you yet. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Should have had the phone on silent. Dial in. All right, $12.99. We don't know who it is though. Ah, it's Thomas Webb. Realise who it is now. Thomas goes 13.29 at 96 miles an hour. Right, reset for Dave. Dial of 950 with the Audi RS3. We know he can go quicker, but just seeing what he can do on this run. Very soft off the line. Well, at 330 foot, the thing took off. Goes 1165, 144. All right, Jake Fronda with the Golf R, and that's Joe Hall with the Biohazard Lupo. 1189 plays 1170. Joe went for the launch and it just cut. Right, so let's concentrate on Jake Fronda then. 1189, the target for him. Goes 1195. That could serve him very well indeed. An 07 light as well. So Jake takes the number 1 spot for the time being. Okay, next pair, Michael Strachan and Rob Jump. 1145 plays 1210. It's going to be Michael there first with, 1140. Broke out just that little bit too quick. And Rob Jump goes 1234 and moves into the number 2 spot. Sam Young underneath us in the Slick Tricks lane with BC4, as we affectionately call it, Blackcurrant 4, the Beetle, electrically powered, alongside James Hodson, looking for 1120 with the Golf. We can hear the tyres protesting there for Sam. Goes 10.63 at 134, 11.76 for James at 123. It's Abby Tether with Arthur Daly, 12.79 dialing for the Golf. Colt Goldsmith with the Beetle, 11.99. Well, absolutely glorious out of there. Bit of a headwind to contend with. But apart from that, absolutely beautiful day here. Friday at the Summer Nationals. As Abby Tether looks for that 12.79. Gets the 13.04. Goes to number 3. Cole goes 13.45. Slots in at number 6 for the time being. Okay. It's Phil Blogg against Luke Stevenson. Now then, Luke, on Proclamation Day, had a bit of an incident where he ended up with some scaffolding on his leg and a few overnights in the hospital, resulting in the fact that he found it very difficult to climb over all these roll cage stuff inside the actual Don Golf. So he's borrowed this one. Dials in 12.80. Phil Blogg looking for an 11.10. So Phil looking for an 11.10, gets 11.43 and a 13.18 for Luke Stevenson. So Phil goes 5. Phil stays one place ahead of Luke. Luke goes in at number 6. Alan Williamson with My Digger, the Seat Leon, 12.99 dial. And Guy with the Mark IV Golf, dialing in 11.23. Love the little bit of extra aero that Guy's put on the car. So Guy for the run itself. So Morgan Wilson. So the funny thing is, once this car is sorted, it's absolutely going to fly. And it's that transition period. Oh boy, that was so different off the line to what we've seen before. It actually hooked up, it went, it did everything it should have done. 125 to the 60-foot mark. Very nicely done indeed from Morgan Wilson. It started to come round. The full pass will follow later on, but off the line, that was sweet. Burnout worked, came up to the line, no fuss, no drama. You can just see it coming together. Very nice indeed. Well done, Emmy. And well done to the Morgan. The whole team, the Wilson team, well done. Just taking the first exit. Okay, so it's on to VW Sportsman. They're up next. Well, the person they're all trying to catch in VW Sportsman is Lily Stevenson. What a phenomenal year she is having. 1434 dark. She's actually unbeaten in competition. She started in the class, and this is the third meeting of the year. She's won the first two. Going alongside Chris Pointer with that beautiful, beautiful Porsche from back in the day. So 1530 plays. We basically just have VW Sportsman and Sportsman ET to go. Then we are into our second cycle of qualifying with Pro ET. So 1545 and 1450 the numbers there. 1450 goes to number 3. John Gallant with the Taco Cat number 2, Audi TT, and Steve Stone with the Coulston Racing Leon 1305 dial-in. Well, the Perfect Lights award is still up for grabs. Perfect ET award still up for grabs. Steve Stone goes 1323, 1445. John Gallant. John goes to number 1. Steve goes to number 2. Right, lots of Audi TTs in VW Sports, and that's because the cars are so readily available and pretty cheap these days as well. Obviously, the older cars are generally the cheaper ones. And Dominic Crawford has got his TT there, 1547 dial-in. George Miller dials 1415. So George goes into stage, tree's going to drop, and they put their first qualifying runs of the day in. So George will get there first. His target is 14:15, and he goes 14:12, too quick. But the right side though, Dominic Crawford, 15:50 on a 15:47, 300th the right side, and that, folks, is number 1 qualifier for the time being. Will it hold? Jerry Sadler up next, going alongside Kaz Waterhouse. Can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Jerry Sadler dialing in 15:35. Kaz looking for 14:50. Kaz made her first final ever this year. And to say that she was happy is an understatement. Absolutely delirious. Don't blame her. 14:68 for Kaz. Goes to number 3. Jerry, a little bit too quick there with that 15:09. That is a very small breakout. Laurie Anslow and Bruce Harvey, both in the 14s with the dial-ins. Laurie, 14 flat. Bruce wants a 14:28 with the Audi TT. Laurie 14:25 goes to number 7. Bruce 14:86 goes to number 9. And now we have 2 VW Beetles down there. Jordan Clark 13:99 with the Thunderbug, and it's Flossie, Lorraine Larch, and of course Trev, the husband, the crewman. $13.90. Whoa! 14:57, Trev. Where'd you find that? Where did you find that? Ridiculously quick. 14:57 for Flossie. That is a monstrous run. A huge PB. And 93 mile an hour to boot. Well done. Who cares they broke out when you run that quick? Anyway, next up, Reese, Finney, and Jackie Roan. So, Reese looking for 1690. Jackie looking for 1845. Someone's going to be close and someone's going to be miles off. Jackie goes 1886, goes to number 9, Reese. 1774 and a fortune. Not the run he was looking there. All right, Steve Metcalf for the Blue Steel, Baja 1550. And Olivia Carter with Patricia. I know they're all tuned in Sweden. Well, the Carter team anyway. So it's John, Hazel and Claire are tuned in from the live stream from Sweden. And of course, Claire is helping out Olivia. Everybody's helping everybody this weekend because you've got the Carter teams spread all over Europe. 1547 for Olivia goes number 12. Steve Metcalf goes 1577 on 1550. Goes to number 8. Polly Judge, halfway to El Corrado, which is cunningly disguised as an Audi TT. But there is a Corrado in there somewhere. Going alongside Nigel Gregson with the Golf. Nigel dialing in 1310, Polly dialing in 1641. So that's right, Hazel Carter is already in Mantorp as well, so it's just Rob to get over there, I think. Nigel Gregson goes 1323. Polly goes, where's Polly? 1961. A little bit off. She should have been. Right, Thomas Webb. $684. Car number. Couldn't see it all earlier on. A bit bizarre. Anyway, Dials 1329. And Tom Circuit with the Lupo. Dials 1750. So Thomas going to get there first. 1329. How close? 1313. Breakout. Too quick. Tom wants 1750. And he goes too quick as well. 1731. Poppy Hunter up next. I'm not sure who's in the other lane though. So Poppy Dials 1410. It's a 1439. Oh, 14999 on a 15 flat dial-in. How close do you want to get? Oh, that's the second one of those we've seen today. All the 9s afterwards. Oh, insanely close. So let's see how the next white label motorsport car gets on. This is Josh Quilling. 15 flat. Don't do 14999. So Josh approaching the stripe with a 1725. Well, it's the right side, but not quite the number they were looking for. But team and cars looking very good out there. Well done to all of you. Right, we move on. The last class to put their first qualifiers in today. This is Sportsman ET. Matt Holsall and Craig Flinders. Matt with the Moonshine Escort, looking for 1450. Craig, 1620 with the Ford Ranger. Just a reminder to everybody, Euro Dragster will be here later on today. Work commitments, unfortunately, for Graham. He has to book his days off very early in the year. And then when it was announced it was a 3-day Sportsman event, Graham had already had his dates in the diary, so he couldn't change them, unfortunately. That's unfortunately the company he works for. So Euro Dragster will be covering the event later on, but definitely here all day tomorrow and Sunday. 1680 for Craig, 1455 for Matt. So Matt goes 1, Craig goes 2. As we look at Dan Holloway with the Mustang. Completed street weekend last month, going alongside Clive Dandridge with the truck. He does 1255. $12.41 plays $12.82, so Dan goes 2, Clive goes 3. Terry Attree and Troy Attree, your next pair. $12.32 for the Blue Temptation Camaro. And the annoying snail, the Ford Focus of Terry, does $18.90. Do not belittle the slower cars, though. They have just as much capability to run the numbers. Terry's proven that before. He's quite a good racer, is our Terry. It's all about dialing in and running the numbers for your car. Well, both of them with 0 lights. 0.4 for Troy, 0.5 for Terry. And that's half the battle. Right, 12.44 for Troy. Just 0.12 of a second off. And 19.28 for Terry. So Troy goes number 2, Terry goes number 5. So Lorna Collins with Luna Love, the Mazda MX-5, does 15.88, going alongside Jordan Griffin, 13.70. Right, Rob, Polly is stuck at the top end of the racetrack. So, Rob Judge, if you can go to the top end and collect Polly, that would be a big help indeed. So that's a call out to Rob Judge. Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, let's have you in the lanes, please. As Lorna Collins, who we mentioned down there with the MX-5, going alongside Jordan Griffin with the Suzuki Swift. 15.88 plays 13.70. Both into stage. Both get the green. A nice reaction time for Jordan, 0.4. The Darlings are 13.70, 15.88. Jordan is going to get there first with a 14.26, just a little bit off where he wanted to be. But Lorna Collins goes to number 1, just 200ths off there. 15.88 the dial, 15.90 the run. And Luna Love goes to number 1. Georgina Smith with the Audi A3 has a dialing of 18.50. And Debbie Taylor, 13.25 for the Mustang. Now, I'm not quite sure, but that looks like a slightly bigger pair of rear tyres than we normally see on Debbie's Mustang. It is. I thought so. I could just see them sticking out a little bit there. A little bit of extra traction. Let's see if it works then. Yes. That launched well. So 13.25 is the target. Wouldn't surprise me if she breaks out here. Oh no, she gets the right side. 13.59 at 100. And 18.72 for Georgina. So Debbie goes 7, Georgina goes 5. Aaron Kent with the BMW. 13.40, the dial in there. And Jay McCready with Ben's van. Some of my favourite runs in Sportsman ET when Jay McCready runs a 14. You don't get many of them, but when they do, it's just great to see. Tell you what, nicely away, Jane. $13.41 for Aaron Kent, and it's a 14 for Jay McCready. I was just saying, I love it when the car runs 14, and it's done one. Oh, brilliant. Who cares? They broke out. I don't care at all. It's a 14.95. But 13.41 for number 1. I love the message on the back of Pete Walters' window. No baby yet. It's coming. It's going to be close. Just not today or tomorrow, please. Let's get the weekend out of the way. Brian Huxley looking for 14.50 with the Comet. Pete wants 12.40. So Pete goes 12.48, nice run. Brian goes 14.59. They go 4 and 5. Okay, Ricky Hale with the Golf, 17.60. And Jago Stokes with the Blue Velvet Skyline, looking for 12.20. Oh, 7 off the line for Jago. Goes 13.01 on that particular pass. So 17.60 target for Ricky. Goes 18.34. Next up, Gary Lake. Going to be Sylvia Purcell. Indeed it is. Gary Lake, last weekend, had a ride in the 2-seater Dragster. That's the quickest that Gary had ever been up the track. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And the way he described it to me was, he said, the launch I was sort of expecting, but the run itself I wasn't. He just kept pulling and pulling and pulling. It was relentless. And that was a very good description, because Gary, obviously, he's raced for quite a while now, but even so, the hit was hard. But he said it's just the car kept just pulling and pulling all the way. He loved it. So the darlings then, Gary looking for 13.94. Sylvia, 14.40. 14.04 and 14.71. Gary goes to number 6, Sylvia number 11. Adam Wakefield with the Monster Maverick, 12.83, the dial-in for him. And Chris Cresswell wants 14.70 with the Fiesta. Sportsman ET Championship being led by Gary Lake at the moment, with Kirsty Tram in the number 2 spot. Clive with the truck is number 3, and Felicity Gibbs currently number 4. That's coming into the event. Nice 04 light there for Chris Cresswell. Adam's going to get there first, looking for that 12.83. Gets a 12.72 too quick. And a 14.87. Chris goes in at number 8. And Adam, number 19. So Rob Cresswell taking on Eva Huxley. The darlings then, Rob looking for 1460 and Eva looking for 1897. So getting towards the tail end of Sportsman ET, there's about 6 or 7 cars left to go, plus these 2 down here, and then it'll be back into qualifying for Pro ET for their second round. That's where we start shuffling the order as people move up and down the qualifying list. Oh, you can see them both move very nicely off the line. Eva goes red by only 0.6. And Rob was at 0.9 the right side. Now then, 1460. How close is Rob going to do this? 1482. Goes number 11. Eva goes number 15 with a 1932. T-Caddy Racing. Alex Pryor down there with Tony the Nugget, the little Rover Metro. And it's Chris Wynn of Euro Dragster, of course. 1530 dial in for Chris. And 1490 for Alex. Chris needs to go to stage. There he is. Well, doesn't matter if you get a red light qualifying. If it's eliminations, that's it. Game over. $15.11 for Alex goes to number 10 and Chris Wynn. 16.07. Number 21. Al Medley with the Mustang, 13.39 for him. And it's Felicity Gibbs that's doing well in the points chase at the moment. 17.50 is the dial-in. Blake currently number 4. Well, both away well. $13.72 for Al Medley. And nice one from Flick. She goes to number 4 there. That's 17.58. All right, Stephen Giles and Roman Giles, next pair. The Subaru Forester, 12.25 on the dial in, and Roman, 17.31 with the BMW Z3. Now then, I wouldn't have said that was a BMW Z3 myself. That looks more like a Mazda, but hey. Probably squeezed an M3 in there somewhere. A Z3, sorry. Anyway, Stephen Giles, 12.59. And Roman goes 17.83. Jill Medley, 12.39 with the big full circle Cherokee. And it is the Mini of Harry Redshaw. 18.79 for Harry, 12.39 for Jill. But Jill goes red. As I say, it doesn't matter in qualifying. It's all about dialing in and running a number, and a 12.49 against a 39. Let's have a look on the other side of the track, see where this one ends up. 19 flat. So Jill goes 7, Harry goes to number 12. Kirsty Trout, number 2 in the points chase. And she is the last car in the class to go. She is the last person to put a qualifying run in session number 1. And up next will be Pro ET. A little bit of track prep going on in between the two. So Kirsty Tram going to take us, or introduce us to round number 2. Oh, 001 light off the tree. That's as close as anybody's got to a perfect light today. 12.09 with a oh, truth. 001 on the tree and breaks out by less than a hundredth of a second. So that's it. Q1 is in the books for the Summer Nationals as we get ready for Q2 now. Can I have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the pairing lanes? And just while we do a little bit of track prep out there, Nitro FM, if you can take over the airwaves, we will be back with Q2 for Pro ET. Right, well, the tractor should exit this time round, I hope. Roy Walker was a bit keen on bringing Michelle round. And that's right, the tractor is still going. And Michelle has already done the bailout. Right, so on a solo then, Michelle Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, do not you adjust your sets. That is Roy Walker out there. So 10.95 dial-in for the family Cortina, My Nanny and Me. very nicely off the line, 158 to 60 foot. Oh, this could be a breakout, actually. Yeah, 1088, 123 mile an hour pass. Get in there, Michelle. I think that's one of Michelle's quickest ever runs, isn't it? Looked good. It did look very good indeed. Sounded strong. So, well done, Michelle. 1088. All right, well, now they can finish off prepping the lanes. As I say, I thought we came round a bit sharpish, but there we go. All right, so let's have a look at Pro ET qualifying. Let's see who is where at the moment. So number 1 at the moment is Jess Bishop. Number 2 is Doug McClure. And I think everybody in Pro ET pits knows it's Doug McClure in number 2. Because he'd have gone around and told everybody, especially his own teammates. And his comment was, get your stuff sorted out. Was that effect? Don Scott is number 3. Dave Cherrett, number 4. Charlie Seward, number 5. Laura Bainton is currently number 6. Adrian Portelli is 7. Lee Morris is 8. Colin Morris 9. And Nick Muckridge, number 10. But that was just after Q1. This is Q2. Stevie Gates with Ziva, the Camaro, going alongside Anthony Mitchell, who did come down for Q1, but unfortunately had an issue, towed back to the pit, so fingers crossed it works out okay for Anthony. And all being well, this will be the first time that Anthony's used the trans brake to launch. He was going to use it last time out, so hopefully all will hook up well for Anthony Mitchell. Well, a little wheelie off the line told you that was a trans brake launch. It's a game of numbers. Stevie Gates, 881 breaks out. 1084 for Anthony Mitchell, goes in at number 26. I'll tell you what, I think the team with the Buick can be pretty happy with that one. Adrian Portelli up next with the Polara. 1005 on the dial-in. And Marie Mills, 1045. Adrian goes 1020, stays number 7. Marie Mills moves up a little bit, 1065 on the 45. Laura Bainton and Simon Innes up next. Away. So Laura looking for a 1039. Simon Innes dials 1075. 1042. 1074 for Simon. Breaks out by 100th. Good run for Laura Bainton, but she's already number 6. Goes 1042 though. Just 300s off. Right, Bill Wilson. Currently number 19. Dials. That's not, he can't run 1015. There's no way that truck will run 1015. $10.75. 10.75 dial right lane. I think he's going to accept it. Yeah. Okay. got 9.10 for Jess and 11 flat for Bill. Just as well it wasn't a better run. Will you need to stop him going into stage when the dialing when the tree's wrong? Sorry, the scoreboards are wrong. Anyway, next up, Charlie Seaward, Matthew Dowdy, 8.92 for Charlie, 11.20 for Matthew. So Charlie looking for an 8.92, we'll get there first. 8.89 breakout. Now then, Matthew wants 11.20, gets a 25. So Matthew goes up from 12 to 10. And Charlie stays number 5. Ronnie Mercer, 10.23, darling, for Annie, the Ford Anglia. And Vic Parsons wants 9.85 with that beautiful Plymouth Belvedere. Well, wide awake club this lot. .981 breakout for Vic, a little bit too quick. Ronnie goes 10.33. Right, Lee Morris, he's safe. I'm talking about qualifying actually, because Warren Watts is number 34. He broke out in Q1. A bit too quick, so it needs to be in the top 32 to be guaranteed a spot in eliminations. Warren goes 8.89 with a 4. Oh, goodness me, breaks out by just that much. And that's fact, breaks out by the same margin that Lee Morris does, but Lee's already put a good qualifier in. Right, Mark Huxley with a Can-Do 2, the Tribute Corolla. Currently number 12. Reuben Dawson, currently number 18 with the Copo. Reuben dialing in 8.88 for this one. Oh, 03 light for Reuben Dawson. He got left on by Mark Huxley with a 0.1. Oh, goodness me. Reuben Dawson breaks out by 100th of a second. Mark Huxley breaks out by 100th of a second. They were both 0 good light. 0.1 off the line and 0.3. Great pairing. Just both very unfortunate to break out. Dave Fulton and John Bean next pair. 8.88 for Dave Fulton. Same dial-in as Reuben just ran. And John Bean looking for 8.80 with the Mustang. Oh, hang on. No, that might change. What we got this time? Jody changed it. No, I'm sticking with the 880. Okay. 887 breakout, 888. Well, I'll tell you what, if John Bean had Dave Fulton's dial-in, that would work brilliantly. Anyway, John Bean up to number 14. Dave Fulton drops a spot there. Dave Fulton breaks out by, 100th of a second. Just ridiculously tight out there. Doesn't take the lot in Pro ET to get a handle on their cars, and they're like second runs and they're breaking out by 100th of a second, so they're really trying to cut it really fine. Right, Jack McClure, 11:38 dial-in for him. Colin Morris, 8:62 with a Camaro. .857 breakout, Colin Morris too quick. And Jack McClure gets one the right side, 11:51 on a 38. So that puts him in the show for the time being. But let's work out where a little bit later on. Dave Rudd, currently number 28, Mr. Qualifying himself, 9:86 on the dial-in. Don Scott has already hit his number. He's currently number 3. This time, 980, dialed 976, went 976 with an 8 in Q1. Conditions not quite as good, not as good air, and the headwinds picked up. So slight adjustments on the dial-ins this time round. Oh, 001 red there for Don. .987 makes 995. Dave Rudd moves up from 28 to 17. No move for Don though. 950 dial-in for Billy Everett. And Brett Featherstone. Get this, is that right? 885. Woo! That'll be that's going to be a phenomenal pass for Brett if he hits that number. That'll be his first 8. Mind you, when you got the Garrett boys doing your tuning, and there's the nitrous. There's no going back now, is there, Brett? Well, Brett resisted the temptation for quite a while, but now he's got it. He's going to use it. Tell you what, I think the Nova likes it, you know. .901, oh, so close to that 8. Billy Everett goes 956. Brett moves up from 36 to 26, though. And a 901. Well done, Nova Scotia team. More to come. Bob Mulder, 944 dial-in for him. Dave Cherry looking for a 972. Dave currently number 4. Bob Mulder number 25. Let's see how they get on for this. Both of these two been around a while in the world of drag racing, especially in Pro ET. Goodness me. Bolden goes 942, just a little bit too quick for Bob. Oh, curses. That's a 200th breakout, not a 100th, but it is what it is. 990 for Dave Cherritt. No help for him. He's already number 4 qualifier. Right, Johnny McClure. He's currently number 37, needs to get in the show. Let's see how many cars we've had put numbers on the board so far. Yep, actually number 30, we've had 37 cars, so the bottom 5 might not be here to play on race day. 962 dialed in for Amy. Johnny dials 980 with the Thunderstruck Willis. 986 from Johnny McClure. How about Amy? She moves up. 968 on a 62. They go 11 and 12. Nick Mugridge, your points leader in Pro ET. And Neil Watkins now is number 37, so he needs to move on up. The Purple Express pickup, dials 1140 for this one. Nick Mugridge slipped back to number 13. He was number 10 at the end of Q1. Both away very nicely indeed, especially Neil, 0-1 line. It's going to be Nick Mugridge there first with a 10. Perfect ET, Nick Mugridge. Wow. 10-21 with a 0. Perfect ET, Nick Mugridge. Finally, the money goes. So unfortunately, Euro Dragster not here, but I've made a note of that one. So congratulations, Nick Mugridge. Gets the Eurodragster.com Twister Racing memory of Haley Hadfield. Perfect ET money. Well done. Right, Tom Watkins, Jeff Cowley, 909 place 893, 917 and 907. Move up to 21 and 29 respectively. All right, the hits just keep on coming. Got Ben Kennedy. Oh no, sorry, is it Ben? I just saw a silhouette of the four pop. It's not, it's Doug McClure. Sorry, wrong four pop. And it's Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Dragster. So Doug dropped to number 3 for the time being. Susie, what are you doing down there? Where's your car? So it's 10.17 the dial in for Tom Kay, 11.59 for Doug McClure. 10.12 breakout, way too quick for Tom, and Doug goes 11.67. All right, Zach Duncan, the last to run in the class. So dialing of 11.99. And that's a 12.86. Zach keeps working away at it. As we move on to Junior Dragster. First pair up, Ada Cassisi, Richard Wilcox. Well, it's the first time we've seen Richard in Junior Dragster. He was already on his Junior Drag bike run. So he's now going to put a number on the board in Junior Dragster. Don't forget, this is on qualifying times. Sorry, of course not qualifying times, on reaction times. And of course, when the juniors run, be it Junior Drag bike or in Junior Dragster, they race to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. Both away well, 0-3 a pair. Comp Eliminator, you got a 20-minute warning. There we go, Comp Eliminator, 20-minute warning. So, Ada Cassisi moves up to number 5 and Richard goes in at number 6. Sam Hiscock and Emmy Crundwell, next pair. Sam currently number 2, Emmy currently number 15. Cherry on the tree, unfortunately, there for Emmy, but 0-8 light for Sam. He's already had an 0-1 though. So his round 1 number is still the better one. Next up, Finny Fag and Teddy Howe. Tried again. 0-7 red for Teddy. Finley goes 0-6 the right side. That's going to move Finley up the order. Yeah, from number 16 to number 10. Next up, Eva Davis with the Mayhem Junior. And it's Lola Bell Kent.
Today.
So these two young ladies, bring them up to the line. See what they can do. Eva currently number 8, Lola Bell currently number 15. And it's an 0-2 for Eva. That's going to move her to number 5. No help for Lola Bell. She stays number 15 for the time being. Well, once again, we just want to say massive thanks to the Green family for their extra support of the juniors for this season. £500 for the championship winner. And a £300 pot, I should say, for the championship runner-up. But if anybody pulls a perfect light over the course of an event, the first person to do it will get 50 quid, and that comes out of the championship runner-up pot. We've had somebody do that already this year. That was Lola Bell. So the championship runner-up extra bonus is down to 250. Next up, Kendra Redshaw and Chloe Crundwell. Well, no hope for either. Both went red. Right, your number 1 qualifier is Daniel Todd at the moment with an 0-1-0. And Wally Openshaw currently number 12. Well, zero lights a pair. Molly, the slightly quicker one this time round, and she's going to move up for number 12. Going to go to number 6. Daniel stays number 1, obviously. Neve Deavy, Harry Peters, next pair. Well, Harry stays 17. I don't know what happened to Neve there. Ooh. So next up then, Frankie Kent. Going alongside Tom Peters. Good opportunity for those two to move on up. And they both go red, and actually quite big reds, actually, both of them 0.1. But they'll have opportunities to try again a bit later, and obviously into tomorrow. Ethan Cannon and Amelia Innes, your next pair. Ethan already number 10 with the 051 light. And Amelia would love just to get a 0 light, I think. This is only Q2. Well, Amelia got the 0 light, but it was a red. So Amelia is going to stay number 21. Ethan's going to stay number 10. Oh, and actually, Amelia moves up from 21 to 19 there. Just the red wasn't as bad as the first one. But she will get it right in the next round. Kai Cooper, Jake Cooper. Number 1 and number 3 in the National Championship points chase. Number 9 and number 22 in qualifying at the moment. Well, 0-3 light for Jake Cooper. That's going to move him up very nicely into the number 8 position. And that drops Kai to number 10. So, Grace Smith and Luke Mugridge doing their qualifying side by side. So Grace currently number 13, Luke number 4. Well, Luke would like to emulate his brother, actually, go to number 1. course, Nick Muggeridge, number 1 in Pro ET with a perfect ET. Oh, 005 for Grace. That's good enough for number 1. And that drops Luke to number 5. Grace Smith, your new number 1 in Junior Dragster. Right, Neve Deavy. Big sister Caitlin, and there's Richard there as well. 08 red. So that's a wrap for Junior Dragster qualifying session number 2. They are scheduled to get their 3rd qualifier in today. We just got to see how time goes. Right, moving on to Super Pro ET. Big burn out there, as we would expect there from Tom Atkinson. And has got Grumpy's Dodge. Paul Marston for company for this one. Darling's End, 850 for Tom, 898 for Paul Marston. Both away well. Tom should get there first. He does with 857 as a 905. So Tom moves up to number 7. Paul moves up to number 8. And it's Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. Does his burnout underneath the tower. He's now just dropped back to number 9. And he'll be going alongside Ben Kennedy with the relentless Lexus powered full pop. Absolutely cracking combination on Ben Kennedy's pop. So it's not very often you see a Lexus powered anything in the world of drag racing, let alone a full pop. But turbocharged. And can certainly run numbers. Oh, 001 life there for Ben. It was a red. Doesn't matter. 890 for Ben Kennedy. Callum goes 901. So the van with no name, Dave Russell. New sponsorship from SciServe. I picked that up earlier on this year. And Dave Russell doing very well at the moment. He's currently number 2 qualifier. Lee Huxley currently number 4. So 879 plays 868. $890 and an 867 breakout for Lee Huxley. How close was that? Right, here's a bit of a shout out actually. Jake Bowden looking for a standard front sprocket for a Suzuki Bandit or GSXR motor. Only need the spline in the middle. We are in the bike pits at the very end by the start line. Any help is much appreciated. So, if anybody has got a standard front sprocket for a Suzuki Bandit or GSXR motor, and that is for Jake Bowden in the bike pits. So anybody can help him out, they'd really appreciate it. Next up, Steve Saunders, Mark Bailey. $889 and $883. Sorry, $899 and $883 are the numbers. Oh, what a launch from Mark Bailey. That really did sit down and go. And an 884. Mark Bailey goes to number one. Stevie Saunders goes 921, moves up from 18 to 15 as we welcome Harry Gibson into the house, or onto the start line, of course, with the Dragster. So Bob Doyle with the ZK stats, and then 878 dialed in for him. Harry Gibson looking for a 6 flat with the Dragster. Well, Harry's going to lift at some point, or is he? 576 at 233. Storming run. Storming run. And did he beat Dougie? I think he did. Oh, what did Dougie do? Ah, right, okay, so thank you. By the way, I was having a conversation then with... But we think Dougie's been 5 seconds behind, but Harry slipped 5 seconds. In the meantime, Bob Doyle went 880 with a 7 to go number 2 qualifier in Super Pro. So well done to Bob Doyle. We were just looking at looking at Harry Gibson. Just go for it then. Well, if it was working, he was going to go with it, that's for sure. Next up then, Pete Walters and Alan Schofield. But problems once again for Pete. It's not been his day today. Right. Well, we just found out that Harry Gibson has gone quicker than Dougie by 100th of a second, but Dougie is still faster. Alan Schofield looking for a 768. Gets a 770. Alan Schofield goes to number 3. Great shot from Alan Schofield. Number 3. Brilliant job. Well, commiserations to Pete Walters. It's just not working for him today. Next up, Josh Duncan. And Bradley did well. Right, let them come back. It'll be a 7 something for Bradley, and it's going to be an 8 of some description for Josh. So 767, darling. 4. Bradley did well, and it's what? 795. Really? Wow. Well, I know they've got all the top. The nitrous purge. It had to happen eventually, and now the time is ripe to see if they can get a 7 out of this car. The nitrous system has been plumbed in for a little while, but Josh has resisted using it until this moment. He went 847 on his pass earlier. Let's see what difference the nitrous makes. $8.25, it didn't make a difference. 767 with an 8. Bradley did well. Goes to number 3. God, the pack has been well and truly shuffled. Apologies, Bradley Dibble goes to number 1. So Martin Bailey dropped to number 2. Bob Doyle dropped to number 3. Bradley Didwell, top of the shop. Well done to Josh. His first nitrous pass is an 8.25. All right, next up, Matt Peters. Going alongside Andy Thetford. Now, Andy did pop earlier on to tell us and to pass on huge thanks to the Van With No Name team. Dave Russell has sorted out a spare gearbox for Andy, and Joe Williams spent half the night driving just to go and collect it. Went all the way to Guildford and back. So well done to Joe. And then the team installed it overnight and into the morning. Just to keep Andy here playing this weekend. Goes 795 at 173. Andy Thetford, nicely done. Matt Peters, 764 breakout by 300ths of a second. But just to Andy Thetford to get that running after all of that work overnight from his own team, and of course the Van With No Name, Dave Russell, Joe, but pulled over to the right hand side, Mark Coulsell. Oh, what a shame for Mark. He jumps out of the car And with such concern for his fellow competitor, he's out there pushing the car just to make sure that AC Bell doesn't have to shut the car off, and he's not overheating, he's not cooking on the line there. Even Thomas is down there as well. And that is a great job, guys, and great sportsmanship as well. Well done. Huge well done to them. So it's the Pork and Beans Dragster of AC Bell looking for an 877. Gets an 875, just a fraction too quick there. Great run, just a little bit too quick. All right, Ashley Bell and Phil Toppin, next pair. Well, hoping that Phil can find reverse in there. Very sensibly, Ashley Bell not doing his burnout yet. Phil's still got the engine running, but maybe not anymore. So Ashley Bell with the Limpy Slug, the Firebird dial of 860. His opportunity to put a number on the board. Didn't see him in Q1. So 20 to 3 in the afternoon here at the Home European Drag Racing course, Antipod Raceway here for the Summer Nationals. We're in Super Pro ET qualifying session number 2. This is Ashley Bell, and he's looking for an 8.60. Gets a 9.29 at 1:45, qualifies in the number 21 spot. So just a little bit of a sweep in the Kestrel lane. Just looking around the corner to see Bailey Ashdown going to be putting her first run in of the weekend. Tyler, very good afternoon to you, mate. And also Nick Good is down there as well. Bernard Saz has come down for his first run of the weekend. Nick Good on his first run. It didn't shift into second gear, hence that's why I was in the 7s, not in the 6s. But Matt Reynolds got in touch to say that they've had the MSD tester on it, bypassed to micro switch, and they're good to go. So hopefully Nick Good will be back comfortably in the 6s where he normally resides. Who else we got in the pairing lanes there? I can see Scott Hauser and also Leah Kellett. Now then, Leah didn't exactly go to plan for her on her run. When we saw a piece of bodywork fly off, is actually the rear wing. So that parted company with the car. Now, if they are going wingless, I'm not sure, but I can't quite zoom in from here. But obviously, we'll take a look at the Dolly Daydream Dragster when it comes round the corner. Well, Phil Topping down there, it's a bit warm in that car, isn't it, Phil? He's going to get towed back to the pits with Grandad's toy. So tractor just doing some work. Yeah, I think unfortunately for Phil, just dropped a little bit of fluid on the burnout there, and so our track team just taking care of that. Also another car around the corner there. It's hidden behind a tow vehicle, and that's the Giles and Harley Dragster. So that's down to run as well. After Super Pro ET, it will be ET Bike, followed by 850 and 950 Bike. And then we're not far away, actually, from getting Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, and Top Fuel Bike and Super Street Bike back into the lanes for their Q2 session. I'll tell you what, just whilst the tractor's doing some work out there and our track crew are doing their thing, let's just give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at the Summer Nationals. As you rejoin us for Bernard Saz with the Hotron and Nick Good with the blown Dragster. Okay, so not really striking the tyres on the burnouts, but we know the track has got a lot of heat and it is pretty sticky, and we've seen quite a few cars recently that have got down the track absolutely no problem at all without a burnout. So let's see how they get on. So Nick Good looking for a 687. Bernard Saz with the Hotron looking for 720. One of the most unique body shapes you will ever see in the world of drag racing. I don't know of another one anywhere. And this is a pure one-off. They moulded it themselves at home. Made their own mould, literally. There's two of them at home. So Nick Good goes 692, Bernard Saz goes 741. Much better run there for Nick that time round, goes up from 20 to number 10, just 500s off his dialing, and Bernard Saz a great 741. Okay, so the answer to the question is what's Leah Kellett done about it? They've just taken the rear wing strut off as well. So she is literally flying without wings. Did you like that? Okay, so car's going to handle a little bit differently this time round. The bizarre thing is if the car works really well without the wing, then they probably won't put it back on. But they've adjusted the dial into the super comp dial of 890. Bailey Ashdown looking for an 8 flat. So Pete bringing his little girl up to the line, and Tyler bringing his sister in Danny's Motorsport, Danny's Money's Motorsport team car. Well, 895, 173, and the car still looks stable, so I don't know if you bother putting the rear wing back on now, Pete. Oh, dear. Can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, that's in the lanes. Bailey Ashdown went 822 on that pass, 159. I say, you know, who needs burnouts? There's another one. Well, I've got to say the live stream is, well, it's just gone up a notch today, hasn't it? It's the editing at the moment. I don't know who's responsible for it, but the editing on the live stream just absolutely top drawer at the moment. So I've got to say to Barney and the gang, absolutely superb. And those of you that tuned into the live stream around the world, supplied to you free of charge, courtesy of Sandspod and Trackback Racing. One of the best free live streams you're likely to see anywhere. The quality, the camera work, editing, the whole kit and caboodle, just top draw. So Barry Giles and Scott Hauser, 740 and 739. 744, 740. Scott Hauser goes to number 2. Well, if he'd have dialed 740, that would have been perfect ET, but number 2 will do for the time being. That is Super Pro done. Onwards we go to the bikes. So the message is still coming through, and thank you for that. Phil Pratt, Fiona Moore, this is ET Bike. Phil currently number 3 qualifier, looking for a 9 flat. Fiona Moore looking for 1185. Phil goes 913. I think that's the headwind and it's getting a bit warm. And Fiona Moore, Fiona breaks out by less than 200ths. Next up, Kai Rushby and Alan Davis. These two paired up in round 1. And with Alan getting the slightly better run, but there's not a huge amount in it. So 1185 plays 11 flat. Alan breaks out by less than 100th of a second. They both break out. Carl was a fair bit under, but Alan just 100th of a second or less. All right, next up, Robbie Dobby, Scott Collier. Scott is your number 1 qualifier coming into this session. No fancy dress from Jerry this weekend. Some say, thank goodness. Both away very nicely indeed with 0 lights. So 958 and 994 the numbers. Scott should get there first with a 965 and a 999 for Robbie Dobby. Scott stays number 1, but Robbie up to number 2. I'll take that all day long. Justin Moulton and Nick Playden. Nick, thanks for the messages coming through, buddy. Appreciate it. Keeping me up to date as best as he can. Bike is all now fixed thanks to Jerry's welding, so Nick hugely appreciative of that. So 1040 plays 1020. I think the 1040 is going to get there first. That was 1063. Nick moves up from 9 to 7. Justin goes 1097 but stays number 3. Dave Grundy and Ralvin Petronelia. Ralvin's first run of the day. We hope. Oh no, little fluid leak right at the front. So we're going to send Dave Grundy on his way. Oh yeah. It's only a little amount, but still something there. Right, Dave Grundy 1055, gets a 1075. Moves up from 8 to 6. Right, Thomas Cookabbott, the Terminator 3. Dials in 9.55, going alongside Patrick Marie. Now, Patrick's first run. Well, Patrick trying to get his feet on the pegs. He does so right about 200 foot out. He's looking for an 888. Gets a 906. Thomas breaks out. Goes too quick. 953 on a 55. Oh, so close. He would have taken that in 950 bike, but not in ET bike. Right, Holly King. What a great first pass she put in. 10.17, but now the dial-in changes quite dramatically. 9.50. So Holly has the track to herself then. The former junior drag bike rider now stepping up to ET bike. Get in there, girl. 976, 137. Oh, yeah. And with a little wobble off the line as well, but she rode the wheels off it. 976, 137. Oh, dear. Holly King, you little superstar, you. Right, Joe Elliott, Stacey Reed. Goodness know when Holly's runs are going to... Because there's still more in it. So this is 850 bike then. Stacey Reed currently number 10. Went too quick in Q1 and gets on the right side this time. Goes to number 2. 869. 879 for Joe Elliott. Stays number 3. So Gary Malone and Jay Rowe up next. Oh, Gary coming number 7. Jay's currently number 10. That should change around. Wasn't expecting to change that much. Gary Malone goes from 7 to 4. Jay Rowe was number 10, goes to number 1 with that one. 857. Gary with an 870. Right, Kevin Wright, Peter Wise. Peter Wise is now on the number 10 spot. 10 bikes entered. Somebody's got to be number 10. That could change right here, right now. So it's Peter Wise. Now then, 850 is the target, 860 is the run. Goes to number 2 with that one. Kevin Wright drops a spot. 6 to 7. So it's an 860 there for Peter Wise. All right, Carl Thomas. And Jayant Banwari. He's from Zevenhuizen. I can only assume that's somewhere in Germany. So first run for Jan. Carl Thomas currently in the number 3 spot with an 8.66. Needs to go quicker than 8.57 to take number 1, but no quicker than 8.50. 8.74, 9.27. Carl stays 3. Jan slots in at number 8. Next up, Paul Morris, Pete Slater. And then Paul did attempt to put a run in Q1, but unfortunately it didn't work out. And didn't get a number on the board. Pete Slater, though, he's number 9 at the moment. Went 9.30. Better run for Rotherham, and it's an 8.86, plays 8.95. Pete Slater goes to number 8. Paul goes in at number 9. Next pair, Anna Sasiak, Patrick Marit. Anna, one of those that went too quick in Q1. And this will be Patrick's first run of the day. I think obviously our Dutch contingent here came over together. We got here a bit late, I think. .902 and 9.15. Let's move on to 9.50 bike. Josh McLean, oh Josh, let's not forget he broke out by 0.001 on his Q1 run. Going alongside Dave Hall. Tree drops, away they go. That's a 9.57 for Dave Hall, takes the number 1 spot. Josh McCain just off the throttle at the strike, goes 9.99 on 108 miles an hour. But Dave Hall goes to number 1. Right, your next pair then, Hayden Michelle, Thomas Cook Abbott. So Hayden Michelle at the moment, number 2 qualifier, 9.62. Thomas hasn't had a run yet. Would well, we'd obviously like to get a 9, but 9.50 with a 0 would be perfect. Both with good reaction time. It's all about the run itself now. It's a 9.66, but 9.52. Thomas Cook Abbott goes to number 1. Well, 4 bikes entered, and number 1 qualifier, Thomas Cook Abbott. Well done. Right, we turn our attention over to the pairing lanes. But before that, the Bluebird is going out there to put some traction down. A little bit of track prep as we get ready for Comp Eliminator. So, Nitro FM, if you can just take the airwaves for a moment, and we'll be back soon with more qualifying here at the Summer Nationals.
was a good boy. He was a constant source of joy. Yes, he was. People used to say the trouble with the man was gambling his life away on a whim. Yes, he did. But I thought he was all right. But it's sad, I'm sad to tell you, Willie didn't come back home last night. Well, no, Willie.
Again, both away well. $8.87 breakout for Warren, 8.9. Stevie Gates normally runs 8.5. And it's an 8.98. Expect from races. That's a deep stage foul, actually. Here we go then, it is Eliminator qualifying round number 2. Spencer Tram and Dan Williams. So Dan currently number 2, Spencer number 3. And the all-important indexes. Dan is 1085, Spencer 1168. Good wheels up launch there for Dan. So 1021 and 1028. Oh, 1128, sorry. Conditions not quite as favourable as earlier, so the car's running a fraction slower. Can I have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike. Can we have you into the lanes? Right, next up, Phil Norman and Terry Newton. Now, Terry wasn't here in time for Q1 earlier on. He's certainly here for Q2, though. Good looking run for Terry. 9:43, 1:57 just. Not quite as quick as he's been before. 13:57 for Phil. So Terry slots in at number 6. Phil just drops the spot due to Terry coming in there. To number 9. Right, this man was on the premises for Q1 earlier, but didn't make it into the lane, so here he is in Q2. This is Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. Has an index of 789, can go quicker than that, we know that. And it's Amir Akram Ashad with the Anomaly Honda. Unfortunately got pushed back from Q1. Fingers crossed get the running this time round. So it'll be 2 more scores on the doors once these 2 go down. Goes 811, but lots of smoke billowing from the left-hand side of the car. 1064 for Amir. Well, Kev goes 7, Amir goes 12, but there'll be a track check after Kev's run there. It looked good until he's approaching half track, and then smoke billowing, as I say, from the left-hand side of the car, the exhaust outlet side. Well, we're good to go. So, going to be Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy. And Lloyd Perkins with the Oldsmobile. Both of these 2 run to 799, which is the Sumo index. Sumo is a short term for super modified. One of the classes that was swallowed up into Comp Eliminator. And the Sumo index works really well for them, to be honest. Hardly anything to choose between them. So Rob Smallwood goes up to number 4. Lloyd goes to number 5. Nicely done. Right, another one that didn't make Q1 but is here for Q2. Nick Williams with his Copo alongside Darren Dewhurst with the front wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa. Respective indexes: Nick 850, Darren 950. Good looking run there for Nick. 809 at 169. Goes to number 4. Darren hits 950. Although it's not a dial-in, he's basically run his index there. And goes to number 9. So Emma Goddard with the glitch. Honda Integra going alongside your number 1 qualifier, Reuven Dawson with the Honey Wasp Copo. Went into the 7.9s in Q1. Let's see what he can do for Q2. 950 index for Emma. Went 922 in Q1. .801 this time round, 173 for Reuven, and a 922 for Emma. Finds 100th, stays number 7. Right, we get ready for Pro Modified, and Michelle Turenne is in the lanes. Can't see many others down there yet though. So actually moving on through the qualifying order very nicely indeed. Pro Modified will be your next class. Then we've got Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and then we continue with our sportsman classes with Street Eliminator. But I think we're just gathering cars at the moment. Michelle just putting his racewear on as all the others make their way down. In actual fact, yeah, I can see Mick Payne has made it down for this one, and Phil Druitt as well. I think Phil is, yeah, Phil Druitt going to be the first one round the corner. Well, so fair to say that Phil is an experienced racer is an understatement. It really has been around forever as our Phil. And I've got to know pretty much all the races over the years, and Phil is one of the most determined people I think I've ever met. Street Weekend really proved that to me when he just kept putting run after run after run, just trying to squeak that last bit of performance out of his full pop, and the end result was he came 3rd overall in Street Weekend this year, and a full credit to him. And he had the best reaction time as well at Santapod on the Sunday, I think it was. He went 00 on a Pro Tree, so very good indeed. He's openly admitted to me with this car, he said driving it was so different to anything he'd driven before, and it really does take respect. But Phil, one of these guys that I know once he gets a handle on this will absolutely love it even more. Come up Street Eliminator and Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please. Street Eliminator and Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please. Phil said his first launch in this car really did wake him up. And he's so awake he wants more now. So the ASD Fuel Tech Mustang, Phil Druitt. Gonna do his burnout now. So it's a turbo combination in here. Yeah, I'm going to send it. Well, I couldn't get the candles lit, unfortunately, there for Phil. So just pushing him back around the corner, they'll get, he's out of the way over there. So it gives a chance for the others to get in the lanes and get themselves ready. I can see Holly walking around, so Dave Vector is going to be very close indeed. Michelle Turenne just getting his hands device on. So he'll be climbing in the car very shortly indeed. Ah, and Dick Costa's down there as well. So we're just looking to see who's going to flinch next, actually. Michelle just about to get into the Camaro. And Phil, I think, just about to get out of the Mustang. Very warm in these cars today. It's been the story of this year so far. A lot of very, very warm weekends to contend with. Might cool down a little bit here tomorrow. But today, certainly another warm one. So just to bring everybody up to speed where we are at the moment, obviously this is Pro Modified. We've got Top Fuel Bike just been called into lanes. Super Street Bike will be making their way down as well. And then we continue with our Sportsman classes with Street Eliminator, to be followed by Super Gas out. The Wild Bunch, Funny Bike, Comp Bike, and Junior Drag Bike. And then to wrap up the sessions will be Super Comp, VW Pro, VW Sportsman, and Sportsman ET. We do plan on having a third qualifier for Comp Eliminator later on this afternoon into the early evening, and also Super Pro ET, Pro ET, Sportsman ET, and Junior Dragster. That just gives us a bit of a head start for tomorrow, when we will just basically pick up where we left off. Actually, looking at the schedule, we are into eliminations for Pro ET and Super Pro tomorrow afternoon. That's how busy it's looking for Sunday, because there's obviously a lot of racing to get done. So, as we said before, we'll say it again, the biggest ever entry at a national event here at Santa Pod. 351 pre-entered teams into this event. And I think the words inside the programme were very poignant indeed, saying that, let me just get the programme just in case you haven't got it, but some very well written words here. Given these challenging times, it's remarkable to note the growth in participation in our sport. The entry list, which closed 3 weeks ago, boasted 351 entries, making a significant increase of approximately 30 entries compared to last year, and is, I say, a record turnout, which speaks volumes about the continued growth and enthusiasm for drag racing. So it's a good job that the event was extended to a 3-day event. We just would not have got it all done if it was just a Saturday, Sunday event. So just want to say on behalf of the SPRC, a huge, huge thank you for your dedication to our sport here at Santa Pod Raceway. Couldn't do it without you. And I know you couldn't do it without us, but we really, really couldn't do it without all of you. So Phil Jewett is going to head back to the pits. So they'll give it another crack tomorrow. That's when Pro Modified to put their next qualifiers in. Right, just breaking news actually. One car that we are missing from the lanes, or, well, might not make it into the lanes for this one, Andy Robinson. They're actually changing an engine. Obviously they did have that drama in Q1, and just couldn't make it down in the lanes. But it looks like I think we got most of the others there now. Lots of bikes down in the lanes as well, and I can just see Street Eliminator appearing in the lanes as well. Upcoming events, let's just quickly mention those whilst I've got this opportunity. Next Friday and Saturday, it's the Mustang Nationals, which leads us into the Ford Show on Sunday. The weekend after, it is, of course, the Mopar Euro Nationals. 3 days of muscle car mania, if you like. That is one you do not want to miss if you're a muscle car fan. So that is the Mopar Euro Nationals here in 2 weeks' time. At the end of the month, in 3 weeks' time, it's proper festival time for us all, as it is Bug Jam. A great event, early arrivals on Thursday. All the fun and activities, well, some of them start Thursday night, but the track activities start on Friday with Run What You've Rung for all of our VW fans and those cars that are entered into the race meeting as well. And we do have some pretty serious race car classes taking part that weekend. We've got funny cars, and those of you that have watched the funny cars perform at Bug Jam, it may be just a smaller event in the world of National Championship drag racing, but the funny cars love that event, and they really do put on a show and some phenomenal numbers and just sheer entertainment from the cars. And it is certainly one to behold. Mixed in with that with VW Pro, VW Sportsman, and I think Street Eliminator at that one as well. So it is a big old meeting, that one then. And it's a one that a lot of racers, it's sort of like, I don't know about that, but once they've been and enjoyed Bug Jam, they go, yeah, we want to race at that again. So it's definitely one of the good ones. That will take us, unbelievably, into August. And it's quite a month, actual National Championship racing-wise, but it's not a quieter month as far as Santa Pod's concerned. We do have Ultimate Street Car first weekend of August, and some of our specialist events. But we do have Green Light Nationals on the, I think it's 16th, 17th of August, that weekend. Weekend after that, it's August Bank Holiday. And it's time to go to a lot of various car shows around the country. And we spread the gospel of drag racing. It's Silverstone Festival, which is a big one for the drag racing community. We have about 30-odd teams going there. It's also Gravity, the EDC in Birmingham. Santa Pod are represented there. And it's Carfest as well. And got about 10 teams going down to Loverstock Farm in Hampshire for that one. And then that will lead us into September. Oh, goodness me. We're getting towards the end of the season then. But it's the European finals. It's the national finals. And then we sort of think, where did that year go? But all of the events and the dates are on the Santa Pod website. I think you all pretty much know which events you're going to be coming to now. But you'd have booked your time off work. You'd have booked your, well, local hotel or B&B if you don't stay on site here, or for some of you it would just be a short drive. Well, whenever you come along, we just thank you for joining us. Okay, let's get back to qualifying then for Motorsports UK Pro Modified. This is Mick Payne with the Duster Supercharged combination. In actual fact, we've got quite a few of the Pro Mods that made it into the lanes. Well, bumped into Mick last night, and he said, yeah, I better go and give the car an exercise. He took it down to Manston, actually, and did some fire-up work down there, and they found something. Mick didn't go into too much details, but they did find a little problem with the car, which they managed to fix, which, if they had to do it here, would have just put them on the back foot a little bit more. So they were very thankful to Paul Marston and the gang down at Manston for them to be able to pop down there, do some fire-ups, and just work their way through the car. Mick set his best numbers at the European finals last year in this car, went 654 at 224. Okay, Mick, good to go then. So, let's go forward and bring it up to the line. So all the best, mate. First run of this year. Right, that got stuck in first gear, didn't change at all. And coasting to 1098, 80 mile an hour. Does get him qualified though. But has all day tomorrow to work through the car. They'll get it back to the pits tonight and have a look at it. And back out to play again tomorrow. All right, looking in the lanes to see who's going to fire up next. Michel Turenne going to be putting his first run of the day in this session. Obviously Kev Slyfield as well. We do know, unfortunately, that Andy Robinson is doing an engine swap. It didn't go to plan in Q1, as we know, so they've got a huge amount of work to get their car ready. Whether they can make it for this session, not quite sure. But side by side, blower cars coming up. Michel Turenne and Kev Slyfield. Well, we've seen a few cars struggle with burnouts today. Doesn't seem to be affecting them, which is odd. But Michel's going to give it another go. It will be a shorter burnout than planned, as Kev Slyfield coming back from his. So Kev Slyfield with the blown bird. And Michel Turenne, Pro Dutch Racing, Camaro. What can they do for us then? Their first runs of the Summer Nationals. Well, that run is all Kev Slyfield to a 6.17 and to the #1 spot as well. Little bit wayward, but good enough for #1 for the time being. Michel Turenne, possibly the lack of burnout did hurt him there a bit. 112 to 60 foot compared to a 102. Both of them with 0.3 lights off the line. But the rest of it was all Kev Slyfield. Michel does get a number on the board, 12.13, so he is qualified. And that's one thing you do have to do. Get a number on the board before you even think about quitting the run. And Michel did exactly that. He just made sure that he had a number. So looking in the pairing lanes, I can just see 2 Pro Modified cars left down there. So no John Webster in this session. No Andy Robinson in this session either. So Dave Vector and Andre Arnever. And I think Dave's actually just sprinted for the tractor there, so maybe a little bit of a clean and a wipe in Kev Slyfield's lane after that one. I don't see anything majorly untoward on that. but they're having a good look at the Kestrel lane. So they just want to make sure everything is 100%. The last thing we want to do is send anything down the track if there is anything on it whatsoever, be it debris, fluid, you name it, anything. They just want to make sure it's 100%. So whilst they just clean that up just for a moment, Nitro FM, we're going to give the airways back to you, and we'll take it straight back with our last pair of Pro Mods very shortly. Okay then, Andre Arnova. Now, I was really hoping that they were going to go side by side, but I think Dave Vector is going to run after Andre. Now, in the world of Pro Mod, certainly in Europe, nobody, and I mean nobody, does more testing, more runs, visits more tracks, you name it, than this man here, Andre Arnova. He'll if he has a spare weekend, he'll just rock up at a run what you brung and run this car. It's just absolutely amazing. And that is why he is Europe's quickest and fastest pro modified racer out there. He's been into the 5.6s. He's been over 260 miles an hour. And he fires these warning shots out to everybody. And everybody takes notice. At the Door Slammers this year, obviously a non-Pro Mod event, he went 262 miles an hour in this car. But it's the ET that he set at the Festival of Power that really did get everybody to go wow, which was 5.695. I don't think the conditions are there to do it today. It's very, very warm out there. And we haven't had a test day either, because Andre would normally get 3 runs in on a test day as well. But never underestimate it. He got a wealth of data to run through. That looked quicker than a 1 second flat 60 foot. Shoots out just past the 8th. But just hearing that car come up on boost and then it launches and the tyres protest. Say, no, please no. But Andre has other ideas. You are going to work for me. But still a staggering car to watch every single time because Andre only knows one way of doing it, and that is just going for it.
Yeah.
A huge amount of respect. So, let's see what Dave Vector can do. We know number one qualifier as things stand at the moment was Kev Slyfield with his Q2 run, which in effect was his off the trailer run. He didn't make it down for Q1. How do you fancy going 1 second to 60 foot?
I would love to try it. I would absolutely love it. .19 is the quickest I've done.
Yeah. That's not hanging about, mate.
No. I think that was against Phil Druitt when we had that little side-by-side.
Oh, the side-by-side, yeah. So Dave Vector, he's currently number 3, 6.40. Dave's bests are in the 5.7s. His quickest ever pass was in the door slammers back in 2023. We went 5.74. But in pro modified competition, 5.76 at the main event last year. Anything starting with a 6.0 or even a 5 will be good enough for number one. So Dave Vector then with the Camaro. He left the car here after the main event. It's been parked here for 5 weeks. Let's see what he can do. That is a flyer. Is it a 5? Oh, is it? 590, 234 miles an hour. Straight to number one. That's what we wanted to see.
That was storming.
It was lovely. 0.97 to 60 foot at the 8th mile. 385 at 192. And at the stripe, 590, 234. It was a 205 back half. But as I say, the conditions are not ripe for going super quick today. But nevertheless, Dave Vector, number one with a 590. Heron just taken the temperature readings off the track. It's all data that these teams work with. And they'll log every single detail of every single run. And the first thing they do when they get back to the pits, driver gets out, and then it's straight onto the computer, download all the information, and put it into the log. And then they, oh, what did we do on this run when it was this temperature and this
where can we make the gains?
That's it.
Yeah.
Right, top fuel bike. Steve Willett and Ryan Davison. It will be Ryan on his own. He can't race anybody yet in top fuel bike because Ryan is still going through the licensing procedure. That's I thought was a bit odd. They were lined up together, but then Stevie's just getting ready for his run. So Ryan with the Meteor Missile. Beautiful looking machine. When Ryan bought the bike last year, it was in primer, but lovely colour scheme on the machine now. It looks cracking. And Ryan just getting prepared to put in another run here. So I'd imagine this would be a half-track pass if you can get it there. That was a strong launch. Wow. 101 to 60 foot. So, yeah, that is definitely licensing procedure. So that was burnout and launch.
Assuming the next will be the 330, will it? Then
yeah.
Yep.
So it's the same process. You've got to progress up the track and then run a number.
Yeah.
A representative of the class at the stripe. And I think Ryan, well, we know the bike's capable. And we know Ryan actually is capable because he's run some serious numbers in funny bike. It's transferring the knowledge in the riding ability to top fuel bike. But he will be a welcome addition to the class. Right, so it will be Steve Willett going alongside, and the bike has now appeared underneath us, Phil Crossley, on the most legendary top fuel bike I think Europe has ever seen, the Imperial Wizard.
Yeah.
So there is Keith Edwards next to Phil Crossley. Keith Edwards is the owner of the bike.
Right.
But he's more than happy for Phil to do the tuning, do the riding. But then, having said that, Keith is getting his hands dirty every single event now. There's a brilliant restoration on this machine. It just looks glorious out there. Going alongside Steve Willett, the dealer, one of the winningest riders. Steve Willett goes 646, 795 for Phil Crossley. That would have been somewhere in the 6.4s as well for Phil if his bike had stayed straight and not veered off towards the centre line.
Yeah, he was going.
Because he was matching Steve pretty much all the way there. But Steve, with a 646, goes to number 1. And Phil Crossley goes to number 4 with that 7.95. A little bit spoilt actually is Phil, because obviously he's got his own bike that he's putting together, and it's pretty much complete. We have seen it.
Yep.
But when when Keith goes to run the Wizard this weekend, then yeah, Phil's spoilt for choice. And then the reason why Ryan Davidson got into top fuel bike is because Phil Crossley sold his funny bike to go into top fuel bike.
Oh, right. Okay.
But you sold it to Ryan. And that's how those two go.
Yeah.
And then Ryan goes, oh, I want to go top fuel bike. So
Connecting the dots.
yeah, they're good mates. Very good mates. So Neil Mitchell, Europe's quickest top fuel bike. And with the exception of Larry Spider-Man McBride in America,
Yeah.
one of the quickest bikes on the planet.
And what's his number over there now?
5. That poor Struth, I can't remember, the 5.4s, I think it is.
Wow.
It could even be 5.3. Somebody text me, let me know what Larry McBride has run. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it is insanely fast. But sometimes you have to remember that Ian King, when he rode this bike, Fast Phil.
I remember that. Yeah, yeah.
And go back to the the Kendall bike. Goodness me, I can't remember who rode it. You know, these were running their numbers years and years ago. So Neil Midgley, who has been in the 5s on this machine. A good looking run.
Wow.
Clicked it 1,000 foot. Coasts to a 645 at 164. He was 399 at 187 at the 8th. And that puts Neil Midgley into the number 1 spot. Oh, there we go. Sam Shaw, thank you very much indeed. Larry McBride has been 550 at 268. So it didn't take long for the information to come through.
No.
You ask a question and somebody answers
exactly.
it.
It's
Thank you, Sam.
Encyclopedia. I've got to say,
I thought he'd been in the 5.4s actually, but no, apologies. I thought.
watching these guys and girls this morning was phenomenal from up here.
They're nuts, aren't they? And to be fair, none of them have really gone super quick yet.
I think they're running to the track, aren't they, at the moment?
They are. So at least it's a full-on headwind. It's not a crosswind. That's the worst thing for a bike rider is a crosswind. So Mark Dainty, Rudolfo Maduro. Oh, this one's all Mark. If you can keep it away from the centre line, which he does. Nice, 7:13 into number 2 spot there, 193 miles an hour. Rudolfo goes 9:36 at 163. Steve Venables and Kostas Giannopoulos up next. Craig Wright, good afternoon, buddy. On the sofa, watching at home. It's a long way just to pop to the track these days here, Craig. Wishing you well, mate. Ved just blazes the tyre off the line, but 119 to 60 foot for Kostas. 7:17 at 186 goes to number 3.
Getting quicker.
Right, next up then, Brad Head and Margot Schmidt. You know, sometimes you can look at people and you see fire in their eyes, the desire. Margot Schmidt has got that. I saw Margot coming back from around once, and I mean the bike just wasn't working. Was so annoyed, and you could just sense it. And you know, every muscle in the body was screaming at her. And when it started to work right, she got in the 6s. Just unbelievable euphoria. Well, Brad gets a good A to B run here, 7:79, and it's an 8:80. Hang on, all the 8s. 5 of them. 8.8888 for Margot Schmidt.
Look at that.
No prize for it, unfortunately.
There should be.
That's rolling 5 6s in the casino, isn't it? But yeah, Margot Schmidt, all the 8s. Oh, Liz McCarthy's tuned in as well. A very good afternoon. And well done last weekend. We have various awards at Dragstalgia, and we have one called Driving Job of the Weekend, and we had to rename it Riding Job because Liz been off the bike for a few years now, but came back and rode the wheels off it. And,
fantastic.
got very, very close to the wall. But,
Dragstalgia looks superb.
It's a mega event, mate. And Liz took the Showmanship Award for Best Riding Job of the Weekend. So Jack Shook, Chris Reed. What have they got for us then in Super Street Bike? Boise Way, much better this time. 7:12 for Chris, goes to number 2. Jack Shook goes 7:41, goes to number 6. Thank you very much, Liz. The Kendall bike was Peter Svensson. Trying to remember back in the day. Thanks, Liz. The name just would not come out. But yeah, Peter Svensson. All right, Josh Stubbins. What's he got for us? Now, bizarrely, we got a bit of a computer anomaly. I don't know what he ran in Q1 because he said he went minus 5.36, which I know is not possible. So let's see how Josh gets on. Oh, loads of his secondary burnout in the end there. Huge amount of wheel spin.
He was laying rubber down for his next pass, I think.
Yeah, but it's not a path I'd want to follow.
No, certainly not.
So Josh just takes it on through there. No, none of the Morrisons this time round. And no Jake Michelle either. Oh, Jake's down there in civvies. And Morris, Alan Morrison Jr. and Jake is in civvies down there, so they're just thinking, no, it's a bit too hot to put the leathers on this afternoon. I'm just going to chill out. Okay. It is Street Eliminator, Graham.
Woohoo! So the reason Joe didn't have such a great pass on the last one is he was running on 7 cylinders. His signal wire had come off one of the coil packs, so he was... I mean, even though he got out the hole, one of his best launches, he struggled all the way down, which is why he didn't get the time and he was looking for.
So what's Joe raced before getting in this car?
I have no idea.
Well, he's a bit of an enigma.
He is.
I think
He's just... Yeah. I think he had a Capri before this.
Yeah.
And he ran in Outlaw Street, I believe,
Yeah.
for a time. Had some fun. Came back with this
Not
monster.
that there is a look that a drag racer has to have, but Joe doesn't look like a drag racer at all.
No, he looks like a guy that chops wood out in the, the outback somewhere.
Yeah. Lovely guy, though. Very
superb.
chatty, very
Joe is
friendly.
Superb. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Top bloke. Against your very good friend, obviously,
Yeah,
Rob
spoke
Slater.
to Chris earlier. They put a kind of an 8.3 tune in it, and it delivered, so he's turned it up. And this is their first run on E85.
Ah,
so
right, okay.
They did it on pump gas, and now they're looking to see what this car will react like on E85.
Whoa, a little bit loose.
Yeah.
Joe goes 891, 159. And a 1043 at 98 there for Rob.
Chris will figure that tune out. He will.
Yeah.
He'll dial
That
it
was
in.
getting some power, though.
It
the
was
way
definitely putting it down.
Yeah.
You could see it way out to the
Yeah.
almost to the 330. But yeah, he did a good job there, keeping that on the track.
Well,
Now, Anthony
I think
Higgs,
the surprise
that
was
was meant
Tony
to be a
Higgs.
test pass.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and I went
as
to see him, and he says that was a test pass.
as a Maltese test pass.
Yeah, so I think he had about £15 in it in the end, but yeah, he just wants to get on with it.
Good
And I think
lad.
Nigel had some issues, so he's running the same tune. He just wants to see if the car, the truck
Right.
will deliver it.
So Tony Higgs went 770 with his checkout pass earlier.
Off he goes again.
That'll do. 767,
Get
184.
it there.
Make sure you use those parachutes, otherwise I think it's a waste of money. In preference to Jenny's Kitchen. Nigel Hell goes 1061, 134. That's working much better this time round.
Yeah, he'll get that tuned up for the next one. Bill had the biggest smile on his face when I went in the pit there. Literally Cheshire Cat. He was so happy with what the... and they think they hit the limiter somewhere down there as well, so he's grinning.
Oh, I bet. Well, he's number one.
That run this morning, he was epic. And not forgetting James, who just mid-9, boom, done. You know, getting on with it.
That's just planted, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh.
Effortless, look at that.
Is he going to hit 200 here? Nearly. 192 mile an hour. 772. A little bit slower on the ET.
9:47 for James.
Oh, what?
9:47.
Wow.
Yeah, the more seat time Bill gets in that car,
Yeah.
and his confidence is going to just bloom.
947. James
Now, you'll
Murray.
notice something different about Michael's car. I brought my drag radials. In fact, the wheels and those tyres are off Grim Hill.
They actually fit in there. My
Yeah,
goodness
they cleared
me.
the calipers. We've kind of done a little shock change. And Tom and I have just kind of helped him set the car up. Pete came over, confirmed the settings. So, yeah, we're hoping Michael gets a hit here. And no nitrous. He just wants to see if it flies straight. Mark had some issues, which he's still trying to address, but he knows he's figuring it out. So that hooked for Michael. So at least he knows when he gets his nitrous on there, he can...
There comes the silly top speed.
Yeah. So he'll be grinning.
I do love it when that happens. 10:38 at 184 miles an hour.
It's like the mid-track's just like a new venture, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, that was really good. 10:62. No nitrous.
No nitrous, yeah.
And, yeah.
What was his 60 there?
145.
Yeah, so all he's got to do is turn that up now and get his nitrous in, and that's... Because we did that with Snow White. Mark Todd says, try these. And we went from a 140-something to a 130-something.
Big difference. Right, Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey Buick.
Yeah. Pete's put a sharper one on this.
Oh, beautiful off the line.
Beautiful, yeah.
130 to 60.
That's a great time.
Look at the speed.
Yeah, wow.
193 miles an hour.
Well done.
779.
Great job, Pete.
Nice.
And Vicky, of course.
Graham.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
We'll hopefully see you tomorrow.
No, not hopefully, you will.
Okay. All right.
Graham
Take
Smith
care.
joining us
See you
for
soon.
Street Eliminator. Thanks ever so much indeed, mate. And I'll probably catch up with you tonight around the pit somewhere, or we'll see you. Thanks, Gray. Right, can I have Funny Bike, Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike and Comp Bike into the pairing lanes. This is Super Gas for Tony Morris Carburettors. Vic Parsons, Dave Fulton. Vic is currently number 3. Dave is number 8. Little wiggle once again from Dave. $9.95. Dave Fulton goes up to number 3 and O2 Light as well. Vic drops to number 4. 10.53 on that pass. 10.57, sorry, on that pass. So Richard Tunstall, John Dalrymple. So Richard is your number 1 in Super Gas at the moment, 9.94, and John is number 8. $9.97 plays 10.23. Richard Tunstall stays number 1, obviously, but John Dalrymple moves up from 8 to 5. Right, the man who wants that number 1 is Stu Doiney. Going alongside Andy Harrison. Stu broke out in Q1, went a little bit too quick. Went 9.84. But then so did Andy Harrison, he went 9.88. So number 1 qualifier goes to Andy Harrison, 9.91 with an 8. Stu Doiney goes to number 2 with a 9.93, but Stu with a 00 light. 001 on the tree, almost gets the perfect light money. That's still up for grabs. Perfect ET money's gone. Wayne Hiscock, Conrad Stanley. The next pair. Wayne goes 10.17. Conrad goes 10.02. Wayne stays number 4 from his previous run. Conrad moves up to number 7. As we look at Stuart Morris. So 9.90, the aim of the game. Stu Morris and Sarah Unsworth. They're 12 and 10 respectively at the moment. .991 with a 6. The Morris boys go to number 1. So it goes 11.57, 136. Oh, it's had way too much of a throttle stop on there. All right, Dave Cherrett, the Dark Revenger. Needs to go quicker than a 10.29. That's where he was earlier, but no quicker than 9.90. Lovely controlled launch there for Dave. And it, 9.89 with a 2, breaks out by less than 1/100th of a second. So, well, bunch it is. The Maras with the Rebel. 8.47 is the dial-in for Rob Brown. And then he's going to be on to Funny Bike. So, just reversing up after the burnout. So unfortunately, Rob's a little bit lonely in Wild Bunch today. A 42, 155. That'll do. Close. Oh, did you dial 47? I just misread it slightly. Never mind. Okay, we move on to Funny Bike. So Roger Moore alongside Martin Zylstra. Okay, just a single gear there for Roger, I think. Not quite sure how the bike works. Martin Zylstra goes in at number 2 with a 7.24. Very nice indeed. Can I have Super Comp to the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you to the pairing lanes, please? So wait for our next pair to come around the corner. Absolutely glorious day here, sorry, at Satterpod for the Summer Nationals. Not quite sure on the outside temperature, probably 23, 24 degrees. Is quite a breeze out there. Just keeping everybody honest. And goes to that say, we hope we've got some sunblock out there because Podface will be in full force this weekend. So, Lorcan Parnell. And that's right, it's Lorcan and Lionel again. But Lorcan didn't get the run in Q1. Fingers crossed this time round. That's a 758, 142 for Lorcan. Lionel goes 772 at 179. But it's A to B, and they got some data to work with now, and that's the key. So best of luck to the Storm team when they get the bike back. A little bit heavy breathing with a little bit of smoke coming out of the bike towards the top end. And I think Lorcan was doing a bit of coasting, then he was 158 to the 8th. Sean Branch tried to get the run in earlier, had a launch, and it got to about, what, 20 foot out. But this time it's hooked. And everything works. 759, 179 there for Sean. Goes to number 5. Thomas Joswig with a Pro Dynamics. Funny bike. No, he's already been 770 this weekend. That's a 795 at 160. All right, Eric Richard then from France with the Team Brothers Hayabusa. Look phenomenal, 6:45 in Q1. Oh, it's arrow straight. 6:47, backing up the 6:45 from earlier. He's going to be a tough nut to crack this weekend. Very, very good indeed. All right, let's move on to Combike. Graham Dance currently number 2, qualifying on a 7:59. Going alongside Chris Neary. And only 8 bikes are putting numbers on the board at the moment, so that's what you see on the top scoreboards. There is a bump spot for an 8-bike field, 10.99. Obviously, if more bikes come through, we'll be stuck at an 8-bike field unless we get 13 of them, and it will take it to a 16. $746, $190 for Graham Dance. That's a slight improvement on what you ran earlier. Stays number 2, however. No time or speed actually for Chris Neary that time round. So Michael Piggott and Dan Dieth. Michael is your number 1 qualifier at the moment, 7:31. Dan currently number 5 on an 8:02. It's just going to be Dan. A 7:37, 198 miles an hour puts Dan at number 2. Nicely done. Well, Perrin Lane's thinning out incredibly, actually. Well, after Combike, we got Junior Drag Bike. I think they're making their way down. And also Super Comp are making their way down in the lanes as well. So a little bit concerned in the Kestrel B lane towards the top end there. So the tractor just going out. Our start line crew just going to take a breather for a moment, and we're going to do the same up in the tower. So Nitro FM, if you can take it over for a while. We will be back, of course, with a continuation of qualifying here at the Summer Nationals. So top fuel bike qualifying round number 1. What have they got for us? Wow, this one's all Neil Midgley. Oh, just clicks it after half track.
That was fun.
So it is the silent assassin, Paul Hambidge, appears in the Slick Tricks lane, going alongside Patrick Rawnsley. So in the world of drag brake racing, not very often you see Kawasaki's, especially a pair of them, but here they are. A pair of ZX 12Rs. Oh, just looking for gears or neutral. So Patrick currently number 5, Paul currently number 4. And they stay put, but improved time for Patrick. Goes 783. Paul goes 771 on that pass. Right, Jasmine Cordell and Pete Slater. Now, Jas hasn't got a number on the board yet. So Pete Slater on an 884. Jas can certainly get at the sharp end. Here we go. Good looking run for Jas. It's a 7, but what flavour? It's a 749 at 175. Goes to number 4, an 856 for Pete Slater. That's his quickest of the run weekend so far. That is number 8. 30 Martina. Going to get his first number on the board, going alongside Sherman Martis. Sherman has already run an 855. Front wheel hanging there. Club VW Pro into the lanes, please. VW Pro. So 30 goes 9.10 in at number 9. Sherman goes 8.13. Again, his quickest, but doesn't change position. Stays number 7. So Michael Piggott then. Got to roll forward. Here's your number 1 qualifier with a 7.31. Can he improve on that? Still got quite a stiff headwind out there. So 7.31 was the number from earlier. 7.32 on that run there. So 2 very, very close numbers indeed. So that's a wrap for comp bike. It's on to junior drag bike. So first up then, Lyra Humber. Didn't get a number on the board in Q1. Going alongside Kian Lester with a Section 59 Honda. So the Darlings are 1370 for Kian, 1340 for Lyra. 1301 for Kian. Wow. Lyra goes 1413. Slots in at number 9. That's a big old breakout for Kian. Wow. Good effort. Maggie Smallman. Looking for 840. Declan looking for 865. $875. Declan stays number 3. Maggie goes 858, but the run earlier was better. So stays number 2. Right, next up. Just wait for the dial-in. Sophie Taylor and Aisha Harris. 1320 place 1025. So 1025 the target, 1059 is the run. That's going to move her up from number 18 to number 6. Nicely done. Sophie goes 1436, no moves, going to stay put. Richard Wilcox, Samuel Hope, next pair. Both into pre-stage. Both at the stage. Tree drops, away they go. So 975 the target for Richard. Sam looking for 895. Problems for Richard. And Sammy goes 904. Well, Richard's actually come to a complete stop out there. And gets going again. Well done. So just allow Richard to clear the track. It's going to be, I think it's going to be Darcy Cordell up next. It is. For company for Darcy, got Charlie London. So Charlie looking for 1297. Darcy wants 15 seconds. So Darcy looking for a 15 flat. Problems for Charlie. She's going to reset the tree for Charlie, but let's see how Darcy gets on. 1550. That should move her up actually for number 17. We'll see where it pans out in a moment. Yeah, it goes up to number 10, does Darcy. Nicely done. Well, problems for Charlie there, just backing out of the run there. So next up, okay, two of our smaller riders, fair to say. George McLean with Monkey Business and the one and only Jackson King. So 1383, the dialing for Jackson, 1540 for George. Oh, 1372 breakout by a tenth of a second. And George goes 1645 the right side. John McLean on the Spud Missile against Rico Patterson, who is your number one qualifier. Oh, breakouts 75 and 85 for John. Rico goes 1486. Oh, we need to dial in. There it is. Just get it fed in. There we go. Alia Lester looking for 940. Sophie Pollen, a 902, the number of choice there. But just waiting for the top end to clear. Well, we've got Super Comp in the lanes. Also, not far away is VW Pro. Then VW Sports and Sportsman ET, that will wrap up Q2. Then we've got a few classes that we want to get Q3s done for. .909 on a 902 dial for Sophie Pollen takes the number one. And how about Ali Lester goes 954 and a 40. Moves up from number 18 to number 6. But we do have a new number one qualifier. That is Sophie Pollen. All right, getting towards the end of Junior Drag Bike now. Just a few of them left. George Parfit with the Black Viper. George dialing in 1005. Goes 1224, stays number 18. All right, next up, Harry Isaacs and Leah Morrison. Harry currently number 8, Leah 1 place ahead in number 7. And it's the all-important Darlings. 980 for Harry, and it's 8 flat for Leah. I do believe this could be only one more bike to go after this, as I can hear engines running for Super Comp. So Leah Morris goes 8.16, drops a spot. Harry Isaac goes up to number 5, 9.89 on a 980. So this will be the last of the bikes. And can I please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Brad Morrison has a target number of 965. Goes 11.13. Slots in at number 18. So that's a wrap for Junior Drag Bike for today. As we move on to Super Comp. First pair, Nathan Hawkes, Warren Watts then in Super Comp. Nathan currently number 3 on an 897. Warren is on an 887, which is a breakout. Both cutting great lights. And Warren feathering the fottle, not wanting to break out, goes 903. 910 for Nathan. So Warren goes up to number 6. And Nathan stays number 3. Right, next up, Ellie Mae Brown. So Ellie Mae has got Dave Fulton for company. Ellie currently number 9, Dave currently number 5. Let's see what the numbers say. 893 for Dave Fulton goes to number 2. And 891 though, the other side of the track, Ellie Mae Brown goes to number 1. And that's what they wanted. So the wingless Leah Cadet. The Super Pro ET run was in a funny sort of way a checkout pass to see how the car worked without the rear wing. It worked absolutely fine. So Leah Cadet going to go for it in Super Comp. Going to go alongside Richard Tunstall for this pass. I'm laughing because I know what's going to go on in the pits now when Richard Tunstall gets back. He's going to be in Warren Watts' face going, take that. As Richard Tunstall goes 890 with a 7 to take number 1 spot in Supercomp qualifying. 895 for Leah Callett. So Richard goes to number 1. Next up, Charlie Seaward and Jeff Cowley. Jeff is currently number 9. Charlie number 5. $880. Oh, Charlie Seaward breaks up by just that much. 8.8995. That's 5/10,000ths of a second too quick. 9.15 for Jeff Cowley, so they stay put. And this is Stevie Gates. 893 is his current number. Can he find 300ths and sneak in front of Richard Tunstall? So the Hayling Island Garage squad. Nigel Taylor got in touch to say his wish everybody all the best from that is from Unusual Car Sales UK to the top sponsor, Hayling Island Garage. They've had a massive selling spree actually at Hayling Island Garage. So if anybody has any yank or hot rod or whatever to sell, get in touch with the team down at Hayling Island Garage, as their inventory is low and they want to get some more stock in. And Nigel Taylor, good to hear from you. Right, next up it's VW Pro. Thomas Webb going alongside Sam Young. Thomas dialing in 12.99. Sam looking for 8.20. The Electric Beetle. The normally aspirated VW Golf convertible. $9.17, 149 for Sam. Thomas goes 13.26. So Sam number 9, Thomas number 4. Next up, Rob Jump, Dave Henderson. Rob is currently number 2, dials 12.20 for this one. And Dave Henderson looking for an 8.30 with this phenomenal Audi. Oh, a little bit out of shape off the line there. Caught gears again now. So Rob goes 12.82, Dave Henderson 13.53. All right, next up then, Phil Blogg with the Debt Collector Caddy. Same pairing as last time round, actually, because alongside Phil once again is Luke Stevenson. With not the Don itself, but the donor Don. Dial-ins are 11.30 and 12.99. That's 11.16 and a 13.04 for Luke Stevenson. Luke goes to number 1. Coming a bit of an enigma as our Luke. Well done. Right, Joe Hall and Michael Strachan. Joe dialing in 1170. Michael dialing in 1135. Well, somehow Michael's hit the hazard warning lights. I don't think it's going to slow him down any. 11.59 goes to number 4. Nicely done. Joe Hall slots in number 6 with an 11.95. So for the VW DRC, let's give you the headline sponsors. They are Dark Side Developments, DH Automotive, RTMG Performance, CG Motorsport Performance Clutches, Coated Race Bearings, R-Tech Performance, Hangar 30 and Pro Race Engineering. As you look at Abby Tether and Jake Fronda, your next pair. Abby looking for 12.82, Jake looking for 11.89. Jake's going to get there first with 11.97 goes. Oh, stays number 2. Abby moves up to number 3 though. 12.98 on a 12.82, darling. Guy Foley and James Hodson. Guy with 11.23, James with 11.70 on the dial-ins. They are 15 and 10 respectively. Well, James is going to get there first. Problems for Guy. James wants 11.70, gets 11.82. Should move him up from number 10. It does to number 3. Guy with a 15.22 going to stay put in number 15. Right, the VW DRC Associate Club sponsors. Get some of those out now. It is WRP. ASD Fuel Truck Dealer, European Front Wheel Drive, 32 Racing Wheels, the Volks Workshop, Renegade Race Fuels, BJ Bates Electrical, GP Turbos and Harvey Property Developments. Many, many thanks indeed to the associate club sponsors of the VW DRC and of course the headline sponsors as well. Next up, Adam Williamson with the Seat Leon, currently number 14, Carl Goldsmith currently number 12. And the dial-ins are 11.50 and 12.99. $14.17 and $13.17. Carl Goldsmith goes up from 12 to 5. No move for Adam Williamson. All right, Ian Dance with the Hootie Bug. That's an epic build, it really is. 12-second flat on the dial-in. $15.54.84 there for Ian. Get us a number on the board. All important number on the board. All right, next up then, Morgan Wilson. Fabulous launch on the previous pass. Working their way through the car. It's just going to get quicker and quicker now. Starting to unlock the potential of this brilliant car. So for the Wilson family then, Morgan with the Outrage Beetle just coming up to the line. Again, another good 330-foot pass there. 124 to 60 foot, moving along nicely. 1346 is irrelevant what it ran at the stripe, it's the short numbers. And fair to say that Morgan hasn't lost anything there. 0.5 off the line as well. So lots of positives now coming out of that car. Just wait until he gets into the full runs as well. Here we go then, VW Sportsman. 2 more classes to go to wrap up Q2, then we're going to sneak into Q3. So the Thunderbug of Jordan Clark alongside Kaz Wardhouse with the Audi TT. Kaz looking for 1450, Jordan looking for 1399. 1406, Jordan moves up from 21 to number 2 with that one. Breakout for Kaz, just that little bit too quick. I want to say a little bit, just 100th too quick. But Jordan Clark up to number 2. Very well done, sir. All right, Joshua Lee looking for 1435. And it's Nigel Gregg with the Turpids Audi A6. 1538 on the dial-in. So Joshua with the Golf. 1447 goes up from 12 to 3. Nicely done. Nigel Gregg moves up from 8 to 6. Runs a 1554. Carrie Reid with the White Label Motorsport Lupo. Alongside Laurie Anslow. Now then, Carrie hasn't got a number on the board yet. Will after this run, looking for 1445. And looking for 14 flat is Laurie Anslow. $14.63. Carrie goes in at number 8. And Laurie goes 14.36. Drops a spot from 10 to 11 due to Carrie getting a number in there. All right, next pair, Jerry Sadler and Olivia Carter. I'm sure they're all still tuned in from Sweden. And we certainly hope that Rob Carter has made it to get on the boat, get over, and get ready for street week over there. So Jerry looking for 15 flat, Olivia looking for 1480. So 15-15 for Jerry, goes up from 25 to number 5. Olivia Carter goes 15.62. No help for her, but nice move from Jerry. All right, Poppy Hunter, Jason Anslow. Not very often we see Schools of Drag Beetle here, but great to see it back once again. And of course, Poppy Hunter. Going through the motions, Poppy goes 14.52. I think she's going to stay 14, she does. And Jason gets a number on the board. Gets the car qualified. Bruce Harvey. The car is called I Can't Afford an R8 with the Audi. Going alongside Chris Poyner with the Porsche. Collins then 14.28, 15.40. Bruce is going to get there first with a 14.32. That's strong. Certainly in the top three. Just got to see where it pans out. And that's right, I haven't got where it slots in at the moment. See if I can work it out. Yeah, goes to number 2 with that one. Very nicely done. All right, next up, top circuit, Steve Metcalf. Steve with the Baja looking for 15.60. Tom Circuit looking for a 17.27. So Steve gets a 16.21. Any help there too? Thomas goes 17.77. And he moves into top 16. George Miller, John Gallant. So there's a new sticker on the roof of John's car. It was given to him by my niece Poppy, who always watches me race. Could I do a little shout out to her, please? Well, absolutely no problem at all, John. A very, very special ode to John's niece, Poppy, who's hopefully tuned in. Well, let's see what Uncle John can do. He does a 14.40. George does 14.10. 14.29 and well, John wanted a 14.40. He got a 14.39 with a 7. It was oh so close, but it was a breakout. I'm sorry. Sorry, Poppy. He just went a tiny bit too quick. Next up, Nigel Gregson with Golfy McGoldface alongside Josh Culling. Nigel looking for 13.10, Josh looking for 16.40. Cherry on the tree for Nigel. Doesn't matter in qualifying. It's all about the ETs. The closer you get to your dialing without going under it, the higher qualified you'll be. And Nigel goes 13.27, so his run from earlier will be his better run. So he'll stay put with it. Next up, Steve Stone, 13.27 dial-in with the Corsten Racing Leon. And how about this? Your number 1 qualifier, Dominic Crawford. This time round, dials 15.47. Can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator. Let's have you into the lanes, please. So, Steve Stone looking for that 13.10. He's currently number 10 qualifier. Goes 13.80. Going to be no help for him. Dominic Crawford goes 15.72. He's already number 1. So he's going to stay number 1. Right, Lily Stevenson. She's currently number 21 qualifier. Polly Judge is currently number 3. Polly was way off her number on her previous pass. Basically what happened, do you know if she had to be retrieved from the top end? The gear linkage came off mid-track, so she had to coast. So unfortunately, no gears. Shouldn't happen this time. Should be good. So Lily Stevenson, 14.34. Can she do it? Can Polly get to 16.41? Right, first across the line will be Lily. 14.24 breakout, too quick. Polly goes to number 8 though, 16.41. was the dial. 16.59 was the run, which goes to number 8. Reese Finney with the Lupo. 17.40 is the dial in there. And I've got Jacob Bailey down for this one. Heading towards the stripe. Jacob goes 15.31, 17.84. Reese goes from 23 to 18. And Jacob bizarrely moves up from 25 to 24. All right, next up then, 15.31, sorry, 18.45 dial for Jackie Roan. And what's the Darling Border Gloom got for us this time round for Trev? And Lorraine? It's a 14.70. Oh, it goes the other way this time, Trev. Yeah, exactly, mate. No, it's a boomerang. It will come back. 15.28 this time around. 18.49. All right, Thomas Webb again. Mark 1 Golf convertible. 13.13 dialing. Right, last one in the class. As we get ready for Sportsman ET after this one. A 13.35, Thomas moves up from 27 to 14. Sportsman ET, Gary Lake and Aaron Kent. So Gary Lake currently in the number 8 spot. The position he wants is held by the other guy. That's Aaron Kent, number 1. Dials a 13.40, went 13.41 in Q1. Cracking 0-2 light for Gary. Oh, 14.01 breakout. By less than 100th of a second. 13.80, no help there. Right, Clive Dandridge with the truck. He's currently number 16 qualified, dials 12.64. Jordan Griffin with the Suzuki Swift, dials 14.05. $12.74 for Clive, goes from 16 to 9. Jordan goes up from 24 to 12 with the 14.25. Just 0.2 off darling. Lorna Collins with Luna Love, the MX-5. Currently number 2 qualifier. And 13 flat. Didn't see this car first time round. Sophie Evans. Off and running. So 13 flat for Sophie, 15.89 for Lorna. Sophie gets there first with 13.62. Going to get a number on the board, the most important bit. And a 16.02 for Lorna. Stays number 2. Matt Horsell, the Moonshine Escort. He's currently number 3. He dials 1450. And Craig Flinders with Benny B, the Ford Ranger. 1657 dial in for him. So Matt's going to get there first. 1450 the target. 1457 the run. He's already number 3. He's not going to move up from there. Craig Flinders goes 1739. No help for him. He stays put as well. All right, pick your focus time. It's Eva Huxley, 1931, and Terry, 1930. Just 100th of a second difference in their darlings. And there's only one place between them in the qualified order as well. Eva is number 22. Terry is number 23. Well, they're side by side, using each other as a pace setter. And the numbers come up, 1935, 1939. Yeah, Terry up to number 3, Eva up to number 6. Both did a very good job there. Right, Ricky Hale and Debbie Taylor. I'm just going to be looking at the front wheels of Debbie Taylor because I'm sure got a little bit of separation on the front when she launched. Let's have a look. Yeah, almost putting a smidge of a wheelie there. Across the line, Debbie goes 1381. Ricky goes 1695 on an 1830 dial. That's way too quick, Ricky. Next up, Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang. Going alongside Chris Cresswell. So 1485, the darling for Chris. He's currently number 13. Felicity currently number 5. $14.86 for Chris Creswell. That's good enough for number 1. Well done, Chris. Great job. Number 1 qualifier, Sportsman ET for the time being. And Felicity moved up a spot as well. Goes to number 4. Nicely done. Jago Stokes, Dan Holloway up next. Now, Jago, number 29. So he's got lots of wiggle room to move on up here. Dials in 1250. Dan dialing in 1235 with the Mustang. Dan will get there first. 1231 breakout. And yeah, Jago Stokes moves up from 29 to 17 with that 1271. Okay, Richard Palmer with a family cat. It'll be his first run of the day for 1348. And Pete Walters, currently number 8. Looking for 1243. He went 1248 earlier. I wonder. So Pete Walters doing 2 classes but different cars. Oh, 1247. Pete goes from 8 to 5. And Richard breaks out too quick. slots in at number 32. Well, the hits just keep on coming. This is Kirsty Tram, currently number 30. Troy Attry, currently number 13. Got 33 cars that have put numbers on the board so far. So, two 12-second Camaros. 12.44 the dial in for Troy. And 12.08 for Kirsty. 12.08 with an eye. Kirsty Tram goes to number 1. Excellent job. Well, she broke out by just, that much in Q1. She gets it the right side this time round. Kirsty Tram to number 1. Harry Redshaw, Rob Cresswell, next pair. Rob 1470. Now then, can he get to number 1? If he does, he'll sneak in front of his bro and sneak in front of Kirsty. Just took that number 1. So Rob going to get there first. 1470 is the number. 1492 is the run. Might help a little bit. No, it doesn't. It stays number 21. Harry stays 17 with that 1955. No help there. Georgina Smith. Audi A3 going alongside Alex Pryor with Tony the Nugget. Now the little Metro, 15.1 dialing. And it's 18.5 for Georgina. Tree drops, away they go. 009 red for Georgina. Almost got the perfect light. But it's Alex Pryor who's going to get to the top end first, looking for that 15.10. 15.11 for Alex. That's going to move him up, to number 4. Good run there for Alex. Georgina stays number 20. Get an invasion up here. Good to see you, though. How are you?
Oh dear.
So, Dave Vector enjoying the slower pace of life at the moment. Come and have a look at the Sportsman ET. How you doing, mate?
Oh, good, man.
Good to
Thanks.
see you.
Yeah.
Summer Nationals, bit of an unusual one for you to come along to. But
Well,
you need to do some racing, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. It was not so many FIA rounds this year, so we figured out we have to go here.
Good stuff. Jill Medley just going through there, 12.57. And Roman Giles lining up as well. Stays 26. Number 1 qualifier in Pro Modified, though. Only one in the 5 so far, but not particularly the runs you wanted just yet, though. I know you got more in the can.
We do, but we couldn't get it down the first gear, basically. It was, So the track was a bit less than main event, we think.
Yeah.
But we're going to step up tomorrow.
It's a bit different rubber this weekend,
Yeah.
shall we say. Because you've got lots of different cars. With.
It's also us. We needed to get from A to B.
Yeah.
Get some data, and tomorrow we're going to step up.
Good stuff. And as I say, it's not normally the month that you would come and see us. Obviously, you're normally going around Europe, but your work schedule would allow you to come here this weekend, which is really, really good.
Yes.
And it also helped leaving the lorry here for 5 weeks, didn't it?
Saves a lot on the shipping expenses.
Yeah. Well, obviously, Andre's done exactly the same thing, left his lorry there. And I've got to say, actually, Dave, just whilst Jay McCready and Chris Wynn go at the track, just let these two put the numbers on board, because Jane went back into the 14s earlier on today. Let's see what she's got this time round. 15.14 and 15.89. Oh, Chris moves up to 11. Jay moves up to 18. It was a good job your lorry's there, because my caravan was parked where your lorry was. And street weekend, it was very hot, and your lorry was a lovely shade. So I was pitting there. I'll use Dave's lorry.
You should have told me, and then I could have taken an awning out for you.
No, it's not the luxurious way. I need all of it. But But no, it was really very handy.
But it's staying here again for, we're here at Bug Jam as well.
Oh, you are?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
Oh, you haven't been to Bug Jam before, have you?
No.
Never.
Oh, it's a life experience, mate. You'll love it.
We've just been told. Yeah. And I'm even bringing my wife and my girls.
They will love it. Seriously, they will absolutely love it. A breakout for Brian Huxley, just a fraction too quick there. 45 on a 49. As we look at Stephen Giles and Adam Wakefield. So literally just park the lorry at the top again.
Yeah.
But then you'll have to move it out. Oh no, it might be parked somewhere different because they've got big marquees and things to put up. But they'll tell you where to park it. Is Andre staying for Bug Jam as well? Is he going to be doing that one? Do you know?
think so. Yeah.
Oh, you'll have a bit of a headache. Make sure there's good soundproofing in the truck. But no, Bug Jam is just a brilliant festival.
Yeah, I always wanted to go there. So.
Yeah, you will absolutely. Have you been to Bug Jam
No,
before?
never.
No, you've never been to Bug Jam?
No.
I can't believe that.
Been-
All the
it's-
years.
It's Summer Nationals a few times, but
Yeah.
not Bug Jam. I think it's not very long yet it's a Pro Mod round.
Yeah.
Bug Jam. Is
Yeah.
it? Yeah, a few years maybe.
Yeah, because obviously, because it's a full Motorsports UK event, Pro Mod run, I think Funny Car running a 760 heads up and running, VW Sportsman ET, VW Pro. So it's a good mix of cars.
Okay.
Really good.
We're looking forward to it.
No, you'll have a great time. Alan Wakefield goes 32 to 11. And Stephen Giles goes 27 to 28. I'll tell you something about Bug Jam that you won't have experienced. It's Kev Slyfield.
What? What do you mean?
Because he's always around at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. He's in the rave tent and everything. Kev Slyfield gets the full force of Bug Jam. Kev's going to murder me for saying that. But,
Sorry, Kev.
Barney has actually just put a message out, and he is 100% right. I will guide you there. But there is a place called the Teapot at Bug Jam. It's up past where the lorry is parked, and it is a brilliant place to hang out. All the racers go there, and basically, it doesn't cost you anything. Just sit in there, people just get a guitar out, piano, just play music, and you get a cup of tea.
Nice.
And I tell you what,
I'm going
it
there.
is the best place to hang out. All the racers go up there. You have to experience the Teapot.
I will go there.
You will
Absolutely.
you'll definitely come along.
Yeah.
Well, Holly probably knows where it is.
Yeah. You've done the Teapot, haven't you?
I think I've been there once.
Yeah, it's great. It really is good. Sylvia Purcell goes through with a 15.09. No improvement there. So we're just getting ready for Comp Eliminator. No, a little bit of track prep now. But Dave, so it's a reduced campaign this year, obviously. The car's running well, though. We're into the 5.7s. You know, it's good. I know you had a new engine that you've put in at the main event, wasn't it? Did that new engine make it in the end? I can't remember.
Well, at the end, in the main event, the engine was vibrating really bad.
Yeah.
We took it out just as a precaution, put the spare engine in, which is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Right now, we have my engine back in again, the first one.
Yeah.
So it's running fine now. So we found what the trouble was.
Good. And of course, you do have the spare as well, just in case. So
Yeah, we're ready with the spare engine too.
good.
So, but we're a bit cautious this year with the setup. We don't want to damage as much as we did last year. But if the weather stays up, we're going to run 5.7s again.
Good stuff.
100%.
We
Be
would
careful
yeah.
what you say, David.
No,
Yeah, we don't say the W word.
if we don't,
can't
it's
change
our
it.
tuning, but everything else is ready.
Good stuff. Pleased with today, though. Obviously, you should say the track wasn't quite there for you, but you are number one qualifier, and that's what it's all about. Because go for the Motorsports UK title, perhaps. See what happens there.
Yeah, if we can still, because we missed one race,
Yeah.
so you're missing some extra points for that too.
Yeah.
But
Keep. Yeah, I know. I mean, I did actually make a note of all the points for the event today. So yeah, you are number 5 in the points chase at the moment.
right,
So
yeah.
it's not too bad. Yeah, there is some movement. Mark Hartfeld's not here this weekend, so you're going to go in front of him. Kev Slyfield is only 70 points ahead of you.
Okay.
So that's not far. Andy Robinson is another 300 heads. That's a big old margin. So you have to start winning all the events going forward.
Yeah, and he gets some extra points when he's running all the events.
All the events, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think we're going to run the UK finals as well.
National
Not
finals,
sure
yeah.
yet.
Well, you've got to see where you are.
Yeah.
Never say never.
If everything goes well and we can still get the engines in one piece, then we might go to the finals.
Yeah. Plans for shall we? I can't say the off season because the drag racing world never stops. But I know there's always a Pro Mod series that takes place in America that everybody really does keep an eye on. I know it's only 8th mile, but the World Series of Pro Mod. You know, the stuff that goes on at Bradenton and that. I had the joy of going this year, and it was just jaw-dropping. Had an amazing time.
We were there in December, the first one. Yeah.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah. it's mind-blowing.
Seeing cars run 3.5, 3.6.
How many? 84 Pro Mods?
Yeah.
Running within 500s or something like that?
It was mental. Absolutely mental. And yeah, it's like running Nostalgia Superstock here in the UK when you see in the pairing lanes chock-a-block, and then from like the whole length of the drag strip is just Pro Mods.
Yeah.
Just amazing experience. Yes, it's outlaw. They run to a different rules, obviously, and obviously run to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile, but it's still jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
And proper. I said it was a one-off deal to my good lady wife at home, but I'm desperate to go again next year. And everybody that I went with, and there's lots of other people, they all want to have a go again next year. So
actually, the organization of that, Wes Buck, he wants the winner of all continents to race there.
Yeah.
Get a car from them and race there. So the winner from Europe in Pro Mod, the winner from Australia and from the Middle East, they all invited there to race the car there.
That'd be cool. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Well, wherever we end up racing, as long as we're out there racing, it doesn't
Exactly.
really matter. We're just out there for a good time.
Yeah.
But Dave, thanks so much for
Yeah.
coming up to see
Thank
us.
you for having me.
Oh, Dave, you know, it's an open door policy here, mate. You just come out and have a chat, or just come bring your car, bring friends, and you know, just drive the wheels off it. And it's always good to have a chat, mate. So
All right.
really, really good.
Thanks.
And best of luck to all of you this weekend, of course.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
But I always pass those good wishes on to everybody else. I have no favourites, you know that.
Of course, just the Camaro, right?
Well, yeah, I can't say that, but I'm still looking at orange pinstripey idea on mine, just because it does look good. The colour scheme does look really, really good this year. It works really well. Love the new shirts and everything. So yeah, it's all going well, mate. It's
Thank
all
you,
going well.
All right.
Dave Vector, Dick Costa, of course. Holly's come up to join. It's nice to see the whole team here this weekend. Enjoy the rest of it. Have a good time.
Thank you,
Thank
and
you.
to all the audience, have an awesome weekend.
Yeah, there's a load of them tuned in.
Yeah.
Not many here today because it's a work day, but yeah, it'll be a lot busier
All
tomorrow.
right. Have fun, everybody.
Okay, so that's Dave Vector. Let's just come up to join us for a little while, a little quick chat. I don't think he was actually planning that, but we got him. Okay, so we are getting ready for Comp Eliminator. That's the next class to come around the corner. As just finishing off the track prep out there. Good mix of vehicles in the lanes as always for Comp. Spencer Tram is down there, head of the lanes. Also, Rob Smallwood, Nick Williams, Terry Newton, Emma Garlard's down there. And I think Amir Akram is down there. In actual fact, I think it's the whole of Comp there as well. So the plan this evening is Comp Eliminator, Super Pro ET, Pro ET, Sportsman ET again, and Junior Dragster, and then that will us be done for today. The idea being that everybody gets the same number of qualifiers, but we can just get these classes in tonight. Gives us a head start for tomorrow. So, Comp Eliminator now coming round the corner. And once again, thanks to Dave Vector and the team for coming up to see us. First up, Spencer Tram. Going alongside Terry Newton here in round 3 of Comp. So Terry Newton currently number 8 at the moment, went 9:43. Spencer number 3, 11:26. So Terry Newton then, Europe's quickest front-wheel drive Ford, and yep, it's a van. Lovely little launch there for Spencer, but Terry off and running. Terry Newton, 883. Look at the speed. 169 miles an hour. Knocking on the door at 170. Terry Newton moves up to number 3 with that one. Brilliant. 883. It's not his quickest, but into a headwind with a van. That was moving. Nicely done, Terry. Spence goes 11:31, 113. And he drops a spot to number 4. Next up, Rob Smallworth, Amir Akram Ashad. Rob on the Sumo index of 799, Amir on an index of 916. Rob Smallworth, look at that one go. Should be in the mid-7s here, looking good, nice and straight. Yep, 765, 175. And Amir goes 939. Moves up from 13 to 11. That is a really good run for Rob, actually, 765, because in a few weeks' time it's Bug Jam, and 760 heads up is one of the classes featured there. And I tell you what, Rob is really in with a shout of doing rather well in 760, but then they're also killer in that class. Next up, Darren Dewhurst and Emma Goddard. Front-wheel drives to the 4 here. They are qualified 9 and 8 at the moment. Darren actually went 950 earlier, hit the index, but you can go quicker. Emma went 922. 896 for Emma Goddard. Oh yeah. 928 for Darren Dewhurst. Fantastic pass for both of them. Darren Dewhurst, 928. The speed for Darren, 161 miles an hour. That was hauling. Absolutely phenomenal pass. Well done. Well, Nick just lost fire then. He's got it going again. So Nick on a solo. Can I have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, can we have you into the lanes? So Nick Williams, 809 in Q1. Oh, that didn't sound quite right. It didn't launch, sounded very rattly. And, oh, fingers crossed it's not wounded. So Nick just been pushed back here. Well, very unusual to see an issue with that car. And if it is, it's normally down to tyres. But fingers crossed they can get that back and have a look at it. And back out to play again tomorrow. Well, the engine started up A-OK, so Nick's going to take it back to the pits. Oh, that's good news. Just putting it over to the side. Okay. Next up, Dan Williams. Going alongside Phil Norman. So Phil Norman with the Brickfield Autos VW Beetle. was out on Street Weekend supporting Neil Melliard, and actually did some of the driving in convoy with Phil on Street Weekend a few weeks back. Great times. Going alongside Dan Williams, number 2 qualifier, 10.17. Conditions slightly better, but the headwind is stronger. Nice wheels up launch, as we always see from the Williams boys. .10.23. I think the headwind was slowing down a little bit there. I said the air not quite as good as it was earlier. Phil Norman goes 12.03 and stays number 12. Lloyd Perkins with the Oldsmobile. A cracking run earlier, went 7.70. So Reuben Dawson with the Honey Wasp. Number 1 qualifier. A run in the high 7s and one in the low 8s so far today. What's he got for us this time round? His index is 880. A big hello to everybody tuned into the live stream, including Sam Marston. Sam just messaged. She'll be here tomorrow, supporting the team. Pairing. 7.98 for Reuben Dawson. Lloyd goes 7.67. Lloyd's quickest run of the event so far stays number 8, and Reuben back into the 7s with a 7.98, 171. All right, we move on to Super Pro ET qualifying session number 3 for them. Just gives us a big old head start for tomorrow. Timing system reboot, nothing like that. Tom Atkinson with the Time is Money Cortina estate, going alongside Alan Schofield. So the Darlings end 7.65, Alan Schofield 8.55 for Tom. .776, Alan stays number 5. Tom breaks out, goes to quick 8.53 on a 55 Darling. Next up it is the crazy lady racing herself, Elaine Hancock. With the Zephyr. So Elaine Dial 790. Ben Kennedy with a relentless 4 pop dials in 860. So Ben already in the number 16 spot in Super Pro ET. And this will be Elaine's first run. $7.99 for Elaine Hancock, 167 mile an hour. Oh, that's taken all the pain away. It really has. How about Ben Kennedy, 861 with a 0 on an 860 dial-in. Ben Kennedy goes to number 3. But the Crazy Lady Racing team into the 7s. Oh, I'm just so happy for both teams with that run. Ben up to number 3. And Elaine with a 7-second pass under her belt once again. That was so good to see. Next up, Bailey Ashdown, 8.10 dial-in with the Dragster. Going alongside the number 1 qualifier as things stand at the moment, Bradley Didwell. Well, it goes to show whoever's in the car can do the job. Car working superbly, and they understand the car. That's the main thing. It's one thing getting the car to work, but another one is knowing what it's going to do, and that is by having a good dial-in and good data to work from, and the Didwell's doing a great job of that. So the all-important dial-in, 767 for Brad, 8.1 for Bailey. 767 with a 9. Bradley is getting a bit insulting now. That's twice he's hit his number. Okay, 821 for Bailey, goes 20 to 18. But to hit your dial-in twice, that's just brilliant. Well done. Next up then, Callum Swinchat and Mark Coulsell. Well, fair to say, it's been a bit breezy today. It's going to be similar breezy conditions tomorrow, I think. A little bit cooler, a little bit more cloudy, but it'll still be a good day's racing tomorrow. Despite what everybody else says, it's all looking good. So, dial-ins then, 8.99 for Callum, 8.25 for Mark Coulsell. Good looking runs of hair. 8.30, Marcus Ungu's up to number 12, and Callum goes 9.02 on an 89, 8.99, goes from 16 to 7. Nice move. So the van with no name, Dave Russell. So Dave, currently number 9. Mark Bailey, currently number 4 qualifier. Dials 882, went 884 earlier. Good launches from both of them. .879 breakout, a bit too quick there for Mark Bailey. 883 Dave Russell stays number 9 despite only being 400ths off. So Harry Gibson, what a run that he put in earlier on. 574 I think it was. So Harry Gibson has got Steve Saunders in the other lane. Steve currently number 22, looking for an 899. Harry 6 flat, but Harry wanted the quickest ET the car had ever run, which he got. He's got some way to go to take the speed off Dougie Hill, but he's only got the ET for the car. Well, Harry gave it absolutely everything off the line, but the tyres just didn't hook the way he wanted it to. Meanwhile, 898 on an 899 dial. Stevie Saunders so close. But a breakout, unfortunately, is a breakout. So we think it's Bob Doyle underneath the tower, unless Owen has come out for the wrong car. And it's the all black machine. Matt Peters. $879 the dial in for Bob. 765 dial in for Matt. So 10 to 6 on a Friday evening here at Santa Pod. Beautiful day. We are in the Super Pro ET. We've still got 3 classes to run after this. Oh, great job from Bob keeping it out of the blue. Matt Peters away to a 763 breakout by less than 200ths. And Bob Doyle goes 971. No help. Not very often a car will run exactly the same speed at the 8th as it did at the quarter, but Bob Doyle went 118.66 at the quarter, and he was exactly the same speed at the 8th. 118.66. Right, it's Josh Duncan with the Rover. Dial 795 now then on the nitrous, been waiting for this. Went 8.2 earlier on. No, it normally sits around 8.5, but the change to nitrous. Okay, there's the nitrous purge. He called it the financial mistake number 2. And I said, I think they need to change that name. I keep saying it to them, but they haven't yet. Change it to sound investment. Anyway, Scott Hauser is on the other side of the track. He's currently in the number 2 spot. He does 7:40 for this run. And a 7.91 for Josh Duncan, his first ever 7-second pass. Well, it took them 2 runs. It took them 2 runs. Yeah. Oh, he's changing it to sound investment. Oh, that is fantastic. 7.91, 2 passes with nitrous, and he's in the 7s. Scott Hauser dialed 7.39, went 7.38 with the 7. It was a breakout. But the guys that do not care one bit that they broke out was Josh Duncan. I'm chuffed to bits for him. I seriously am. Well, guys, look at them. They're celebrating like mad in the tow car. I don't blame them. I really do not blame them. Oh, that's going to be a party I want to go to tonight in the pits. Well done, guys. Fantastic. Right, back to the track itself. Lee Huxley, currently number 11 qualifier, 866. Dials for this, 867. And Phil Toppin, 890 dial in for Phil. Thing is, though, when this car works, it's going to go way quicker than 890. Oh, a little bit wayward. Lee Huxley goes 863. It's a breakout 1030 for Phil. God, there's lots of entertainment here today. It's been a brilliant day. I will at some point find out how many competitors have put runs in today, because I know we had 350 odd entries, but it's the amount of people that have actually put numbers on the boards, because that tells us it's one thing having entries, but another one is the amount of people that put runs in. I know there may be 1 or 2 people that were missing today that might be here tomorrow, but I will find out from the timing crew at some point how many people have actually put runs in. Okay, so a little bit of concern at the top end, perhaps. Just having a track check at the moment. So the cars that were coming around just advised to shut off for a moment. So just checking everything out. Phil Toppin's just been down that lane. Hopefully everything's okay. But the tractor's coming out, do a quick sweep. I'll tell you what, we'll hand over to Nitro FM. We'll take it back when we have more qualifying here at the Summer Nationals. Okay, we are back once again with the continuation of Super Pro ET. Now then, we are working through various things at the moment in town. I think that's the best way to put it. The good news is that, as you know, there was 351 entries into the event. We have had over 300 teams that have now put a run in, but not all of them have done yet. We're not 100% certain on this, but we think the record number of teams to put an actual run in is 309. But we've got quite a few teams that haven't put a run in yet, so we're getting very close to that 309. Very, very close indeed. But tomorrow's another day. We've got more people turning up. Some people that couldn't race today. But I will obviously keep you up to date on that. So this is the Giles and Hartley Dragster. Daniel Giles actually did get in touch because obviously it's Barry behind the wheel today. Daniel, I would assume, will be tuned in because you don't want to miss one of the runs of the car. Daniel, I hope you're having a great time. He's actually down in Australia at the moment. So Daniel, have a fantastic time out there, and we will see you back this side of the planet at some point. That's Dan Giles down in Australia at the moment. So Barry is going alongside AC Bell for this one. Well, AC being pushed back, unfortunately. Barry Giles looking for a 42, gets a 43 with a 6. Goes from 10 to 4. So the continuation of Super Pro ET. We have just got Pro ET, Sportsman ET and Junior Dragster to follow. Then we will be done for today. So I guess getting towards the end of Super Pro. So Nick Good with the blown Dragster, a dialing of 690, and Leah Kellett sticking with the Supercom dialing of 890. It's a very unusual moment for Leah, the rear wing departing company from the wing strut, and now the whole strut has been removed. So Nick goes 695, that'll do nicely. Leah Kellett goes 890 with the 4. Leah Kellett, #1 qualifier in Super Pro ET. Nicely done, Leah. Who needs a rear wing anyway? 172 mile an hour, steady as a rock. And Nick Good, 695 on that 690. Gonna get that. say, tough crowd in Super Pro this weekend. I mean, Nick Good is only 500s off his dial and he's number 14. 26 cars qualifying in Super Pro so far. This is the Pork and Beans Dragster of AC Bell going alongside Andy Thetford, taking the dialing down to 760. And once again, Andy would just love to pass on his thanks to everybody in the team, the van with no name, Dave Russell for loaning the gearbox, and of course Joe Williams going over to Guildford to go and get it. Fantastic. Well done, guys. So AC currently number 20, Andy Thetford currently number 23. Well, Andy couldn't hold it on the line, so unfortunately built it on boost and it just went. That's a shame, actually, because that wasn't a bad pass. So, AC Bell then, looking for 870. Powers on through to an 894, staying number 20. Okay, so last car to run in Super Pro is Paul Marston with Grumpy's Dodge. I think the plan was to bring the Bruiser this weekend, but I know they were trying to sort out a torque converter for it, and that obviously didn't happen. So Grumpy's Dodge is the vehicle of choice for Paul Marston this weekend. Hi to Sam, tuned in at home, should be here tomorrow. So Paul Marston dials 899. What can he run? Heading up to the strike goes 896 with a 9. Shame that pesky little 6 got in the way there. But good run nevertheless. Right, it's on to Pro ET, session number 3 for them. Top of the pile at the moment is Nick Buckridge. Can anybody find that minuscule gap to sneak in front of him? It is highly unlikely, but anything can happen. Marie Mills, Jess Bishop. Jess currently number 2 qualifier. Marie number 31. Be a 32 car ladder, so the ones on the outside looking in would like to move on up if they can. And fair to say, Marie would like to move up as well. She dials 1062. $9.15 for Jess. Marie, lovely move for Marie. 1067 on a 62 moves from 31 to number 10. So that's Marie Mills, safety qualified. Richard Tunstall comes down to support and also banter with Warren Watts. Actually, Warren is not qualified at the moment. He's currently number 37 and last in Pro ET. Needs to get one the right side of 890. Going alongside Vic Parsons, 979. Vic can break out here as well. The air has got better, but the headwind has picked up. Track sticky. It's still pretty quick out there. I wonder if these two have missed it a little bit on the dialings. Short answer is no. Warren Watts goes from 37 to number 7. 892 on 890 dialing, and Vic gets it right as well. He moves up to number 10. So, who has just been bumped out? Anthony Mitchell is on 33 spot. Dave Fulton, number 34. Michelle Walker, 35. Susie McClure, 36. Zach Duncan, 37. Brett Featherston on the bump at the moment. So it's all going to change. Stevie Gates, number 28. I'll tell you what, I think he'd like to move up a little bit from there. Lee Morris, totally safe at number 10. Oh, that's how you move up. Stevie Gates goes to number 2 with that one. Great run, 880. Lee Morris drops a spot because of Stevie Gates' improvement, 998 on a 990. But Stevie Gates, what a move that was. Right, let's have a look at our next pair. Laura Bainton and Ronnie Mercer. 10:42 dial in for Laura. And we need the dial in for Ronnie. There we go, 10:35. So Laura Bainton currently number 9, Ronnie number 23. As per usual, everybody would like to move up. .37, Ronnie does move up from 23 to 10. Laura also moves up, hits her number. 10:42 with an 8. Very nicely done indeed for Laura. And she goes to number 5. Goes to show that 4 people in front of her have also hit their number. And one behind has also hit it as well. Right, Anthony Mitchell, he's on number 33 at the moment. Getting used to trans brake launching now. Going alongside Simon Innes. He's currently number 26. These two can both definitely move on up here. Wheels up launch for both of them. Oh, 72 with a 9 for Simon Innes. Ouch. 8 10,000s too quick. Anthony Mitchell, though, good run for him. 1080 on the 75. Goes from 33 to 12. I think he's liking the new combination now. Mark Huxley going alongside Michelle Walker. So let's have a look at the dial-ins then. .1085 dial-in for Michelle. She's currently number 35 on the outside looking in. Mark Huxley currently number 20. But Michelle driving superbly today. The car is going great. Went a little bit too well on the last run. So Mark looking for a 986. He's going to get there first with a 989, and Michelle Walker goes 1087 and up to number 11. Wow! Get in there. I suggest Roy never drives the car again. Just leave it to Michelle. Can we have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes. Right, another one on the outside, not in the show. Dave Fulton, dials 887. Adrian Portelli. He's on 10:15 for this one. He's number 13. He's safe. As I say, Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. Well, no launch to the left or right this time for Dave Fulton. It's nice and straight. Now then, 887. He goes 895. I think that's going to get him in. It does, to number 26, Adrian Portelli. Not the run he wanted at all, coasting and slowing down in the shutdown area, pulling over to the right-hand side, and has come to a stop. So they need to open exit 1 and go and retrieve Adrian with the Polara. Yeah, they're actually going to get the quad out and tow Adrian through the gate. No idea what happened there. He coasted across the line at just 45 miles an hour, but the car has come to a stop. And knowing Adrian, he wouldn't stop that car unless there was a serious issue, or that it just has no momentum whatsoever. But that will be quickly removed. So a very exciting session in Pro ET here. We need to have a look at the bottom end of where we are at the moment. So on the bump spot now is Jack McClure, and he's only 0.13 off Darlin. Bill Wilson is 1 place ahead at 31, and Reuven Dawson is number 30. Now then, Bill and Reuven and Jack are all still to run. Bob Molden has been bumped out. He is still to run. Jeff Cowley has yet to run. Brett Featherstone is yet to run. Brett is number 35. He's having fun this weekend. He's trying out the nitrous system. Susie McClure has been bumped out, but I didn't see Susie in Q2, so I don't know if there is an issue with the car or if Doug's just been mean. I don't know. And then, of course, you've got Zach Duncan that's still getting used to the car. But let's have a look. I can see Bob Molden down there. He's ready to strike and try and get back into the show. Nervous times, actually. Mr. Qualifying's down there, Dave Rudd. Afternoon, Dave. You can see us down there. Yeah. He's got a wave, Dave. That's it. When I say your name, you wave. That's it. The Morris boys are down there. We've got a chat with Dave Warren. And then if you look over into the pairing lanes itself, Reuven Dawson's down there. Bill Wilson, as I say, those two could be bumped out if Bob and everybody goes a bit quicker. So it's going to be very interesting to see what... Oh, my goodness me, look at the bird of prey there, just swooping down into the area next to the pairing lanes. I don't know if you can see that. You can't see that on camera, but I just caught an eye of that. Also looking over to lanes, Matthew Dowdy's down there, Charlie Seward with the bracketeer, and of course, number 1 qualifier, young Nick Mugridge. And I'll be amazed if anybody sneaks in front of him. He got the perfect ET earlier on today. Philippa Turton's down there with a little slingshot with the body on it. So, and of course, we still got more qualifying tomorrow, but we're just getting Q3 in for a few of our classes this evening. So it's all shuffling around at the moment. After Pro ET, we have Sportsman ET and then Junior Dragster, and we will be done for today. And just having a look at the top end there, Adrian Portelli is just been aided off the track by the quad and just going through the scrutineering exit. And fingers crossed for Adrian, nothing untoward there. But cracking looking car, that one. One of the cars that's actually coming to Silverstone Festival this year, taking place at August Bank Holiday. We've got all of our 30 teams lined up. Just need to clarify a couple more. And yeah, we should have everything finalised by Sunday night. Well, these two are qualified at the moment. 8:57 dial in for Colin Morris. He's number 18. And it's Don Scott. Well, he ran his dial in earlier on. He's actually been bumped back to number 6 by the 5 cars in front of him that have put in brilliant runs. $9.85 dial for Don. 8.57 Colin. 8.56 for the two. It's a breakout for Colin Morris. 989 on 85 for Don. No improvement for him. He's already run his ET. So they both stay put. All right then. Bob Molden, the Yorkshire Terrier himself. He needs to get a good run in here. He dials 942. That's wound it back a little bit from the 9.3s from earlier. Dave Rudd definitely wound it back. 999. And Dave is number 28. Bob not in the show at the moment, number 33. Both away very well. Bob Bolden goes, well, he gets qualified. That's the main thing. He's 952 on a 42. He goes up to number 31. It's nervous territory. Right, next up then, the man who's just been put on the bump spot is Bill Wilson. His dialing is 1075 for this with the Ford pickup truck. Going alongside Reuben Dawson, and he's number 30. Bob Molden is number 31. He's in between these two. Both of these guys capable of running their numbers, we know that. But they've got to do it now. And if not, they're going to be a little bit worried overnight. They've still got a little bit more qualifying tomorrow. I think it's just one more, actually. $8.90, that'll do for Reuben. He goes to number 13. Bill Wilson, no improvement. He stays on the bump spot, 87 on a 75. So Reuben is safe. Bill got one more chance tomorrow. He's in at the moment, but he's on the bump spot. Right, this is going to be interesting. Philippa Turton. We need a dial in for Philippa, because she can't run 850. There we go. Safe now. So Nick Mugridge looking for a 1022. Philippa Turton looking for 1068. As they head to the stripe. No, Nick Mugridge breaks out, goes too quick, but Philippa Turton goes 74 to 68. She gets into the show. Great run. So that bumps Bill Wilson out for the time being. Next up, Charlie Seward, 890 dialing, alongside Matthew Dowdy, 1124. So Matthew number 20, Charlie number 8. Oh, lovely launch for Charlie. Yeah, carrying the front wheels to around about 30 foot out there. Just look planted. Oh, 890 with a 1. Charlie Seward goes to number 2. Matthew Dowdy also hits his number, goes from 20 to 7. Oh, do you know what? Charlie Seward almost took number 1 then. That was oh so close. 890 with a 1 and a 0, just 3 10,000ths behind Luke Mugridge. Next up, Amy Watkins, Dave Cherritt. So Dave looking for 990, Amy looking for 966. That's a 982, 966 with a 3. Amy Watkins goes to number 3. That's another one that's hit their number. I'm losing track of all this now. That is the top 9 00 on their darlings. Incredible. With the conditions out there, with the headwind and everything, these teams are getting it done. Right, Neil Watkins, Jeff Cowley. Now then, Jeff's not in the show at the moment. He's number 35. Neil's okay, number 23. So Jeff looking for 9 flat, gets a 904. That puts him in. He goes to number 16. Neil Watkins moves up to number 17. So who's not qualified now? Right, so on the bump spots, Simon Innes. Bob Bolden's been bumped back out. Bill Wilson is out. We've still got Jack McClure to run. Brett Featherson still to run. Here's Susie McClure. So at least Susie can move on up here. Susie dials 980. Tom K dials 1010. Oh, what a scrap. This isn't a buffer. This is a proper scrap to get in. They're all stepping up today. So the Eye Candy Dragster, currently number 37. Tom, number 27. God. Tom K ran an 03 light and got left on by Susie. It's all about the ET at the top end. Susie does improve. She runs 995 on a 980, but she only moves up 1 spot. So she's now number 36. Tell you what, somebody else a bit nervous at the moment, Tom Watkins. He's number 30. And there are still cars to run that haven't qualified yet. John Bean, well, number 28. He does 886. So different combination for John Bean now. He's running beadlocks, so I have to bolt his tyres on now. And lots of work on the transmission and the back axle, but it's working well. Now then, 886 for John Bean, 911 Tom Watkins. $896. Tom Watkins goes up to number 14, goes 914 on 911. And John Bean drops a spot. 896. Okay, we got 2 McClures here. Got Doug, who's currently number 6. And you got Johnny, number 25. So Doug with success. He's looking for 1166. Johnny wants 980 with the Thunderstruck Willis. Johnny McClure then, 980 is the target, 997 is the run. He's not going to improve his taste, but 1177 on a 66 for Doug. He stays at number 6. Okay, Brett Featherstone and Jack McClure. Jack is number 35, Brett number 37. Now Brett, good reason of him is he's running nitrous for the first time this weekend. So it's a new combination for him. We normally see Brett in the mid-9s, but now he's in the 8s. Car is going quicker than ever, but it's a case of getting used to this new setup. His dial is 890. We know the car can run the 8s. He did it earlier. Now he needs to do it again. Jack McClure, 1139 with Goldilocks. Again, the car is capable. It's doing it now. Because after this, there is one more qualifying session. And this is the last pair, apart from Billy that's underneath us. He'd be the last to run in the class. God, cracking launch for Brett. Right, all eyes on the scoreboards then. 8.90 the target for Brett. Gets a 9.15. It's not going to get him in the show at the moment. Let's have a look on the other side. Brett. Jack goes 11.61. That's not going to help him either. So neither of them are in the show at the moment. One more chance tomorrow morning. Okay, last one. It's Billy Everett. The dial-in is 9.50. Billy currently number 26. The Plymouth Duster, few and far between. Okay, so Billy Everett looking for that 9.50. Gets a 9.53. Billy moves up from 26 to 14. Right then, let's see. Here comes the 100E Squire. For Surrey and Berkshire Scaffolding, the car is called It's Only Money. Yeah, the car's a bit twitchy. It's a bit of a handful. But the guys do have fun with this. This is Zach Duncan. Dial-in of 11.90. Now, wouldn't this put a cat amongst the pig and pigeons if Zach can hit a high 11 here? Right, so the bub spot is Simon Innes 0.95 off. So you've got to be, basically, to get in, Zach's got to run 11.9, somewhere between 11.9 and 12 flat. So the ones aren't in the show at the moment, so they got one more shot tomorrow. It's Bob Molden, Bill Wilson, Jack McClure, Susan McClure, Brett Featherston, and Zach here. Now then, Zach can put a run on the board. Bub spot is Simon Innes, number 32. Dave Rudd is number 31. Dave Fulton is number 30. John Bean, 29. Tom Kay, 28. At the other end of the scale, Nick Mugridge is number 1. Charlie Seward, number 2. Amy Watkins, number 3. Stevie Gates, 4. Jess Bishop, number 5. Doug McClure, 6. Laura Baton, 7. Matthew Dowdy, 8. Don Scott, 9, and all of them are 00 on their dial-ins. And then Dave Cherritt is number 10. So here goes Zach. I'll tell you what, that was... What? 10.45? What a run that one was. I was not expecting him to go that quick. I don't think anybody was. But get in there, boys. He just went 6.33 at 103 at the 8th. Well done. I'll tell you what, that is going to be a proper party in that pit tonight. 7-second runs from Josh, and now Zach's just gone into the 10s. I love it. Anyway, let's get back to qualifying good and proper. Sportsman ET. First pair. Dan Holloway with the Mustang. Pete Walters with the Camaro. So in other words, Pete Walters is racing his brother-in-law. 12.25 and 12.45 the dial-ins. And let's have a look. 12.31 for Dan. Pete Walters goes a bit too quick. Only a little bit though. 12.43 and a 45. But Dan Holloway moves up from 20 to number 10 with that one. Your next pair, Jordan Griffin and Clive Dandridge. Off they go. So, Jordan looking for a 14.05. Clive looking for 12.68. $12.81 for Clive, stays 17. Jordan goes 14.36. No help on his 14.05, so he stays put. Matt Horsall and Craig Flinders next pair. Matt with the Mark II Escort looking for 14.55. And Craig looking for 16.80 with the Ranger. Just gone 6:30 in the evening here at Santapod on the Summer Nationals, day 1 of 3. So 16.80 darling for Craig, but getting there first will be Matt. We're looking for that 14.55. Gets a 14.56. Nice one, Matt moves up to number 5. A breakout for Craig, goes 16.69 on that 16.80. Just a tenth and a bit too quick. All right, Lorna Collins, currently number 6 with the MX-5, looking for 15.92. Aaron Kent with the BMW. 13.50 darling, currently number 3. So 2 classes to go for today. The rest of Sportsman ET, and then it'll be Junior Dragster, and that'll be a wrap for us today. So it will be the BMW that gets to the top end first, but how close to 13.50? Answer, breakout 13.39, too quick. And Lorna Collins goes 16.38 on that 15.92 dining, so no help there. Ricky Hale, big dialing adjustment for this one, no surprise on that, looking for 16.90. And Chris Cresswell, well, it is number earlier. Well, I'll say his number is only 012 off it. So Chris looking for 14.85. Goes 15.05 on that one. And Ricky goes 17.15. Ricky moves up from 32 to 25. Debbie Taylor with the Mustang. Loving life on these new tyres. I know she is, because the car is launching like it's never launched before. Alongside Sophie Evans with the BMW. 13 flat dial in there. $13.74 breakout for Debbie, too quick there. 14.03, a little bit off pace there for Sophie. But get another crack at it tomorrow before eliminations. Next up, Chris Wynn taking on number 1 qualifier, Kirsty Tram. Now Kirsty adjusts the dial in this time round to 12.07. Chris looking for 15.80. Kirsty goes 12.10. She stays number 1. And a 15.86 for Chris Wynn goes from 13 to number 10. Well done, Chris. All right, the two Atreys are back. Troy with the Camaro, dialing in 12.30. Terry with the Focus, 19.28. Double 05 off the line for Troy. Actually, the perfect reaction time money is still up for grabs. Nobody's hit it yet. Nobody's had a perfect light. 12.45 for Troy. Terry goes 19.36 and stays number 9. Harry Redshaw, 18.81 darling with the Mini. And Al Medley with the Bad Penny Mustang. He's looking for 13.54. So Alan gets there first with a 14.03. No help for him. He's going to stay 28. And Harry goes 19.09. Stays number 21. Right, Jill Medley with this phenomenal Jeep. 12.44 dial-in for the Cherokee. And Georgina, 18.80 the dial-in for the Audi A3. Oh, cracking lights for both of them. So Jill gets there first with a 12.54 and a 44. Don't think that's going to move her up from 15. And Georgina goes 19.13, stays at number 23. Jago Stokes, Brian Huxley. So the Blue Velvet Skyline looking for 12.50. And the 14.45 is the number of choice for Brian. Oh, 04 light there for Brian, Wide Awake Club, even this late in the day. Jago Stokes goes 12.59, that move him up, yep, 22 to 15. Brian also moves up, 14.52 on a 45. Goes to number 12. All right, Gary Lake, number 17. Alongside Roman Giles, currently number 30. 13.99 and 17.51 the dial-ins. So Gary goes 14.01. Oh, goodness me. Move him up from 17 to number 6. Roman Giles also moves up from 30 to 21. But good move there from Gary Lake up to number 6. Sylvia Purcell with the Mustang. And Rob Cresswell. Rob currently number 25. He dials 14.75 and just 500ths slower on the dialing is Sylvia with the 14.80. Very close as you'd expect with similar dial-ins. 1460 Breakout, but Rob goes 1480, which is the number that Sylvia wanted. But Rob moves up to number 10. Sylvia stays 28. $13.25 the Family Cat. And Ben's Van looking for $15.11. So Richard Palmer and Jane McCready. So Richard Palmer will get there first, looking for 13.25, and then Jane hunting that 15.11. 13.32 for Richard goes up to number 15. But how about Jane McCready moving up to number 9 with that 15.15? Good job. Very good job. Adam Wakefield and Felicity Gibbs, your next pair. Adam wants 12.75 with the Monster Maverick. And Flick wants 17.60. So Adam 12.75 runs a 12.79, 400ths off. Flick goes 17.64, also 400ths off. Oh, I can't believe either of them didn't move, really. All right, Eva Huxley. Currently number 17, dials 1935. Alongside Alex Pryor. He's number 4. 15.12 is his dial-in. So 15.08 for Alex, that's a breakout. Oh, 19.30, Eva Huxley goes to number 1. What a run, 19.35 with the 4 and a 19.35. Darren is absolutely ecstatic, why not? Number 1. Oh, it's a Huxley, why are we not surprised? Right, one more to go for Sportsman ET is Stephen Giles. 12.40 the dial. .12.40 with the 1. Stephen Giles goes to number 1 and takes it away from Eva Huxley. Oh my goodness me. It all happened in the last 2 pairings. Eva Huxley had number 1 qualifier for by 1 minute. Stephen Giles came along and took it away. Unbelievable. Right, we've still got one more round of qualifying tomorrow, but that is a wrap for Sportsman ET. Our last class of the day. And this is Junior Dragster. First pair, Richard Wilcox and Ada Cassisi. They are qualified 10 and 8 respectively. The aim of the game here is reaction times not speeds and ETs. And it's obviously to the 8th mile as well. .13 for Ada, no help there, and Richard unfortunately goes red. Just a little bit too keen to get the job done there and put a cherry on the tree. Chloe Cronwell and Eva Davis, your next pair. Both put a cherry on the tree, unfortunately, so there's going to be no improvements from those two. So Eva stays number 6, Chloe stays number 14. Next pair, Tom Peters, Sam Hiscock. .09 for Sam, but he's already had an 01, so no improvement from him. And Tom Peters goes red. Lola Bell Kent and Amelia Innes, your next pair. Lola Bell currently number 6, Amelia number 20. .023 for Lola Bell, that's more like it. Going to move her up to number 5. And unfortunately, a cherry on the tree for me. Going to stay number 20. Frankie Kent, Teddy Howe. Frankie currently number 19, Teddy currently number 22. You need to get within a 10th of your light to get into the top 16, which puts you on the front page. And Teddy Howe has certainly done that. He's going to go up to number 3 with that one. Well done, Teddy. Cherry on the tree for Frankie. Oh, 007 red. That was tight. But Teddy Howe goes to number 3. Harry Peters and Molly Openshaw. Oh, Harry went way too early, but how about Molly Openshaw? She goes to number 3. Very nice indeed. Well done. Right, next pair, Luke Mugridge, Kai Cooper. Both of these two right at the sharp end of the National Championship points chase. Cherry on the tree for Luke. Going a bit too soon. Kai a little bit late. They're going to stay put. Right. Jake Cooper, Neve Deavy, your next pair. So Neve currently number 17, Jake currently number 11. Oh, cherry on the tree there, but Jake Cooper is going to move up with an 015. That puts him number 5. Good move there from Jake. Neve's number 17. Ethan Cannon and Emmy Crondwell up next. Just a handful of cars to go. I think there's about 6 left. So Ethan Cannon and Emmy Crondwell. Well, Emmy Cromwell all over the place there. Not quite sure what happened, but lots of wheel spin. Wow, that was different. Daniel Todd and Kai Cooper. That's not Kai Cooper. It's Finley Fagg. Well, Finley goes red. Daniel goes 08. Right, next up then, it is the Boost Monkey Jr. number 1 qualifier. Grace Smith. And I believe this is our last pair of the day, as it's Kendra Redshaw on the other side of the track. And the last pair set off, and Kendra goes red, unfortunately, an 03 for Grace, but she's already got the number 1 with the 005. So Grace Smith will be your overnight number 1 qualifier. That is a wrap, folks, for day 1. Our scheduled finishing time was 7 o'clock this evening, and it is now 6:59. So absolutely superb. Well done to all of the teams today. You put on one heck of a show, so well done. Thanks ever so much indeed to our mega track crew. I say it every time, but I'll say it again. They are the best in the world. And obviously to our timing crew, everybody up in the tower. Nitro FM, always there in the background to us. You're a Dragster are here as well, so many thanks to them indeed. So, enjoy your evenings, folks. And tomorrow is going to be a bit of a busier day as it's continued of round 3 qualifying and then Q4 for our teams. And then it's some of them going to eliminations tomorrow afternoon. But wherever you end up tonight, have a fantastic evening. And we will see you all tomorrow. Nitro FM, for the final time, I'm handing over to you.